Chapter 61 Future City Pictures. Because my heart was frightened, I had a very uneasy sleep. When I woke up, it was still dark outside. I looked at the world time. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. I only slept for 3 hours. Everyone was not sleeping well. The feeling of weakness all over my body had subsided. But I was still in good spirits. So I looked around bored. As soon as he looked up, he hit Sun's calm gaze. "You're using this trick again? I'm not the same person I was before." I stared back at him firmly at that time. We two stared at each other for a long time. And no one stopped. It was not until Xiao Feiyu flew out of his arms before breaking this weird battle. My eyes moved down. And my heart was not bad. "No. When did you get on him? Aren't you supposed to be my pet?" I stared at it intentionally. Xiao Feiyu. It looked at me, then at Anchuan. And half a minute later it flew towards me. "Well, you a little fish. Even dare to hesitate?" I caught Xiao Feiyu into my hand. And Yu Guang glanced at Sun, and found that his lips were slightly bent. And he laughed. "The little flying fish threw itself into your arms. And you just watched it get bullied by me?" At that time, I looked at Xiao Feiyu with eyes full of pity and love. "Look at you. She doesn't love you at all." Suddenly, Su Huai's confused voice came to my ears. "What are you doing? It looks lively psychological activity." Jing Chen behind him said, "Eye contact and domestic violence." I was shocked at the time. "Where do you see such a weird thing?" Jing Chen, with both eyes, and watched the whole process. I retorted, "What you said is not true at all." Jing Chen, "It doesn't matter. If you don't establish yours, I will establish mine. I have no expression on the middle finger. Note lonely." Bai Yu and Xiao Quan giggled and secretly gave me a thumbs up. It was obvious that they agreed with my complaint. I guess they usually couldn't complain out loud because of the old man's power. Jing Chen's face was dark. "Come fight." Su Huai didn't understand what was going on. He looked like something was wrong. "What's going on? Aren't you friends? Why are you fighting all of a sudden?" Jing Chen and I have a good voice. This is not conflicting. The fight didn't happen in the end because the space was small and everyone would be killed if a fight broke out. But we agreed that we must fight when conditions allow. After making a fuss for a while, Su Huai looked at Jing Chen and I, who had reconciled, and showed an expression that shocked my whole family. The same expression as him is Shinqi Feng Lin Shui and those women who were rescued by us. Although they were shocked, their mental state was very relaxed. Su Huai sorted out his thoughts and took out his thermometer. "I don't feel that cold anymore. Let me test it." After a while, Su Huai, minus 90-5 degrees. Although it is still freezing cold, the temperature has risen by 5 degrees, which is a good thing. Everyone is not asleep at this moment, chatting or dazed. I opened the tribe to chat. "Me, how are things going over there? Are you alright?" Chao Yin, "Very good. This is all thanks to Cha Cha. Xiao Cha, _ Me, tell me about it. I'm curious. Jing Xing, let me talk about it. It's the old phase of tea to help. Xiao Cha, I'm obviously single. That's why I don't have an old lover. Momo. The three of them started fighting. Let me tell you what happened. A lot of snow monsters appeared at that time. Although we had the help of the python, it was still very difficult for us to fight. Cha-Cha tried to make it fun by yelling to see if she could get help. Then Mr. Squid and his subordinates appeared. Momo, the snow monster issue has indeed been resolved. But Mr. Squidward and Mr. Python have started fighting. We have been hiding in the boat and watching the big movie for a long time. Me, the extreme weather has passed. Hang in there until the ice melts and we'll pick you up by boat. I stayed alert for another hour and then fell asleep. When I woke up, it was daybreak. The room was filled with the aroma of food. But the boys were missing. I pushed the door and saw that they were in a team fishing box. Seeing me come out, Su Huai said, "The temperature has risen by 10 degrees. It is within the tolerable range. As long as we take proper protection, there will be no problem." I was brushing my teeth with salt. And after a while, I asked them, "How long have you been out?" Su Huai, 1 hour. Me, let's go inside and get warm first. After we've eaten and drunk enough, we can all go fishing together. When I turned around and went back to the house, Huang Quan Shuanghan opened the communication. After the connection, I saw that the background environment of Huang Quan Frost Cold was not like sailing. In short, the shape was strange. She looked rosy and looked healthy. Huang Quan Shuanghan, I saw the news that I was in good health in these 2 days, and my mental life was very bad. As soon as I heard Melon, I came with my spirit. What do you say? Huang Quan Shuang Han, you still remember that Shen, right? I laughed. You're queen. I know. Huang Quan Shuang Han. No matter how ridiculous. I won't play with you. Me, I'll shut up. Reflect. And beg you to feed melons. Huang Quan Shuang Han, I haven't seen you for a few days. You are becoming more and more unruly. Right? Anyway, in the first few days of the extreme cold, we huddled in a sailboat to avoid the cold. And soon our fellow tribesmen came to find us. Huang Quan Shuang Han, I burst into tears. Sister. Only then did I know that the one who was deep in his heart was the king. And a notorious and cruel emperor. The card worked. He didn't kill me. But he didn't tell the members of his tribe about my identity. He only told them that they couldn't eat me and couldn't die. Huang Quan Shuang Han, good guy. Sima Zhao's heart. Everyone knows that it wants me to be trapped in all kinds of strange scripts. I can live now. You can still chat with me. Rely on my acting skills. You don't know? In order to prevent the dense bloody mermaid abuse me and look at me with the eyes of food, I compose how many love stories of me and deep. But I only respect me. But I only want to go back to the sea. Huang Quan Shuang Han, I am now at the bottom of the sea. I don't know where I am. Shen's subordinates arranged a SHL room for me, where I can breathe freely. I only have such a small space to move around every day. When I open my eyes, I see dark water and all kinds of scary deep-sea creatures. I am about to suffer from deep-sea phobia. Huang Quan Shuang Han, the most fearful thing is still deep. It was forced to bind me. I made the rumors of me. Now the entire group it ruled knows that he has a kind of affection for me. This is different from its violent people. Definitely kill me 1,000 times. Imperial Frost, sister. Save me. Once it finds a way to unbind me, I will be dead. She cried sincerely, and I listened with great fascination. It was a pity that Xiao Cha was not here. Otherwise we would really like to let the two of them discuss with each other what magical experiences they had every day. Su Huai was about to say something, but finally couldn't help it. Your roommates are more amazing than the other. I turned my head and found that everyone had returned to the room without knowing when. Nor did I know how much of the dark history of Huang Quan Shuang Han they had heard. Jingchen complained. People are influenced by the bad company they keep. It's normal for her and her friends to encounter abnormal things. Just get used to it. From the other side of the video came the cry of Huang Quan Shuang Han. Like a pig being slaughtered. Aw. She cut off the call in a second and quickly typed a private message to me. Is there anyone next to you? How many people are there? How much of my dark history have they heard? I replied, not many. Not many. Just about 10. Huang Quan Shuang Han, my image. I can't find a boyfriend. Me, calm. What is the image? I have no. As a sister. How can you have? Imperial Frost. Me, think positively. Even though you can't find a boyfriend, you've already skipped all that and got a queen straight away. Emperor Shimi was closed. I transferred the topic. I set up a tribe. And the tribe has automatic navigation of the tribe. Do you want to join? Huang Quan Shuang Han, invite me tomorrow. I'm mad at you today. Humph. When I sent another news, I found that I was banned. When did this feature come out? The rescued women were cooking, and I had nothing to do. So I asked them, what are your plans for the future? The men looked at each other for a moment and asked in unison, please let me join your tribe. Me, members of our tribe must work together to unite together. If the intrigues will be expelled, the situation will be chased and killed when the situation is serious. Of course. We will not force the items, you get it. Every member in the family is independent. Who can help say it? They, yes. Through spending some time with them, I discovered that they didn't just hide and rely on others for protection during battles. And they were also quite diligent. So I thought they could be trained. So I agreed to their request. If we are compatible, we will be together. If we are not compatible, we will separate. The reason why I set up a tribe is very simple. It is just a group of friends who want to get along happily together. Therefore, we will never tolerate conspiracies, intrigues, open fights or covert struggles. After breakfast, we all went out. The few new members of the tribe fished for treasure chests on the deck, while the others stayed on the ice to prevent monsters from being caught so that they could respawn in time. The performance of those people was pretty good. Without any hesitation or retreat. We caught about 100 treasure chests in a day. Now that the extreme cold is over and the temperature is rising, we no longer need to exchange the treasure chests for resources. So we left them there and opened them after dinner. Before the game started, I asked, "Who has good luck?" Su Hui took a step back at that moment. "You are quite self-aware. And you know that you have spent all your luck on fighting and gathering their resources?" Bai Yu and Qiu Quan didn't say anything, but pointed at Jing Chen with a smile. "Him." I immediately said, "It's decided to be you. Go ahead." "Pikachu." Jing Chen looked at me as if I were an idiot, but still did as he was told. His luck was indeed good, as good stuff could be found in every treasure chest. The items here, including food, weapons and tools, were evenly distributed, with a little bit of everything. Soon there was only one treasure chest left, which was the blue treasure chest we caught today. I couldn't wait. "Hurry up! Hurry up! Open the thing!" Item: Blueprint of Future City, Future World Style. Introduction: Gather the materials needed for the future city, and use the future city blueprints to obtain a city full of futuristic technology. The city can only be placed within the tribal land, and cannot be moved after placement. What the H.L.? The city blueprints are out? And it can only be placed in the tribe? It sounds tall. But are you scientific? Let's not talk about the materials required for such a large city. We have to get the year of the monkey. You look at our area with only dozens of square meters. Is this a down city that can be placed? I suddenly felt that the farthest distance in the world was not between one side of the sea and the other, but that I had a city, but I had no resources or land. So I could not build it. This thing is definitely something for the late stage of survival. Jing Chen was able to get it. The probability is so small. It seems that his luck is really amazing. However, at present, it can only eat dust. After all, we are still a bunch of scumbag noobs. Chapter 62 announces the rankings. Jing Chen put away the blueprint in a good mood. "It looks gorgeous." He turned around and said, "Bai Yu Qiuquan, starting today, we will take it as our responsibility to build the city." Bai Yu and Qiu Quan looked at each other helplessly and smiled. "Okay. I'm afraid this thing isn't something that will happen in my lifetime." "Never mind. As long as they are happy. It's almost time to go to bed." I came to the deck. "Killer whale." I shouted towards the ice. And a moment later the killer whale broke through the ice, revealing its big, silly head. I stroked it. Did anything fall out of those snow monsters after they melted into the water? The killer whale nodded slightly, mainly because it was too big, and if it nodded too much, it would push me out. It opened its mouth and spat out several black stones engraved with runes. There are 3 pieces in total, all neatly arranged, and they are the cornerstones of the tribe. Me, does the Yeti only drop tribal cornerstones? How many Yeti did we kill? And it turns out that only 3 cornerstones were dropped? Su Hui, there must be at least thousands of them. Jing Chen, there are system announcements for establishing a tribe. Currently, there are 3 announcements including ours, namely our golden legend, Bailey Mingyue's Mingyu Wanli, and Ming Buli's Mo Shur Mo Wang. Me, is it possible that some people have the foundation but haven't had time to build a tribe yet? Jing Chen, I've asked around. The possibility is extremely low. And the World Channel isn't selling them right now. The 3 we have are hot items. He changed the subject. Sell it to get resources to upgrade the tribe. And the future city is just around the corner. So you were waiting here? But there is really no point in us keeping the tribal cornerstone. So it's better to sell it. Me, vote in the tribe chat. Tribal channel. Sheng Sisui, there are 3 tribal cornerstones now. If you agree to sell them to upgrade the tribe, you will get 1 deduction. If you have other ideas, you will get 2 deductions. The following people all replied in unison. That's fine. I'll be on the World Channel right now. Sheng Sisui, I'm selling 3 tribal cornerstones. If you're interested, please go to my shelf to check them out. Sheng Sisui, I'm selling 3 tribal cornerstones. If you're interested, please go to my shelf to check them out. One word caused 1,000 waves, and my discussion instantly became the most popular. The cornerstone of Kwai Kwai tribe was purchased and replaced by a treasure chest of goods automatically sorted out by the system. Scarcity makes things valuable. There are many people who want to establish official tribes, no matter which world they're in. Those who stand at the top will never lack resources. I am an exception. There were 3 cargo chests in total, 1 from each trader. I opened one of them, and the resources in it were just enough for me to upgrade my tribe. I'm going to upgrade the tribe, just in case everyone hold the handrails. This reminder is particularly wise, because after I was silently upgraded by the tribe, because the expansion growth of the bottom of the sea lifts the waves. The ice of hundreds of meters at that time was brushed and cracking. Our ships were violently ups and downs in this waves, and they returned to calm after 10 seconds. I couldn't wait to look at the tribe, only to see that the original dozens of square meters of land had expanded to 500 square meters. Jingchen was disappointed. There is still a long way to go in terms of urban area. Su Huai is happy. We can plant fields and build a small courtyard house here. However, the tribe's buildings must be made from blueprints and materials. Not to mention planting. There is no soil. The silent Lin Shui said. We cannot build and cultivate the tribal land. But we can place it. Right? We can make vegetable basins and place them on the land. Good idea. As she spoke, I suddenly remembered something else. Lin Shui, your wheelchair needs to be put on the schedule. My eyes turned to peace. Can you refer to your wheelchair? Anshuan nodded. Then let's do it tomorrow. Let's all go to bed early today. I measured the temperature before going to bed. It is now minus 60 degrees Celsius. For someone with my physique, it is not cold and is bearable. After falling asleep, I kept dreaming. After many hours in the dream, I began to wonder. It's been 9 hours. Why haven't I woken up yet? Another hour passed like this. Perhaps my body had gotten enough sleep, and my consciousness gradually went from being asleep to awake. The surroundings were very quiet, and there was no smell of food. I was confused. Logically, everyone should be awake at this time, and it should be the bustling time. I opened my eyes and found myself in the interior of the ship. The furnishings around me were the same as before I went to bed last night. But there was no one around me, and I didn't know when the bonfire went out. My name is Sheng Sisui. I am a survivor who was forced to cross the ocean. It is 8:30 in the morning, and the light is dim. I should have been laughing and joking with my companions, and starting a happy day. But there is dead silence all around me. I opened the door and walked out. The outside world was gray and foggy. I looked everywhere, but couldn't find my friend. Am I dreaming? Or did something unscientific happen to me in my sleep? As I was thinking, his voice suddenly appeared. The extreme weather rankings are being released. Is it just to say this? Do you explain my current situation without explanation? Or is it that this matter has nothing to do with him? Isn't this a collective copy of his design? While I was thinking, he began to read the names starting from the 10th one. I had no intention of concentrating on this matter, and decided to check the ship again. After walking a few steps, a huge shark suddenly flew out from the thick fog. It opened its mouth wide towards me, revealing its sharp teeth, and its eyes were full of bloodthirstiness. Wait, you shark can actually fly? Look at your little fins flapping to carry your big fat body. Does that make sense? I immediately dodged and tried to finish off the opponent. When I reached to my waist out of habit, I discovered that the Peach Blossom Beauty sword was not there. Something is wrong. Absolutely wrong. The creature that has put me in this situation is either too strong and is playing a cat and mouse game with me, or it is too strong to defeat me and is messing with my mentality. Another shark flew out of the thick fog, and a moment later another one. There were more and more sharks. As I dodged left and right among the school of fish, I heard my name and my friend's name appear in his mouth. The third place is tied by Sheng Sisui, and Sun, Su Huai, and Jingchen. Along with his voice comes a live broadcast from us. An idea suddenly occurred to me. By the way, you can determine everyone's location based on the live broadcast. The live broadcast screen of God's vision passed over the four of us, and all of us were included in the picture. They were all on the ship. But I just searched the whole ship. Why didn't I find anyone? Unnatural ability? I fell into memories. Because we haven't encountered any supernatural events since we left the Ghost Cruise. So I didn't think about it for a while. But now that my thoughts ran in this direction, I suddenly felt that this was a ghost. And we fell into its spell without knowing it. The more afraid we are, the stronger it becomes. The live broadcast of the four of us was updated in real time on the virtual screen. And the overall situation of the ship could be seen through the background of the four people. At this moment, we are distributed all over the ship, with a certain distance between each of us. We are moving in our respective areas, panicking or fearful, angry or fierce. In short, The picture is a group of people doing strange movements. Like crazy. Onlookers. What are they doing? What kind of weird morning activity is this? I thought Mr. Siswi was stupid enough. But I didn't expect he could be even more stupid. Ah. Those men on her ship are so handsome. Especially the one in the wheelchair. I really like his looks, and I want to protect him. I eat the face of the uncle. Please abuse me. Is that Su Hui at the stern? The legendary harvester of hatred. The leading male character at a certain point. And indeed a very handsome leading male character. But they look so stupid now. Handsomeness is worthless in front of stupidity. It turns out that stupidity is contagious. Give me back the handsome men and beautiful women. I don't know what kind of changes have taken place in everyone's mind about our image at this moment. I only know that we are broadcasting live now. So please stop this insane behavior. Although I believe that these sharks are all false statues, I still counsel in the face of shark group attacks. I had to die sooner or later. I gritted my teeth and stood still. And several sharks immediately engulfed me with their big mouths. Wrap it up. There is no pain at all. It turned out to be an illusion. Thinking about it this way, I was about to relieve it. And I felt a pain in my abdomen. I looked down and saw that my abdomen was flat, and there was nothing inside. I reached out and felt an arrow. It's a dark arrow hurt? I am not a pushover either. So I immediately took out a sealed box from my space necklace that I had opened a long time ago. There is a ghost sealed in that box. When my ship was looted during the battle, no one dared to take this thing. They were afraid that they would accidentally open it and hurt others and themselves. I had the same idea. And later I put it into the space necklace for safekeeping. And now it comes in handy. Ah! Why did the live broadcast cut off? I don't want to watch the replay of their battle. I want to know why they are so crazy. Jingxing logged into the world channel. That was an illusion. And also a ghost wall. In short, they saw a ghost. I want to see how she gets out of the maze. And what the box in her hand is for. Hurry and switch back to the live broadcast. He never listens to humans. And everything is still proceeding step by step. When the virtual screen plays the wonderful replay of our extreme cold period, I peel off the talisman paper wrapped around the outside of the box. And see black gas rising. It actually shakes the space around me, making me feel a sense of disconnection between time and space. The center of the black gas rolled and gradually twisted into a long-haired human wearing a white shroud. She lowered her head with her long hair covering her face, creating an atmosphere that was very similar to a horror movie. After experiencing a copy of the Ghost cruise ship, I was not afraid of this. After all, I was a woman who chased the ghost in the whole cruise ship. Oh yes. Although I have used it after leaving the cruise ship, I do use the identity of the magic hunting. Hey, I'm afraid you will hide it. If you are in front of me, then we fist to meet? My attacks can land directly on the bodies of these creatures. But why should I fight when I can just talk? I looked at it sincerely. Actually, I am a demon hunter. Your natural enemy. Do you understand what I mean? What this means is that I can hit your body directly. But the setting that humans and souls cannot be touched is useless to me. Chapter 63, European Emperor. I am no longer the same person I was before. It's useless to try to mess with my mentality by playing on the atmosphere. I punched the female ghost in the chest. When she was knocked into the air and fell freely, she suddenly raised her head and looked at me in shock. I guess she hasn't been beaten so easily and directly since she became a ghost. I saw doubt in her eyes. When she saw that I was not afraid of her and could hit me directly on the body, she immediately changed her strategy and started to confuse me with ghost magic. Or simply put, illusion. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Her manufacturing technique will definitely overlap with another known technique. Overlapping will cause a collision. And collision will cause shattering. If there is shattering, won't there be a gap? Just as I expected, the air began to shake like water waves after the spell overlapped. I took the opportunity to look around for a gap. I was still searching when the air suddenly shattered like glass, revealing its true appearance. It was obvious that my teammate found the gap first. Everything in front of me disappeared, revealing the true appearance of the ship. And I saw my embarrassed teammates. Boom! A wind blade flew up past me. I followed it, and saw a sailboat 10 meters in front of the ship. On the boat stood a man drawing a bow and pulling the string. The wind blade was flying towards him. There was more than one person on the ship. There was another person in the captain's room. He reacted very quickly and controlled the ship to avoid attacks. He looked like a veteran and experienced person. Because of this, The arrow that originally shot to me was not successful, and I was fortunate to escape. Thank you for, I shouted loudly. And Sun did not respond to me. Before they could perform new techniques on us, I shouted, Killer whale. Carry me. The killer whale broke through the ice. Here I have to say that the ice now is only about 10 centimeters thick, and it is definitely impossible to withstand humans. I turned over and jumped onto the back of the killer whale. I pointed at the sailboat, and the killer whale immediately carried me away. At the same time, and Sun tacitly used the wind blade to cover me. Parking the boat. The killer whale's tail slammed the sailboat hard, causing the boat to shake violently. The two humans had to give up the attack and stabilize themselves. Now take the opportunity to board the ship and fight and kill one of them. My personal combat effectiveness is still good. Otherwise they will not use ghosts to sneak attack. Not directly fighting. To prevent them from using ghost magic again. I killed them directly, and then went down to the cabin to search. I did not find any humans or resources here. I think they are driven to evil by poverty, and they have set their sights on binding my system. Talking about this system, I am really upset. This binding is completely useless to me, and I was robbed and killed for no reason. If Jingchen is bound, he must have reached the peak of life. I disassembled the sailboat into wood and rowed a whale back to the ship. Just then Su Huai dealt with the ghost. He was also a demon hunter, and he was much better than me in dealing with ghosts. The virtual screen in front of me ended the exciting replay of our battle tied for third place, and the scene suddenly changed to our current state. World Channel. It's over. How come it's over? I didn't even see how they got out. Back. A group of handsome men and beautiful women standing together is very pleasing to the eyes. I beg you to join the tribe. A golden treasure chest appeared out of nowhere next to each of us. His voice sounded again, and this time it began the wonderful replay of the second place. The first 3 have golden treasure chests, and the last 7 have purple treasure chests. I think the first place is Bailey Mingyu. She got 3 golden treasure chests. And the second place is Ming Buli. She got 2 treasure chests. Su Huai, Bailey Mingyu is the head of a great clan, so it is reasonable for him to get first place. Ming Buli was alone, but he got second place. His strength should not be underestimated. I used resources to repair the ship and said excitedly, Open the treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Who opens it first? Jingchen is very mad. Just let the uncle's first shot of good luck. Item. Step on ice to stop fire. Golden skill. Introduction. Water can be condensed into ice wherever you pass. The hardness of the ice is related to your mental strength. When it reaches a certain level, you can freely control the shape and power of the ice. Item. Spirit potion, small bottle. Introduction. Use it to increase your mental strength. He is indeed a European emperor. He actually unlocked a golden skill. Jingchen used his skills and potions, took 2 steps proudly, and saw thick water vapor within 3 meters of the ground beneath his feet, which condensed into spiked solid ice in an instant. This skill is very suitable for close combat. As long as you are close enough to the enemy, you can catch the opponent by surprise and throw them into confusion. Su Huai's blood boiled with excitement. It's my turn. He touched his finger to the treasure chest. Item. Bloodthirsty Demon Sword, purple. Introduction. This is a magic sword, which contains evil soul fragments. Using this sword will greatly increase your combat power, but you need to be careful not to be bewitched and replaced by it. Item. Willpower potion, small bottle. Description. Improve your willpower after use. Good job. Su Huai. You are worthy of being Su Huai. Isn't this the main character routine of a certain type of novel? Su Huai was quite happy, but at the same time very worried. Will I really be replaced? I patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry. If you are wrong, I will kill you immediately. Su Huai. Su Huai silently put away his sword, deciding not to use it unless he had no other choice. Now Anxuan and I were the only ones left to unpack. I asked, Who will go first? And Sun said briefly, You? I can. Before unpacking the box, I came to Jingchen with a smile. Jingchen was on guard. What do you want to do? It's a malicious smile, isn't it? I slapped him with both hands. Good luck. Jingchen dodged in shock. Stop. Stop. Stay away from me. I chased after him. Hey. Don't act like a bullied little wife. I'm just trying to get some luck. Jingchen was so angry, but he couldn't hide away. After I scolded him, he became depressed and turned his back on me. I'm not clean anymore. he muttered to himself. The little flying fish and the kitten, who had keen hearing, immediately showed their shared anger. They came forward and started spraying fire and water at Jingchen. Xia Xia ran to us angrily and said, "Sister, don't touch him." "Touch me?" "Me? What do you mean by touching? That's really just for good luck. Obviously I just touched his arm. How can I do something unspeakable?" I took a deep breath to calm myself, then silently told the system to start drawing lots. After a moment I saw the multiplier too. I was ecstatic and cried with joy. I was so lucky. "Jingchen, you are worthy of me. I will come back next time." And one looked at me thoughtfully. I was oblivious to this, and my attention was focused on the golden treasure chest that belonged to me. Item: Life Potion, small bottle. Introduction: As long as you have a breath left, you can be restored to the peak state of life. Item: Moonlawn Cottage, Xianxiao World Style. Introduction: After obtaining enough resources, this blueprint can be used to automatically synthesize the moon-raising house. The building cannot be recycled. The drawing shows a two-story building, which looks similar to an ancient building. The subtle differences in material shape and color make it look ethereal. Although these two things cannot improve my combat effectiveness, they are very practical. At this time I have to thank Jingchen, because thanks to his luck, my resources have doubled, which means I now have 3 life potions and 3 Lanyu cottages. I was so excited at that time. "Jingchen, did you see that? Now I have 3 bottles of potion and 3 moon-grabbing houses. All because of you." Jingchen was a little dazed and a little doubtful. "Am I really as good as this guy?" I said loudly, "Be more confident. I am really awesome." I revealed my true intentions. "So can I get it next time?" Jingchen fell silent, his expression tangled. "Next. Let's talk about it next time." "Good." It was shaken. If it was shaken, it means it will be okay next time. I was very satisfied with the result, and took out 2 bottles of medicine on the spot. "And Sun, Lin Shui, each of you gets a bottle. We don't lack medicine now. Use it boldly." And Sun nodded. The wind emerged from his fingertips, blowing away the potion in my hand, and he tilted his head slightly to drink it. Lin Shui cried with joy, and thanked him with tears streaming down her face. She thought she would be disabled for the rest of her life, but she didn't expect there would be a turning point. Shin Qifeng also knelt down to thank me, and the 2 of them swore to me that they would be loyal to me until death. I waved my hand to signal them to get up, and my eyes drifted towards Sun. I have always had an inexplicable interest in this person, and my intuition tells me that I am very special to him. This intuition is inexplicable, so I often look at him and think about the reason. There was no particular emotion on Sun's face. He drank the potion and tried to stand up. He succeeded. Even so, he still had no special emotions. He tried to lift his legs and walk, but because he had not walked for so long, he had forgotten how to walk and his body staggered immediately. I immediately ran over and held him. I consciously height was 1.7 meters. Not short, but there was still a short head in front of him. He didn't seem to mind my touch and whispered, "Thank you." The sound was so close. The breath fell near my ear. My heart trembled, and I felt a surge of heat. I laughed and said, "Why thank you? No need to thank me. It is destined by heaven that you will stand up one day." Xia Xia stood opposite us, looking furious. "Sister, what are you doing? Let him go by himself. You little girl. Why are you looking at me like that? As if I were a scumbag who abandoned her husband and children to find a lover." "Me, Xia Xia. We have to understand that he is just recovering from a serious illness." Xia Xia was angry. "That's not the case. If I go on this way, I look very wrong. So I will settle back to the wheelchair. A serious way. I will do more in the future and exercise." And Sun, yeah. He controlled the wheelchair to his golden treasure chest, and his fingers touched the lock. The lock opened automatically, and he lifted the lid, revealing its contents. Item: a talisman that conceals the secrets of heaven. Introduction: after use, you will enter the absolute world and be temporarily away from the gaze of everyone including him, for 1 minute. Items: raw never pin, purple. Introduction: as a weapon with a pin. All the creatures you paint can come true except human beings. The existence of fierce beasts and combat effectiveness are related to your mental power. Item: spirit potion, small bottle. Description: use it to increase your mental strength. Why do you have one more item than others? If I remember correctly, you are the only one who has opened 3 kinds of items in the treasure chest since I traveled through time? It turns out that the gold is guaranteed to give out 3 more things? This is such a small probability. So it turns out that you are the lucky one? Chapter 64, Home on Land. There are still many resources that can be exchanged for the tribal cornerstone. I will discuss with everyone the location of the moonlanding cottage. The final result of the discussion was to put them in a row, because it looks neater and more beautiful. This Lanyu cottage has white walls and glazed tiles, and has 2 floors. It is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. In the middle of the first floor is a slightly larger living room, and behind the doors on both sides are slightly smaller kitchens and storage rooms. Of course, they are all empty, so you need to make furniture yourself or open treasure chests to get furniture blueprints. There are 2 bedrooms on the second floor. After entering, I found a small room. I guess that is the bathroom. After the 3 moon-grasping buildings were successfully placed, the tribal land seemed a little crowded, and the leftmost and rightmost walls were only 1 meter away from the sea. This is mainly because in order to prevent the houses from being next to each other, there is a wide distance between the houses. It doesn't matter. Next time the tribe is upgraded, it won't be so crowded. No one cares that much. It's better to be close to the sea. I chose a small building in the middle. The area of this bedroom is okay. It is not a problem to stay with me and Xia Xia and Xiaofei fish kittens at all. The first priority is to build a house. But now all our wood has been used up. Jingchen seemed to want to live in a house in the land, urging the Tao. Go fishing boxes. Me, and Sun and Lin Shui. Please stay. They just recovered and need time to adapt. The rest of us will go fishing for treasure chests together. In order to protect our house and tribal land, we left the tribe, boarded a ship a few meters away, and drove the ship farther away. Everyone cooperated with each other, and in one day, we managed to catch hundreds of treasure chests. The unboxing session is always the most anticipated program. After dinner, I kept my eyes on Insun. Do you want to stab his Europe? And Xuanzhao's gaze was puzzled. My condition reflected and turned around to avoid. And when I came back to think about me, I am not so taboo? This is not in line with me. I thought for a few seconds and walked towards him. Can I try your luck? He looked at me quietly. Just when I thought about whether to come first, he stretched out his hand and put it on my shoulder. I didn't understand his brain around for a while, and I wondered to see him. And soon, how long will it take? Then I realized that he was taking the initiative to get close to me. The European Emperor took the initiative to get close to me. This wave is stable, I thought excitedly. After a few minutes, I was arrogant when I consciously charged the charging. Let me come! An hour later, I saw the dazzling array of items I had opened, and I burst into tears of joy. I was extremely lucky today. I got a few sea monsters, including edible shrimps and crabs. The remaining resources were doubled with the help of my system. This is the best day when I cross this world. It can be caught in the history book. I excitedly raised my hand and pressed Ensun's shoulder. Not bad. Very good. Let's continue tomorrow. Ensun nodded, and after I turned around, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It was getting late, so we took a rest on the ship. The next morning, we found that only large and small pieces of ice were left on the sea surface. I said to everyone, I'll go pick up Momo and the others. In addition to the ship, we also have 3 sailing boats. For the convenience of travel, I take a sailboat and call the killer whale to lead the road. Killer whales have a wide range of perception of human voices, and they know the location of Momo and the others. Xia Xia hugs my arm and said up, I'm going to go together. As soon as she spoke, the little flying fish and the little cat came over and asked to go with her. I thought there was no chance of encountering danger while traveling, so I agreed. The sailing boat sailed at the sea for about an hour, and a small wooden boat appeared in the field of vision. After closer, I heard Xiao Chaohuan's voice. It seems that they found that they could travel earlier, so they returned through the automatic navigation function of the tribe. There were several people in a small wooden boat, which was very pitiful. I welcomed them on the sailboat and lifted the small wooden boat onto the deck. We talked and laughed along the way, and when we came back we found that Su Huai was not there. I asked Jingchen and the others who were fishing for treasure chests, Where is Su Huai? Jingchen, I drove the sailboat to the nearby sea to look for abandoned sailboats and wooden boats. We have encountered several waves of ships during this extreme cold weather. It is still possible to find those ships now, that the ice has not completely melted. Su Huai is quite capable of doing so. Xiao Cha stood on the deck and looked at the buildings on the tribe excitedly. This is the legendary Lanyu cottage. Jingxing, each house has 2 bedrooms. On the 2nd floor. Right? I calculated it. Chao Yan acted like a queen. Shui Shui. Where do you live? Me, the one in the middle. On the right. Xiao Cha couldn't wait. Send us over quickly. I want to take a look. Jingxin suddenly said, Su Huai is back. I turned around and saw that Su Huai had indeed returned. And behind his sailboat were several dilapidated sailboats, and several wooden boats. Me, now that we are all here, why don't we choose a room together? We got down to work right away, and everyone was in high spirits. Half an hour later, Mo Momo and Fields moved in next door to me. In fact, Mo Momo disagreed. But he couldn't help but feel that Fields was her summoned creature. And he only recognized her. Both of them have pure thoughts. So there is no problem for them to live together. Xiao Cha and Chao Yin lived downstairs. What they thought was that the room was empty anyway. So they could put a bed in it and separate it with a bathroom. And it would become a bedroom. The 4 people in Jingxin's bedroom just occupied the 2nd floor of Xiaocheng next door. And Sun and Su Huai lived downstairs. There were 2 small rooms on both sides of the living room. The original use was the kitchen and storage room. Lin Shui and Shin Qifeng lived in the 3rd set of the moon. And the 6 women we saved were divided into the remaining 3 empty rooms. After assigning so many people, even the rooms on the 1st floor were not spared. At this moment, except for 1 empty room on the 1st floor of my house. All the other rooms are full. I deeply feel that the house is not enough. I hope that I can get another house before finding Huang Quan Chuanghan. When the dust settled, I pulled out a few drawings I had unboxed yesterday. Items: folding round wooden table drawings. Item: wooden single bed blueprint. Item: toilet blueprint. The probability is also interesting. I know that after owning a house, I must have a toilet. So the probability is higher. This was the first thing I got when I opened the box. With the toilet, placement became a problem. Finally, a consensus was reached to install it in the corner of the balcony on the 2nd floor, with 1 toilet for each house. Next is the single bed. Because of the amplification, with our current materials and drawings, we can instantly combine it into 3 beds. There were too few beds, and they were not enough. So everyone worked together, using the synthetic beds as a reference, and started making beds for themselves using wood and iron nails. A busy life came to the evening. Not only had beds, but also simple wardrobes and tables. Everyone felt much more at ease sleeping on land tonight. After all, when drifting on the sea, one always has to worry about the danger of shipwreck and drowning. But there is no such feeling on land. I slept until I woke up naturally, got up and washed up. When I was eating the breakfast they left for us, the people we rescued came over after winking at each other. I looked up. What's up? One of the Xinjiang women with a distinctive appearance said, we have discussed it and decided that we can't always rely on you for protection. We plan to go out to sea to gain experience and improve our combat effectiveness to save women who have suffered the same fate as us before. I remember this person. She is the most beautiful and most aggressive among these people. Called Gaiza. Me, that's great. Only when you become stronger can you do what you want to do. Have you decided to go to sea? Guiza, I've thought about it. Several of her people followed. Think about it. Me, okay. What do you need help with? Guiza was a little embarrassed, and after a few seconds hesitantly said, a sailboat, a few fishing rods, and if there are weapons, can you give each of us 1? I am refreshing, no problem. A few minutes later, I watched them carrying a kitchen knife, holding 8 fishing rods on the sailing boat, and they quickly allocated their work and sailed. Gaiza stood on the deck and waved farewell to us. We will definitely come back before the next national event. That means they will be away for a month this time. He had just sent a tribe member here. And Su Huai said, I have to leave for a while. Why do I? Su Huai, with me here. The tribe will be attacked every now and then. Besides, my way of improving my combat power is to use various routine Jedi counterattacks. There will be more enemies in the future, and the situation will be more dangerous. So I choose to act alone and come back when the national event is approaching. I thought about it. What he said made sense. If I just helped him to avoid trouble, he wouldn't be able to become stronger quickly. That's fine. But you have to be careful along the way. Also, don't talk too much. Be careful if too many enemies attack you, or you won't be able to play. Su Huai nodded, okay. In a moment, the tribes were nearly half of the members of the tribe, and others did not intentionally leave. Jingchen and his friends were concentrating on getting materials to upgrade the tribe and build the future city. My sisters and I fished for treasure chests, ate, slept, and occasionally went out for a trip. But every time we went out, we would be attacked by non-human creatures. It was extremely thrilling every time, and we began to doubt our lives. Lin Shui and Shen Qifeng became better and better. They said that after their combat effectiveness increased significantly, they got married. For this reason, they worked hard to exercise. When they encountered danger, they rushed. They also changed every day. And Sun is still the same as before. Quiet every day. He used to sit in a wheelchair, but now he doesn't need it anymore. He often stands quietly in the dark alone, looking like a gloomy and beautiful young man. Half a month has passed unknowingly, and I have been opening boxes for half a month. Today, my system finally saw an increase again after a long time, although it was only 1 times. What should I do? Today the treasure chest is most cost-effective. Before the box was opened, I was looking for my left hand, and my right hand was stunned in Jingchen. The salted fish turned over here. Jingchen said with disgust, "Let go. How can you force buying and selling?" I held his arm and did not let go. Jingchen looked at Anshuan. "You just let her do whatever she wants? You don't even resist?" Nodded without expression. Not speechless. "Jingchen, you are looking for it. How can you warm her spring breeze and indifferent to us?" Jingxing is afraid that the world will not be chaotic. "Brother, you don't want to cooperate. Go away. Change me." Xia was grievance. "Am I not luck? Why don't you get me?" The people of the small tea table were on the sidelines, and the Shuro field was straight. Chapter 65 All Desert Fighting 1. 1 month quickly passed, and it was 2 days according to what he said. I didn't know what it will happen. I still use the fishing box, and peeping the screen of the world channel as usual. This month, the tribes of Bailey Mingyu quickly upgraded, and tens of thousands of members. Judging from the short videos they released, the tribe actually had the size of a small city. Mingyu's tribe only rose through 1 level. Her model is similar to us. The people there are a group of united fighting lunatic. Fighting around. Notorious. But as far as I learned from Su Huai, Ming did not leave the blood of a good person. I think Su Huai is actually quite suitable for Ming Beauty's team. But Su Huai did not have much contact with them. He has always been a lone wolf, escaping many dangers, and his combat effectiveness has therefore increased rapidly. The 3 tribes that I sold at the time were established by the tribe. The tribes developed well, and the number of people had a number of people. If you want to survive better these days, you still have to hold a group. Except for the tribes where I and Ming are not separated. Other tribes are mixed with the wind. Probably the reason why it is very close to the Dajong date today. Someone talked about this topic. World Channel. Will this big fight be like the last one, with all humans coming together? No matter whether it converges or not. I just want to know if there will be any monsters that drop the tribe's cornerstone. Scarcity makes things valuable, so they will definitely sell for a high price. During the last natural disaster, Boss says we sold 3 of them. Didn't he make a lot of money? Speaking of the news, there is no news like a water boss for a long time. And I will forget this person. It's normal. The waves behind push the waves ahead, and the waves ahead die on the beach. I was reading my own gossip with great interest when I suddenly heard Jingchen's excited voice coming from behind me. Like water, the resource is enough for the tribe to upgrade. You will upgrade soon. I turned around and said, "Calm down. Think about your millions of female fans, and keep up your image. Jingchen, don't talk about these nonsense. Upgrade quickly. This man has been fishing and opening treasure chests day and night for the past month, just to upgrade the tribe as quickly as possible so that it can reach an area large enough to accommodate the future city." Me, okay. But there has to be a sense of ceremony, right? Otherwise, this thing won't be very glamorous. When he heard the word gorgeous, he was no longer anxious. He was still quite handsome when he was silent and thinking seriously. I couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Xia twisted my face with a resentful look. "Don't keep staring at him. Sister, look at me!" Jingchen immediately became defensive. "You're staring at me? What do you want to do? Do you want to hurt me? Is this a person in your heart?" Xia's waist. What happened to my sister? Hey, you just told me not to look at him? Seeing that the topic was about to get out of hand, and Sun spoke calmly, trying to turn the tide. What should we do for the sense of ceremony? I immediately interjected. First, everyone has to be present. I asked Jingchen, what else do you think you need to add? Then he said to Xia, would you like to think about it too? As expected, the two of them were distracted and began to think about the gorgeous sense of ceremony. However, it is of no use. Given our living conditions, the best we can do is get together and have a good meal, which is hardly luxurious. Jingchen looked a little depressed. Forget about it this time. When the future city is built, we will hold a grand ceremony. Me, yes. It will have to do a big deal. 2 days before the big fight, Su Huai returned first. We were chatting with him when we saw a fleet appear in our sight. Is it Guizhou and the others? I sent them a message to ask, but they said they were on their way back and were at least a day's journey away from the tribe. At that time, my face changed and asked Su Huai, is there any possibility that fleet is your friend? Su Huai wondered, the fleet? What kind of fleet? I pointed it somewhere. Look at that. Su Huai's face changed at the time. No. They have chased it. The strange thing about these words is terrible. Otherwise, you still look for the time machine. A few hours ago. Then I told you. You cannot come back? Our tribe is here. Running is not a way. I asked Su Huai's situation of the fleet. Su Huai's face was bitter. It was a fleet with only a woman. At the beginning, I slept and was awakened in the middle of the night. I found that I was caught in the battlefield. At the time, they were fighting with another fleet of men. I heard the people in that fleet say dirty words about women. So I joined the battle. After the battle was over, the fleet of women invited me to be their guest. They invited me for 5 days in a row. Their captain stuck to me every day and followed me to the toilet. As soon as I mentioned leaving, their faces changed. It was so scary. I finally escaped. Jingchen nodded, just escape. Others, when I was speechless, Xiaocha became our mouth. Xiaocha, are you too serious? The two question mark faces. Xiaocha, are you single for your mother? Yes. The two of them were in unison and have a well-deserved conscience. Xiaocha sighed deeply. Forget it. No one can be saved. Chaoyan said aside, they have entered the scope of security. Su Huai panicked, prepare for battle. As soon as I patted his head, what kind of war? Pick up the guest. Su Huai is very embarrassed. Ah. Jingchen also had the same doubts. Su Huai reacted. And I knew what I knew. You want to perform acting again to test them. Jingchen listened in and voted towards us. You are really bad eyes. Xiaocha sighed again. Forget it. I can't save it anymore. There is no possibility of having a script. We are just watching a show in a dull manner, adding some fun to this survival life. And by the way, prying open those two stupid heads to see if there is any possibility of developing a relationship with that group of women. The fleet had 20 sailing ships, and they stopped at a place 20 meters away from our tribe. After that, the crew ran out of various places and stood on the deck to look at us. They looked united. At this moment, they were talking. And slowly, looking at our eyes became afraid and unwilling. Their eyes were too complicated, and a group of single dogs couldn't interpret it. So I looked at Xiaocha, who was in the battle of rotten peach blossoms. Me, what's going on? Xiaocha's lips slightly bent. Interesting situation. Although you don't know what you mean, you must be thinking about strange scripts in your mind now. Chapter 66, National Desert Brawl, Part 2. Neither of us did the intention of attacking. I thought about it. So I took out the big horn I traded from the space necklace. The loud voice passed out. And I have to say that there is a horn that it is good. I don't need to growl loudly. It protects my throat and allows the other party to hear my voice. Guess from afar. Low. Probably this sound combined with this text, which seemed particularly unfair. The people on the fleet whispered. And then, they even took out a big speaker. The woman with a horn was a woman in black. Only listening to her. Surprising the Huai. We immediately leave. If this is an ordinary person, they can't grabbing people. But this is a golden legend. There can be a lot of combat effectiveness ceiling. Me, you will definitely pay. But it as a guest. Is it better to leave a meal and go? The other party was very timid. No need. Me, I think you misunderstood. I'm not a casual patriarch. This is just a chance to create peace talks for both of you. Can you come? The fleet whispered for a long time. And I was discussing the discussion and couldn't grab it. In the end they made a decision. The captain. Come. I put down the horn and turned. Su Huai. You are quite attractive. Su Huai. The fleet must have some strength. Just come. And they leaned off a few minutes later. I saw the base was surrounded, and thought about upgrading it tomorrow and building a dock. A beautiful woman with a tall and cold temperament from the boat. A large number of women got off the ship and supported her. I grinned, walked in front of our members, and stretched out my hand. Hello. My name is Shen Shui. Those behind me are members of the Golden Legend. There is no expression on the side. The sound is faint. Holding my hand back. Xiao Yuyan. Just a certain female lead's name? When the two sides touched, I turned around. What are you looking at? The bonfire lifts it up. The ingredients are ready, and the guests from the distance are greeted by our enthusiasm. Xiao Yuyan was calm, and the people behind her were suspicious. Su Huai was embarrassed to slip away, and she could only be far away from the two of us. Xiao Ti came over, water and water. Let me take her to our base. I'm helpless. This guy wants to do things again. Okay. I'm waiting for you here. Xiao Chahong nodded, and asked Xiao Yuyan to ask for a posture. Go. Miss Xiao. Captain. We're with you. The people behind her were nervous. Xiao Yuyan, it's okay. Wait for me. She could feel that these people had no ill will towards her. The only one who was a little suspicious was the high school girl in front of her, who called herself Xiao Cha, and was very gentle to her. But it doesn't matter. If she dares to do it, she will be polite. I said with a smile to those nervous women. Don't be nervous. Just go shopping and work hard all the way. Go to the bonfire and rest. A total of 5 bonfires were ordered. The 4 regiments were stewed things, and 1 was stir-fry. The job of cooking was made by Lin Shui. She heard that she was a senior chef before crossing. Shen Qifeng was playing for her. The two cooperated very well, and it was difficult to insert into the third person. I don't know what Xiao Cha said to Xiao Yuyan. It didn't take long for Xiao Yuyan to come out with anger. Seeing this, her crew immediately got up and rushed out, and cast a bad look at us. I asked Xiao Cha, who walked away, what did you do to her? Xiao Cha looked innocent. I just asked her about Brother Su Huai. After the conversation, I said distressfully, Brother Su Huai is so lucky to be taken care of by you. If he wasn't injured, I would be very sad. It is worthy of you. Xiao Lu Ti. Presumably Xiao Yuyan was moved to be moved because of Xiao Cha's tea words and thoughts. Xiao Yuyan walked coldly to Su Huai. Su Huai opened without hesitation. Xiao Yuyan twisted his eyebrow. Stand. Su Huai kept in shape. And he was not stupid. They ran one by one. And gradually Xiao Yuyan chased the fire to death. He ordered the crew. Catch him. Jing Chen immediately wanted to call someone to organize. And he talked. And I covered his mouth. Stay honestly. Jing Chen looked at me in shock, saying with my eyes, which side of you? His brother. Jing Xing said, don't be nervous. There will be nothing. Just watch the show. Jing Chen looked at his brother in shock. Did you say that you just watched it? Suddenly Jing Chen's eyes were desperate. He felt like a little white rabbit. And the group of people including his brother were all gray wolves. And Sun's gaze fell on me and Jing Chen, and didn't know what he was thinking. I did not notice the abnormal person behind myself. Instructing Jing Chen to watch the change, and then let go of my hands, only to release his hand. A handkerchief suddenly appeared in the field of vision. I look at the owner of the handkerchief. Anshuan, wipe it. I wondered, what are you rubbing? And Anshuan looked at my hand, and its meaning was self-evident. I always couldn't refuse him. I took the handkerchief from my heart and wiped my hands. This handkerchief turned out to be human. Probably Xuan had just controlled the wind and sent it to the water. Although I did it, I murmured. Not dirty? When I wiped my hand, I found that the kitten was scratching Sun. Xia Xia was angrily staring at Sun, and Xiao Feiyu was preventing them from disrespectful to Sun. Wait. Why did I use the word disrespect? I am thinking about the sound of changing tones in front. Don't you know? I looked up and stunned. What kind of plot did I miss? Why did Xiao Yuyan hold the arms, like a daughter-in-law? Xiao Cha's words are hard to say, so don't patronize love and scolding when watching the show. Miss the plot? Xiao Yanxia nodded. That's it. Only Mo was normal. She explained. Xiao Yuyan just said the name of Su Huai's relatives, and then raised his hand to let him see his bracelets. Ask him to recognize. Su Huai said he didn't know. I touched my chin, so Xiao Yuyan gritted his teeth and turned into this way. Mo, yes. Me, there is a story. Me, go. Go to Lin Shui to get some food and watch the meal. Xiao Yuyan was extremely angry, and his expression was cold. If you want to destroy the contract, you can say it. Su Huai's uppercase is aggressive. What are you talking about? I can't understand it in one sentence. Xiao Yuyan sneered, and pulled off the bracelet to fall to the ground. Since you insist on this marriage is not ending. She closed her eyes, and looked up at the starry sky. Grandpa. You see? It is not that I don't keep a promise. Since he is unwilling to marry me, why should I hurry up? After saying that, she stared at Su Huai with cold eyes. The relationship between our two families has ended. You are the one who broke off the engagement first. If we meet again in the future, you and I will be enemies. Xiao Yuyan moved to Xiao Cha's body coldly, and did not speak. After a few seconds, she said to the crew, Go! Xiao Cha's mind worked very quickly. He knew that he was doomed in an instant, and immediately said, Su Huai and I have nothing to do with each other. He is just a big fool. Don't count me in. Xiao Yuyan, ha. Xiao Cha. Xiao Cha was extremely worried. I just wanted to know Xiao Yuyan's attitude towards Su Huai, and to find out what she had hidden. I didn't expect it to be a breakup. Sigh. Xiao Yun said faintly. In novels, the one who was humiliated by the broken engagement was always the male protagonist, who would be super awesome in the future. Here it's the female protagonist. You're done. Xiao Cha became even more worried. But she would never lie down when it came to matters of life and death, and immediately started to work on a solution. She picked up the bracelet that Xiao Yuyan had thrown away, and went to ask Su Huai about the matter. Su Huai looked at me unkindly. You just shouted that I was a fool. Xiao Cha. Xiao Yuyan landed on the sailing boat, glanced at Su Huai and Xiao Ti crowded together, and then set sail on the entire fleet. With my understanding of Su Huai, he is really innocent. Of course, I am not saying that Xiao Yuyan is bad. In short, in terms of routine, they are endless. Just go with the flow. It's a pity that we cooked so many dishes and wanted to negotiate peace with them this time. But we didn't expect Su Huai to be so naive and Xiao Yuyan to be so domineering and decisive. There are still so many dishes left that I can't finish them even if I eat too much. What should I do? This problem was quickly solved. A strong wind blew at sea at night. Guizha told me that they were sailing with the wind, which increased their speed by nearly 3 times. And they would arrive tonight. So everyone just waited for them to come back. At 12 o'clock in the evening, they returned from the dust. When they left, they still looked small. Now, after a month of experience, they have a lot of spiritual temperament. It seems that this trip is quite abundant. Guizha's skin is tanned into bronze, and his body is bulging with force muscles. He looks bright, confident and handsome. She bared her teeth and said, This time we rescued more than a dozen people, destroyed 2 fleets, and harvested a lot of resources. The women on the ship who were moving the goods are all those we rescued and survived the test. Do you want to take them into the family? Me, yes. They will be in charge of you. Guizha, okay. Their ship increased from 1 to 6, with people pouring out one after another, and soon the resources filled the empty space. Guizha introduced them to me one by one, and a few minutes later, they became members of Golden Legend. So many people came at once that there wasn't enough housing in the base. I said, Let's eat first. After we're full, we can upgrade the base. There was laughter and chatter during the meal, as everyone told about their experiences. After eating and drinking, I started to upgrade the base. In fact, we don't need our resources. The resources obtained by Guizha and the others are enough for upgrading, considering that there is still a long way to go. If I don't use their resources, I will use our resources for upgrading. Name, Sheng Shishui's Golden Legend Tribe, Level 3. Deputy Talent, None. Presbyterian, Su Huai. Jingchen. Gu Yiza. Number of members, 35. Tribal area, 90,000 square meters. So much area has been added in a short time. I suddenly felt like I had too much land to use. Looking at the huge open space, I said to everyone, How about I buy some tribal building blueprints and break down the Moonlawn cottage into materials? Jingshan was the first to agree. Make it the same style. If you want it gorgeous, leave it to me. Since someone takes over, I am happy. Half an hour later, he handed me a drawing. This building area is too large, and the materials are used. The tribes that Qishan entered the arms could not be used. After selling it to us, the resources traded to him are enough to build another drawing building. I took the drawing. Item: Blueprint of Yuanshao Street, Xianxiao World Style. Introduction. Generate a Yuanshao Street building complex after use. The introduction to the blueprints this time was very simple. Presumably because it was no longer a secret that the blueprints could be combined with resources to form buildings. So there was no need to explain more. I checked the number of resources I needed. And it was a lot. We upgraded the remaining resources left by the tribe, coupled with Geysa brought by them, and the obtained by the decomposition of the moon Xiaolu, which is not enough to synthesize. This is not enough. Not that it's far from enough, but it's just a little bit short. Maybe if we just fish and open treasure chests for another week it will be enough. Guizhou said, dismantle the sailboats in our fleet and keep only one. There are several wooden boats on the boat. After the melee is over, we will sail with those wooden boats on one sailboat. When the materials are sufficient, we can upgrade them to sailboats. This is indeed a solution. I did not refuse. I estimated that they had one sailboat when they left, and now there are 4. I only need to dismantle 2 of them. After the decomposition, I meditated to synthesize Yuanshao Street. Although it is said to be a number, there are actually not that many. On both sides of a 6-meter-long bluestone road are 2 rows of 2-story buildings that are quaint and a bit fairy-like. When I counted carefully, there are 298 of them. It is called Yuanshao Street, and it is indeed just as its name suggests. The layout of all these houses is the same. The first floor is spacious and suitable for shops, while the second floor is smaller and suitable for living. With the size of our tribe, having shops is useless, and we can't use them at all. On the first floor, there were 3 bedrooms. On the second floor, there were 3 bedrooms. It was still empty. Fortunately, everyone had a bed and moved it directly. The house is abundant now, and everyone can have a bedroom. I chose a house in the center. Xia. Feng Ran and I each had a room. Chao Yin and Chao Chao lived in one room, and Imo Momo and Fields lived in one room. The 2 houses were next to mine. After the housing was settled, I went to the second floor balcony and watched everyone busying around. Everyone chose to live in the central house, and if they were chosen, they would line up outside in turn. As soon as I looked up, I found that the bedroom door on the opposite side opened, and then Sun came out of it. He found me at first glance. Our eyes met, and I grinned. Hello. He nodded. Hello. In order to greet tomorrow in the best condition. Everyone slept until they woke up naturally. And when they woke up, they naturally went fishing for treasure chests frantically. Another day passed, and everyone gathered together fully armed, waiting for his voice to sound. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. His voice is heard throughout the world in anticipation. The national brawl has begun. As his words fell, ripples appeared in the air. Everything became blurred and then reorganized. The endless sea disappeared, and all that was visible was yellow sand that stretched as far as the eye could see. A group of hungry travelers were lost in the endless desert. They had nothing, and they prayed for miracles. When they were dying, God responded to them. God said that every time night falls, supplies will be released. The supplies are in a treasure chest that emits golden light. Open it, and you will get a random amount of food and water. But before that, you have to stay alive until the treasure chest is released. Chapter 67, National Desert Brawl, Part 3. They said they were a group of hungry and thirsty travelers. But I looked left and right, but didn't see a single person. Come in kidding. Isn't this? Do you also talk about integrity? Liar. Ding. Yunsan suicide value plus 1000. I was lying under the fiery sunlight, and my eyes were reflective yellow sand. There are no plants, no water sources, only forced high-intensity sunlight and a weak body that is hungry and thirsty. I raised my middle finger to the sky, and as expected, I heard the voice of the death value announcement again. The yellow sand was scorching hot from the sun, and I had to stand up despite the discomfort. Only then did I realize that the weapons I carried with me had disappeared. I knew that even though he hated me, He could not do anything illegal and take away my weapon alone. The reason why I have this cognition is that he is not used to me. And I am not living well. And I have entered the top 10 many times. I tried various chat channels and found that the signal was blocked. And I couldn't contact them at all. His information mentioned that there will be a treasure chest with golden light every night. I think it is useless to think about it. I felt at ease and started digging a hole in the ground, deciding to lie down and escape the heat. Of course, my main purpose was to conserve my energy. It was a great idea. But I never expected that after I had been digging for a while, the yellow sand under my feet suddenly rolled, and I was pulled down by the force of nature. The sand is falling down, which means that there is nothing underneath. Generally speaking, according to the plot of the novel, there must be countless dangers hidden underneath. Are you kidding? I'm not stupid. How can I let myself get involved in such a weird plot? I used scientific knowledge to save myself on the spot. And it was very effective. I was only one leg away from getting out. But I never expected that a large pool of sand would suddenly appear in the sky above me. I was like, yes, I was buried. I'm sure no one was plotting against me. That thing really appeared out of thin air. It's too unscientific. How many unscientific things I don't know. Falling is a very painful process. After all, there is no breathing. Even if I was in agony, I didn't dare to open my nose. It was sand. People can at least choose not to die ugly and horrible. Thanks to my good physical condition and the time I could hold my breath, my body suddenly began to fall rapidly before I suffocated to death. And the yellow sand fell with me. Paw. As soon as I had an intimate contact with the earth, yellow sand hit my back and almost disabled me. I can finally breathe now. I push away the sand, and a mouthful of smell. I started coughing violently on the spot. Okay. It smells bad, but it's better than no air. My night vision is pretty good, even though it's in black and white. After I recovered, I looked around. This is a natural passage, and no one knows where it will lead to. Perhaps there are dangers or opportunities hidden there. Haha. The above plot only belongs to Long Outin. That is Su Huai's script. It is impossible for me. This is indeed a natural cave. Judging from the slippery marks on the ground and the fresh carcasses of animals, it is obvious that there are only dangers and no opportunities here. I looked up and saw that the dome was at least 10 to 20 meters away from me. It was impossible to climb up, so I could only find another exit. An unknown predator occupies this place. Since it can get in, there must be an exit. The ground was covered with a layer of green slime, which was really disgusting. I walked carefully. Every few steps I would see animal corpses. Some were half digested with flesh and blood still on them, while others were just dry bones. The road was really long, and I kept paying attention to the situation around me. I found that there was a dent in the dome above my head from time to time, and the sand there was looser, which showed that there was a problem at a glance. Generally speaking, for me, a problem means danger. I don't know how long I had been walking. I was thirsty and hungry, and I was almost dying. But when I thought about dying in this disgusting slime and being eaten by an unknown predator when it came back, I didn't want to die anymore. After all, this thing has so much slime, so its body must be very scary and ugly. Even if I die, I can't die at the hands of an ugly thing. Right? With a huge belief that I didn't want to die, I continued to move forward until I reached the end. I finally made it through 5 hours. And now you tell me this is a closed space with no way out? At this moment I really wanted to die. But when I thought about what would happen after death, I held back. Since it is a closed space, how do you move? Isn't it a sandworm? Ha ha ha. I couldn't laugh, because a disgusting head of a few meters wide came out of the dome. Hey, I guessed it right, I immediately said. Ugh. Although I am not afraid of fighting. Can I get a normal species? This creature is really disgusting. And it is so big. Probably because it didn't expect its nest to be broken into by food. The sandworm was stunned for a moment, and used its big head, which contained a small brain, to think. After thinking for a few seconds, it made a decision. Then I saw that it had a long body and many centipede-like legs. It was so ugly that people wanted to gouge out their eyes when they saw it. I am particularly sober, and my physical condition is hungry. Otherwise, I have to spit out overnight meals. That thing approached me, and the sound of crying dad and shouting mother on the way. I found out that there were a few nodular limbs under the darning belly, and it was firmly bound to a person. Still an acquaintance. The voice came from him. Shung Sisui. Save me! The man shouted in horror with all his strength. Apparently the end of the bug belly was too terrifying. We are both dying travelers. Do you think I can save you? He turned pale with fear. And suddenly saw the bones. Kill it with the bones. There is indeed only this method. In order to survive. My face holds the animal bones full of mucus pale. Stabbed a few pieces of ribs. And then threw it fiercely. Impossible for melee. It is not good looking. Because of the dying setting. My combat effectiveness dropped sharply. The ribs were thrown past, and did pierce into its body. But only a small part of it. Wanted to let it die. That I had to pierce it into a hedgehog. Fortunately, there were enough bones here. And I finally killed it. Looking at the huge and disgusting corpse. I didn't feel any joy of victory in my heart. And I just wanted to chop off my hands. Feng Ju crawled out of the corpse in a daze. He was affected and his whole body was in a disfigured state. 7-foot men. He burst into tears. Feng Yan was unhappy. And the key, he didn't dare to wipe his tears on himself. Which would be worse. Feng Ju, I don't think I can take it anymore. I'm dirty. I far from him, just know it. It would be nice if we had someone here who had water skills. I really want to wash myself. Just as I finished thinking, I heard the sound of water splashing. It turned out that Feng Ju was scrubbing himself frantically. I am unbelievable. Do you know the skills of water? Feng Ju, yes. So is the only me who is unlucky? Me, divide me. I want to. Who would have thought that in this thirsty desert? The first thing travelers would do when seeing water is not to quench their thirst, but to scrub themselves frantically. I don't know how many times I washed myself. The mental pollution I suffered was alleviated a lot. And I became a drowned chicken. The two miserable humans looked at each other. And only they understood the sadness. After a few minutes, as we moved away from the body, we felt our spirits begin to improve. For the sake of our lives, we braved death and used water skills to drink enough water in this environment, which restored some of our strength. Me, how to go out is a problem. You can't stay here all the time. Oxygen will be exhausted sooner or later. Feng Ju looked frightened. It's better not to go out. Me, huh? There are all these creatures out there. They can move freely in the sand, and specifically ambush around treasure chests. I immediately felt that I was doing. So we have a treasure chest above? Feng Yan, yes. But do you have a life? Even if you have a life, can you eat it for them? Chapter 68 All Desert Fighting, 4. So you choose to die here? Feng Yan, impossible. It's too disgusting here. Me, that's it. Let's go out first. Since we're already out, it makes sense to take the treasure chest with us. Right? Feng Ju was silent for a long time. Even if he wanted to lie down, he couldn't lie here. He should at least change to another place. He looked up. How do we get up there? Me, let's go to the place where I fell first. The sand there is only a few meters from the ground. Feng Ju showed a sympathetic expression. You also encountered sandworms. They are really ugly and cheap. Those things move in the sand. And humans on land have no way to defend themselves against them. I am honest, no. I dug the pit and dropped. Why are you digging a hole for no reason? Me, it's too hot. I want to lie flat. I just have such a tiny wish. And I can still encounter the problem of digging the old nest of the sandworm. It is really. Feng Yan stunned a word. It is worth you. After regaining some strength, we ran underground and finally arrived at the place where I first fell. I thought that I would not be so unlucky before I decided to go forward to find an exit. I didn't expect to go back here. I weighed the cleaned animal ribs in my hand and threw them upwards. When I saw the sand shock, there was a scream from the upper. What happened? I just test my power now. I plan to see if I can smash the wind in a punch. The upper part was calm again. I stretched out my hand to Feng Ju. If someone is frightened, it means that the ribs have broken through the sand. Come on. It's your turn. Remember to save me when you get out. Feng Ju's face was full of rejection. It will kill people. Me, I will control the power. Believe me, you will at most disabled. Feng Ju, no. 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 Don't come over. Let me think about it again. Me, don't think about it. Just now. Just when I was about to force my way in. A sense of crisis suddenly came over me, and I immediately pulled Feng Ju to the side to dodge. The place where he had just stopped was pierced by a vine as thick as an arm. It quickly left, followed by a series of attacks. Opportunity is rare and will never come back. I grabbed the tangled vines and used their force to rush onto the sand. Because of the weight of Fengju and I, the vines felt stuck when they were pulled out. And I heard a female voice in a sobbing tone. What should I do? I tie it. If it comes out, we will die. So what are you waiting for? Use your skills now. And run while it's still in the sand. Hey. 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 Don't run. We're still stuck in the sand. Her skills were dispersed. Feng Yin and I were buried in the sand. The sand was tied many times, which was very soft. I forcibly moved my arm and waved out. Open a large pit. And the fresh air suddenly poured in. It's just that the air is too hot. Fengju also crawled out. Isn't there a big temperature difference between day and night in the desert? This unscientific. What is the use of science? I look at the hazy golden light in the distance. Go away. Open the treasure chest. Fengju was lying flat before. He just wanted to die in a less disgusting environment. Now that he was back on the ground, his expression changed like turning the pages of a book. He said eagerly, Let's go open the treasure chest. There are many sandworms guarding the treasure chest. So it's much more convenient now that there are two of us. I was well aware of my unlucky nature. So I took the initiative to say, I'll lure away the sandworms. You go grab the boxes. And then we'll run together. Fengju nodded. As the patriarch of a family, he had brains and courage. We divided the work and cooperated with each other. And successfully reunited after a few minutes. We ran side by side in a random direction, with a huge army of sandworms behind us. Fengju was about to collapse. This is too much. He had never encountered such a big scene, even in the extreme cold weather. She was worthy of being Xingsisui. There was nothing wrong with her ranking. And the whole process was exciting. He ran through his strength and roared around the treasure chest. I will open the treasure chest now. And the resources are separated from our separation. Me, fire. 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 Better fire weapons of mass destruction. Fengju opened the box on the spot. The golden light dimmed, and he took out a bulging backpack from the box. The backpack was opened, revealing several bags of bread, bottles of mineral water, and some canned food. Fengju fumbled, and took out a dagger. This is a weapon that is good at killing monsters. But what is chasing us now are a group of disgusting sandworms. Anyone who fights in close combat will be a fool. Fengju put on his backpack and handed me the dagger. Kill them quickly. I didn't answer. You can go if you want. I won't do it. Hey, Sayajuazi. If you go, I only want 2 points of this resource. And I'll give you the rest. How about that? Fengju, who the H.L. calls me Xiaojuezi. You are the one who is right. And I am the one who is wrong. Go. No one wanted to go. So we could only run. We didn't know how long we ran. But those things were still chasing us. Just from a distance. At our current distance, it seems likely that they will catch up if we stay still for 3 minutes. We can't run away anyway. Let's take advantage of these 3 minutes to eat something, drink something, and take a short rest. Fengju was very tired and accepted the proposal. As soon as we stopped, we were immediately overwhelmed by hunger and thirst. In a very short time, we ate a piece of bread and half a bottle of water and set out on our escape again. The wind was too strong and the heat was rolling. I shouted. Being chased by one group of monsters is still being chased by 2 groups. Let's go open another treasure chest. Fengju couldn't believe it. Are you crazy? Just tell me whether you will do it or not. Fengju hesitated for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and said, Hack. Anyway, we are being chased relentlessly. We have already run away, so we should at least gain something. Otherwise it would not be worth it. At a glance, there are many golden lights in the desert. Some are close at hand. Some are very far away. The lights are disappearing with the passage of time. And someone is turning them on. I pointed to the nearest golden light. Go there. We spent the whole night opening treasure chests, while being chased by groups of monsters. Every time we took a treasure chest, there would always be another group of monsters behind us. We ran like this until dawn. I looked back and saw dust rising behind us, as if a sandstorm was happening. That was not a sandstorm, but the dust raised by the monster running. Speaking of which, we got 6 treasure chests that night, but we didn't meet a single familiar person. After daybreak, the field of vision widened. The temperature was higher than yesterday. The air I breathed was slightly distorted, and I felt about 50 to 60 degrees. Running under the scorching sun in this situation is quite unbearable for both humans and monsters. Finally, the monster could no longer endure it, and as the sun moved towards the center of the sky, it reluctantly returned to the cool darkness. I was in danger, and I felt like I was going to die. I was a hungry and thirsty traveler who was on the run at night. I only ate a few slices of bread and drank a few bottles of water along the way. Feng Ju lay on the ground in a humiliating manner, and was burned by the high temperature and jumped up with a scream. He is now like a dead dog. At least the death environment is better than the sandworm nest. I put my backpack on my head and filled half a bottle of water. That land is undulating. There must be shadows. Let's go check it out. It was a good idea. And when we half-deadly passed by, we found that a group of wolves had the same idea. There were hundreds of them, scattered in the shadows of these undulating rocks. Our arrival received their bloody gazes. But it was useless. We were all here to save our lives. If we got mad, the worst that could happen was that we would all fight together. I glared back at them ferociously. The group of wolves made a low roar and turned to a white wolf not far away. The wolf body was larger than the wolf group. It roared, and those gray wolves quietly calmed down and closed their eyes to rest again. Feng Ju was very panicked. Are we sure we want to rest here with them? Me, there is no other way. Don't worry. It's not a big problem. They have been hunting all night, and now they need to rest. Just like us. We will eat and drink enough later, and take turns to keep watch. Chapter 69, National Desert Brawl v. We came to a rock of the outermost lying. Two wolves lying here. And the two sides were less than 3 meters away. They obviously didn't welcome us, and gave us fierce looks with their bared teeth. Am I afraid? Of course not. I held down the trembling Feng Ju on the spot, and walked over to them with a swagger. I kicked the gray wolf closest to me. Move aside. Make way. These wolves look not small. Lying there like a giant beast. I guess I grew up for 2 meters. This size takes up too much space. And the most important thing is that they are lying all over the place. Not making good use of the space at all. Faced with provocation, they did not take any other action except threats. And it was obvious that they obeyed the orders of the Wolf King. Of course, I had no idea what the wolf was thinking. I just wanted to escape the heat. Feng Ju didn't want to get close to the wolf at all. You sit inside. I'll sit outside. I crossed him. You leave the danger to a lady. Is this good? It's not good. Feng Yi sneered. Where is this? This is the world of survival. The fighting power is strong. This is good? Me, since you praise me, I forgive you. Come on. Let's divide the resources. We both counted out enough resources to last for 2 days. And also obtained a few weapons. A dagger, an iron rod, and a kitchen knife. Having had experience with sandworms, neither of us wanted melee weapons. So we ended up playing rock paper scissors to decide the winner. For granted, I lost. So I got a dagger and a kitchen knife. And Feng Yu got an iron rod. This man really won't give me an inch. The wolves remained motionless. And the two of us took the time to rest. The sky gradually darkened. And without the sun's lethal direct sunlight, all creatures became restless. Feng Yu quickly put on his backpack and said, We will go our separate ways. Goodbye. He ran out after he said. And I shouted, I am faster than you. They will definitely chase you if you can't catch up. Do you really don't consider the team? Just as I finished speaking, the pack of wolves moved. They split into 2 teams and chased after us. Just as I said. After they noticed that I was quickly getting farther away from them, they immediately turned around and chased Feng Ju. Feng Yen. Feng Ju turned around and ran towards me, recognizing the fact. Let's form a team. Sheng Sisui. I will provide you with water for free. I grinned, happy cooperation. On the second day of the National Desert Brawl, I was still chasing and killing people. Our goal was very clear. 1 group chasing is still a chase. 2 groups chasing is still a chase. So what does it matter if there are more groups chasing? We were running around the desert and met some people on the way. When they saw the large group of monsters following us, their pupils trembled and they immediately abandoned their treasure chests and ran away. I did meet someone who didn't run away. This person was an acquaintance. Qiao Yuyan. She had no intention of letting go of the treasure chest when we arrived. Feng Ju and she were openly fighting over half of the treasure chest each. I ran towards them and forced a break. What are you fighting for? Run! being chased by the monster. Xiao Yuyan's expression changed slightly. But she and Feng Ju still refused to let go of the treasure chest. Me, Feng Ju. Let go! Feng Ju, she and I got it at the same time. Why? I refuse. Me, if she dares to run, I will chase her with my monsters. The two of them were silent. Our two-man hunted team thus became three. During this time, I tried to persuade Xiao Yuyan that as long as she opened the treasure chest now, and divided the resources equally, we would be able to lure the monster away. I don't know what's wrong with her. She just refuses to agree. I pondered for a long time and finally understood. Although she had promptly broken off the engagement with Su Huai, she still held a grudge against him. As Su Huai's friend, I was implicated. She was just being mad and wanted to win over us. In that case, then come and win. Don't miss out on free teammates. This Xiao Yuyan is also a ruthless person. She followed us all night long. Whenever Feng Ju tried to grab a treasure chest, she would also go to grab it. They are evenly matched, and each of them gets half by coincidence every time. The monsters retreated during the day the next day. This time there was no shelter, so we built a sand dune ourselves and sat in the shade. Since Xiao Yuyan refuses to leave, and she is an upright person who wouldn't do anything shady, then she will definitely become a tool. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and said enthusiastically, "Come on. Divide the food and let's take turns to be on guard and sleep." Xiao Yuyan did not refuse, but said coldly, "I want half of the resources." Half is half. We have plenty of resources anyway. The increase in the number of people made us sleep longer and have better energy at night. After running for another 2 or 3 days, he still had no intention of ending the melee. During the day on the 5th day, we came to a place where cacti grew in clusters. The cacti here were very large, and the shortest one was 3 meters tall, which was very suitable for summer escape. We took turns to rest, and when it was my turn to sleep, I was awakened by the noise outside. Open your eyes and look at the same aggressive eyes. Me, what's going on? Why is Xiao Yuyan fighting with a group of people? Enemies? Feng Ju stroked his chin while watching the battle. If I didn't watch the battle, then it might be. Probably. Maybe. There were about a dozen people in front, and they shamelessly surrounded Xiao Yuyan. I was surprised. How much hatred and resentment do you have? Fighting in this hot sun. Aren't you afraid of getting burned? Xiao Yuyan was very fighting power, and more than a dozen people could fight. 2 people were running towards me from afar in the desert. A man and a woman. I knew the man, Su Huai, and the woman seemed to be Bailey Mingyu. I had seen her profile picture, and they looked exactly the same. Bailey Mingyu whispered a few words to Su Huai, and she quickly joined the battlefield, causing the originally evenly matched battle to tilt. Xiao Yuyan suddenly gave up fighting with them, and attacked Su Huai directly. Su Huai didn't fight her. He just avoided her. Hey, you broke off the engagement. Why are you hating me now? Xiao Yuyan snorted coldly. The scumbag must die. Su Huai. He is aggressive. In order to avoid wasting too much energy during the day, I shouted. Stop. Let's talk it over. Su Huai immediately ran towards me. Why are you here? Save me. Xiao Yuyan is sick. Xiao Yuyan, go to HL. Then Feng Ju and I hugged him one by one. Don't fight. Let's talk it over nicely. Bailey Mingyu led his men over and bowed politely. You don't mind if a few more people rest in this area, do you? Me? The desert has no owner. You can do whatever you want with it. Bai Mingyu smiled and said, Okay. She just took the dozen or so people to the side and looked at us quietly. Xiao Yuyan was still angry, and Su Huai looked confused and unhappy. I advised, calm down. It's precious sleep time now. Do you still want to open the treasure chest at night? Xiao Yuyan stopped, and sat down with her eyes, and kept her eyes cold. Su Huai and I talked in a low voice. Those people are members of Bailey Mingyu's tribe. Did you team up with them? Su Huai nodded, although her members are not very good. Her personality and fighting ability are not bad. She has a very high opinion of Bailey Mingyu. The members are not very good. The clan is very good. And this combination is quite strange. Aware of my gaze, Bailey Mingyu smiled friendly with my friendly smile. It's too hot. Sweat flowing down. People around Bailey Mingyu said, Chief, give me a bottle of water. Someone immediately said, "Can't you save some water? We only have 10 bottles of water in total. If you take one bottle at once, won't the others die? Too selfish. Only caring about yourself." The condemned man was angry and said, "Isn't it just drinking a bottle of water? When the clan leader opens the treasure chest tonight, we will have everything," Fengju whispered. They concluded that the clan leader could provide a lot of resources. Su Huai, Bailey Mingyu has a system, and every time she opens a treasure chest, she can open the desired resources. And the number is a lot. Fengju, so she bought up a large number of unopened treasure chests during the extremely cold period. Her system is really cheating. Su Huai, actually, Sishui's system also cheats. But, Feng Yin, she is an unlucky egg. But unfortunately, hey, I'm still here. Is it okay for you to say that to my face? Bailey Mingyu said. Each of us should have half a bottle. This is fair. The first man said. How is this fair? They are not thirsty at all. Half a bottle of water can last until the evening. My throat is burning now. Half a bottle of water is not enough. Bailey Mingyu was worried. How about I give you my half bottle? Man, that's fine. Others, family. What do you do? Bailey Mingyu pursed her chapped lips and said, I'll bear with it for a while. Men, the patriarch doesn't care. What do you care about? You have the ability to share with her. I don't want to give it. And I don't want to give me moral kidnapping me. It is really a group of selfish ghosts. Me. A group of people who are so outrageous. So no one wants to share the water with the family. Fengju, what does Bailey Mingyu want? Is she a masochist? Su Huai, so I said she's okay. But the others aren't. Me, if it's the Virgin Mary, it's really good. Feng Yan didn't whisper this time. Her brain is abnormal. But this is the world of survival. Who owes who owns? I interrupted their conversation between the farmer and the wolf and said, Bailey Mingyu, do you want to cooperate? Only during the day? Bailey Mingyu, what to do? Me, no big deal. Just take turns to rest. And our people will team up with you. Bailey Mingyu was about to speak when a woman in her early 20s behind her said, Is that person also from your team? She refers to Xiao Yuyan. They just had a fight. And to be honest, they didn't treat Xiao Yuyan very well. I turned around and whispered, So how did you guys start fighting? Xiao Yuyan was upright and said coldly, I can't stand trash. Very good. This is a very good answer. And you didn't lower your voice at all. As for inciting hatred, you know, the group of people's faces suddenly changed. And they started cursing at the same enemy. Bailey Mingyu was very embarrassed being caught in the middle. Su Huai aggrieved, they waste. Why do you hit me? Xiao Yuyan, scumbag. Su Huai was angry. How am I a scumbag? I have never even been in a relationship. Don't slander me. Xiao Yuyan sneered. You know your own heart. I was overwhelmed by what I heard. Stop arguing. Stop arguing. Stop arguing. Fengju and Su Huai will form a team with you. 3 teams are enough. Why doesn't she have to do anything? Me, so do you want to form a team with Xiao Yuyan? There was a sudden silence over there. Me, Bailey Mingyu. You will be selected. I turned my head to solve our own internal things. Let's not play with riddles. Xiao Yuyan. You can say anything. Rest assured. If Su Huai really does something wrong, I immediately kick him out of the tribe and let you deal with it. Xiao Yuyan was doubtful about me, and finally decided to try. He pretended not to have a marriage contract with me, turned his head and Xiaocha, and now walk with Bailey Mingyu. What is it? Su Huai, don't spread rumors. I didn't know we were engaged. And when did Xiaocha and I get together? We are friends. Just like me and Si Shui are friends. As for Bailey Mingyu, I just met her for the first time yesterday. I couldn't stand the group of people around her, so I stayed to protect her. Xiao Yuyan didn't believe it at all. Scumbags quotes. Su Huai, brain supplement is sick. These 2 people were incompatible and started quarreling again. There was no hope of saving them. Me walking? You all have reason. The sky collapses and leave here. Let's take a rest now. Life is the most important thing. Everything else is meaningless. They quieted down. It happened that Bailey Mingyu gave a list. She pointed at those people and read out their names to us. It was obvious that they only needed 3 people. But they mobilized all of them and divided them into 3 groups. It seems a group of people really ate too much and lived too well, fighting openly and secretly all the time. and no one gave in to anyone else. The commotion couldn't make me lose sleep. After all, my life was more important. When I woke up, it was the time for day to night to change. I took out some food and water and gave half to Su Huai. Fill in his stomach first. Our mineral water bottle was empty. Fengju put some skills into it, and it was full in a short while. With him, we never lack water. Compared to us, Bailey Mingyu's team was in a worse situation. They had drunk up all the water. Although they could hold on until they opened the treasure chest, they became a little upset when they saw that we had an inexhaustible supply of water. But they were not stupid enough to ask us directly to ask us for water. And they forced their clan to the tip of the knife. Chief, they have plenty of water. Go ask them for it. Anyway, they can't finish it. It's nothing to give us a little. We are the largest clan. How can they not give you face? Clan leader? You are also thirsty. You have more importantly. You can leave us after drinking it. Bailey Mingyu sighed silently and walked towards us. Like water. I understood what she meant before she finished speaking, and pushed Fengju out directly. We are not from the same tribe. Go find him. Fengyan was unbelievable. Did you push me out like this? Me, otherwise? Are you a person in our tribe? Fengju, I have water skills. Do you know that I am very popular in this desert? How dare you push me out like this? Me, yeah. I know. Look at the excited expressions of those people. They wish we could break up, and you could join their team. I paused and added, being a fully automatic water dispenser for granted. Fengju thought about the scene and said, I forgive you. Let's go our separate ways. Bailey Mingyu heard a rejection from this conversation and returned to the team. Those people challenged her. Didn't you get any water? You don't even give the first family face? How many people have begged to join our family? And yet they refuse to have anything to do with us? Chief, you are too soft. I think you should be tougher and ask for it directly, so that they know who is the boss in the survival world. Su Huai listened to his head. It is that kind of character to lose Bailey Mingyu. Fengju seemed quite happy. As long as we follow you unwaveringly, Sheng Sisui, you will always be condemned. It is useless to leave the desert. We heard that the number of people in their family has exceeded 1 million. And this kind of trash is abundant. Xiao Yuyan put aside her prejudice against Su Huai and took the initiative to say, Sheng Sisui, you lead the monsters to chase them later. Su Huai, that's right. Don't you guys dislike each other? So there are 4 people in my team. Except for myself. One of them can't wait to watch my show. And 2 of them are very confident that I am the unlucky guy that monsters like to chase. Chapter 70, National Desert Brawl 6. My name is Bailey Mingyu. And I'm a system binder. In this survival world, being bound by the system is not a big deal. It's no secret. And this thing can be snatched. The name of my system is 100% Wish Amplification System. How about it? Doesn't the name sound awesome? Hey. In fact, it is a hanging sky. This thing allows me to get what I want 100% of the time when I open a treasure chest. And it can also gain an amplification effect. In fact, a long time ago, I was still an unknown person. I'm not saying that I'm so bad, but compared with the big guys, I'm far behind. The turning point came during the last big fight. I don't know what happened, but suddenly I got dual systems. On the surface, I have a wish amplification system, but in fact I also have a villain system. As the name suggests, I have to be a villain. Let's not talk about the wish amplification system for now. Let's talk about the villain system. First of all, this system is fatal. If I don't behave like a villain, I will be struck by lightning and die. At the time, I appeared to be domineering, cool and arrogant on the outside, but I was actually cursing inside. Damn it. Even though I was a school bully before I traveled through time. That doesn't mean I'm bad, right? What's wrong with fighting? It's just my hobby. My hobby is fighting. And my style is also very villainous. What does it have to do with you? Yes, I know that this world is controlled by a group of creatures. I will call them him. As for how I know. Is there any need to ask? What kind of things we have experienced does not prove that we are toys. But I also understood that even though we were toys, they had no way of destroying us directly. Based on my years of experience in reading novels, they are limited. They have some hidden secret. They want to create gods. But can't we just have a proper spiritual energy revival, or a world of cultivation? Why do we have to do this? In just a few months, the death toll has exceeded 1 billion. Those people have families. Although I used to be a school hegemony, my style was bombarded. But I was not a devil in my heart. And isn't it stupid? This villain system is given to me because it wants me to die. Listen to me to analyze and analyze it. If I maintain my own settings, all kinds of things are engaged in all kinds of worlds. My end is 2 words. Even if I have to be a villain, I have to be a high-end villain. So I spent the whole night referring to the character designs of various great players in the survival world. Shung Sisui inspired me a lot. She is such a ruthless person. She doesn't care about her face. She will make fun of herself whenever she wants. The key is that when she gets ruthless, she will even scold him. I don't have her courage, but I can evolve in terms of my face. Right? Moreover, she was pulling his hatred, and I only needed to develop. I immediately had an idea. I am the Virgin. Although the Virgin Mary is annoying. A Virgin Mary with a wish amplification system will definitely be supported by the masses. Although most of them are not sincere and are complete vampires. But what does that have to do with me? All I want is support. And then when needed, they will become sharp blades and become open villains. And I will gain fame, complete the villain system tasks, and still be alive and well. This is what I thought before I met Shung Sisui. But now, can someone explain to me what she did to the monsters in this desert brawl? Why did all the monsters chase her when it got dark? While they didn't even look at others? Who explained to me again why I want to run? But she dragged me to run together. What do I want to be a villain that is not developed? Based on my experience of silently peeping at the screen several times, she is definitely not a simple and kind person. So what she did at this moment must have a deep meaning. Did she find out? No. I'm so virgin. My name is Shung Sisui. It doesn't matter whether I have multiple identities in the survival world or not. What matters is that I am a real unlucky guy. Just now, it was dark. Just as Xiao Yuyan and Su Huai had determined. The monsters appeared as soon as it got dark, and they ran towards me without hesitation. Who wants you to go? Do we have no love at all? Many facts have proved that the reality is very skinny. And I run with my legs. Xiao Yuyan and Su Huai said in unison, hurry up and chase the person behind Bailey Mingyu. Those people? Bailey Mingyu looked embarrassed. And finally came over with pursed lips. We have no hatred. Why do you do this? The people behind her were angry. The chief. What do you say to them? Hit them. It's sick. Recruit you to provoke you? Boss Sisui. Don't listen to them. You are a big boss. Right? How can you be led by a group of people? Where is your prestige? I think what they said makes sense. Seeing the monster so close, and the people around me leaving me. I must not let myself be alone. I looked at the virgin Bailey Mingyu. I thought to myself, catching the thief to capture the king first. I do and mean that she is a thief. In short, it is so reason that I immediately ran to her. As long as I control the virgin, the person behind her will become a little pitiful. And the desert will naturally teach them to be again. Yes, I can't see the vampire. There is a saying, it's none of your business. Hey, I won't listen. I'll just interfere. Come and hit me if you dare. At this moment, I am being chased by thousands of strange monsters. I don't know what happened in the past few nights. At the beginning, they chased Feng Ju and me together. But now they don't even look at Feng Ju. In this situation of being hunted, naturally no one dared to hit me. But I am not a good person. So I just assumed that they were incapable. At this point in the process, I was running side by side with Bailey Mingyu. And I was quite happy. Me, Mingyu. You are a good person. You will stay with me. Right? My teammates have all abandoned me. Sob. Bailey Mingyu. Let go of me, and let me go! Ding, the death value of Bailey Mingyu plus 100. Oh. See what I found. Interesting. Really interesting. Bailey Mingyu was worried, but I don't know what my people will encounter if they lose my protection. Me, rest assured. The monsters are attracted by us. They are very safe. Isn't this your wish? Bailey Mingyu. Thank you so much. The monster hates you. What does it have to do with me? Ding, Bailey Mingyu has suicide value plus 200. I glanced at her strong look like a holy light, and said with a smile. But one said, you are too gentle. People are so good. Although your sacrifice is meaningful. But it only makes sense to yourself. So, let's keep them in mind and gratitude to you. Bailey Mingyu's face was as steady as an old dog, with integrity and kindness. No need. As the patriarch, these are what I should do. Bailey Mingyu's heart was as steady as an old dog's. And he was furious. Be a human being. What do you want to do? Don't think I don't know that your fighting ability is linked to your suicide value. You want to harm my people. And then with the nature of my people, they can't beat you. So they will hate me. Ding. Bailey Mingyu's suicide value plus 2,000. Oh. I actually contributed so much for death? How much do you hate me? If you do it, I just want to harm your chief. Do you hate me so much and do it match your people? You fake saint. How can you protect your child like this? I don't believe you at all. Am I the kind of person who listens to advice? I am not. So I grabbed Bailey Mingyu's arm and led the huge army of monsters behind me towards the group of Bailey Mingyu people who should have been safe. Them. Don't come here. Accompanied by a lot of death value contributed to me. They all ran away crying for their parents. I shouted at the top of my voice. Don't run. We are not here to join you. We are here to break you up. Ahem. We are here to rescue you. Ding. The dead value of Bailey Mingyu plus 2,500. Me. We really are not here to harm you. I just want to tell you that Bailey Mingyu, and I will help you lead the monster away. And you will be safe? Me. Remember that Bailey Mingyu is paid for you. Thanks to bailing you for Dade. Stop chasing me. Go away. Stay away from us. At this time, I persuaded, pulling Bailey Mingyu to turn, and played a thrilling shoulders with the monsters in the front row. I shook my head inside. Mingyu, your people are no good. You were so great and went to save them. But they told you to go away and stay away from them. At this time Bailey Mingyu also understood that this person had a skill of seeking death. This thing was simply a magic weapon for distinguishing right from wrong. The reason why the other party did this was that he saw through his nature of being a fake good person and a fake saint. But knowing it was the same thing, she did not choose to break the jar. After all, she is a life-hungry person. Bailey Mingyu said softly, isn't this too self-centered? I don't think this is good. I am willing to treat them well, and don't want to get involved. I don't ask for anything in return. I was thinking, you can tolerate this. But you are still pretending to be with me? Then I'll be welcome. Me, Mingyu. You are really a good person. I immediately said. Mingyu, you can open the box later. I want a golden weapon. Bailey Mingyu's knees weakened, and she almost fell down. Her face twisted for a moment. I can't bloom gold. Me, then this system won't work. Bailey Mingyu actually smiled, looking a little sinister, and didn't say anything. Hey, why didn't you contribute any death points to me this time? Bailey Mingyu is really a magical person. After that, I talked about her system. I degraded her system's all kinds of derogation. She occasionally talked about what her system was opened. But when I sang, she did not refute, and even felt delicate and happy. Hello. I am scolding your system about scolding you? This everyone's burden is too heavy. How can I tear? She can maintain the gentle and compassionate appearance. To the end. She simply did not contribute to death. I was shocked. I really didn't understand what was going on in her mind. Isn't it a vicious woman in your heart? Since there were no more death points to be harvested, I started to lead monsters around the world to look for treasure chests. What Xiao Yuyan accomplished in this long time was unbelievable. How could she be chased by so many monsters? What a heinous thing she had done. Puzzled, why was he pulling Bailey Mingyu to run away? Contempt, I dare not offend those people. I only dare to bully the kind-hearted Bailey Mingyu. Look at the idiot. Why did he run back to provoke those people, and then backstab Bailey Mingyu? Doubt, Su Huai said that there is a problem with Bailey Mingyu. So he did it like water. Envy, apart from anything else. I have great stamina. I am safe. And I have found so many treasure chests. Of course, I don't know the journey of others' hearts. After these nights of running, I think my speed has improved. I am very happy. I want to express loudly. Mingyu, not only did you get a lot of treasure chests tonight, you also received gratitude from your tribesmen. Are you happy? Bailey Mingyu. She was hard to hold her mentality. Ding, the dead value of Bailey Mingyu plus 3,000. Chapter 71 The National Desert Fighting 7. The night ended. The monsters disappeared. And we walked under the scorching sun, feeling a little desperate. The temperature today is higher than yesterday, and we walking in the desert feel like roasted meat. At first glance, there was no shelter around. On this way, everyone did not die in the hands of the monster, and had to die in the sun. Feng Zhu expressed what everyone was thinking. Dig a hole. Me, when I first arrived. I did this too. And then I saw you. Feng Yen. Feng Zhu was silent for a few seconds and said, "Stay away from us. Wait until we finish digging. Then come over." Several others nodded in agreement with him. This time it was my turn to be silent. A teammate. But not quite a teammate. Am I isolated? But not completely isolated? Bailey Mingyu said, "Open the box first. We need something like rope." I saw their movements from a few dozen meters away and shouted, "Weapons. I want weapons." Bailey Mingyu glanced at me quietly and didn't say anything. She only opened 2 backpacks, one of which was a supply box. Normally, one backpack wouldn't hold many items, but she opened a large number of items. The food and water there are enough for everyone to eat all day. It's outrageous. Too outrageous. We are all human beings. Others can only barely support themselves by opening a backpack. A poor guy like me can only support myself by opening many backpacks. And what about Bailey Mingyu? She only needs a bag to survive alone for a week. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. The second bag she opened produced a weapon. It is a stick with dark golden lines that looks cool. Item, Ri Jing Bang White. Can grow to gold. Introduction, don't question. It is Ri's golden hoop. What happened to white now? Bailey Mingyu threw the stick through. The weapon you think of it is matched with you. She had a little idea in mind. She made a wish for a golden weapon. With her current abilities, it was impossible for her to wish for something of gold grade. So she made a restriction and requested a growing golden weapon, which was currently of the lowest grade. White. It's white. And not even as strong as a piece of wood. If you really fight with someone, the opponent may be fine, but this weapon will be damaged. After solving the wishing problem, she started to fool the villain system. Do you know whose weapon the golden hoop is? That's Sun Wukong. What is its true form? It's a monkey. So I'm being a pure villain. I'm hinting that she's a monkey. Who is Xing Sis Wei? She's a big shot. What grade is this weapon? Although it's white now, it's a golden weapon after all. As of now, it's definitely the #1 golden weapon in the survival world. So she definitely won't be willing to throw it away. In this way, the insinuation will always be with her. When the big fight is over, I will use my words to guide those tribesmen from yesterday. They will definitely have a revengeful mentality and take advantage of the situation. Then Xing Sis, we will be ridiculed by the whole network. Am I a complete villain? I did it perfectly. I did a great job. Give me a reward. The villain system thought it was reasonable. So Bailey Mingyu, who received the reward, became much stronger. I had no idea about Bailey Mingyu's rich inner world. The moment I received the stick, I felt her strong mockery of me. Does it suit me? Does that mean I'm a monkey jumping around? Of course I don't think so. Why is a monkey? I can be a big saint. This is a golden weapon. It would be a waste if I don't accept it. I will acknowledge its master by dripping blood on it right now. Although this weapon is still a child, it can grow up. This wave of me. Bailey Mingyu. He is very satisfied with the villain system. I stared at my backpack to protect it from the sun and played with the Rui Jingu Bang. This thing can be upgraded, but it consumes rare resources. I currently don't have anything shown in its material list. This stick also has special attributes, such as killing a ghost with it. It will obtain the attribute of attacking spirit. I couldn't help but wonder, what if I killed him? Just as I was daydreaming about the immensity of the world, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the distance. What's the situation? I immediately ran over and found that all my teammates disappeared, and replaced it in which a big hole in the place where they stayed. This has nothing to do with me. I'm so far away from it. Hey! Can you hear me? I lay at the entrance of the cave and shouted. But no one responded to me. There's absolutely no hope. There was no rope around me, and nothing solid nearby. Saving the person was not as difficult as climbing to the sky. It was just impossible. So what to do now? By the way, the Rui Jingu Bang can grow bigger or smaller. Although it is still a baby now, it does not affect its growth. I pointed the bottom of the golden hoop towards the deep pit, muttering, long, 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 long. After about 5 minutes, it finally hit the hard bottom. Judging from the speed and time of the golden hoop, the cave is at least 200 meters deep. Hey, are you still alive? With such a high distance, you have to be disabled. Right? The sand under my feet suddenly loosened. I heard the avalanche, but I have never heard of the sachets. Fortunately, I responded quickly and avoided the risk of falling. So what to do now? After thinking about it, it seems that only one person can save and find it. He has wind skills and can fly down. The desert area is too large. It is not easy to find him. You can only touch your luck. The night fell, and the monsters appeared from the lurking place, and did not know what they discussed. After coming out, they didn't keep the treasure chest and went straight to me. I have become accustomed to this situation and led them all over the world. This time my goal is not to grab the treasure chest, but to find Sun. After running for about a few hours, my body flew up suddenly, and the desert below was immediately occupied by monsters. And they were irritating to me. Got you. A familiar and light voice came to my ears. I was overjoyed, and I couldn't wait to rush to call Sun's father. It's so good to find it. Finally found you. Sun floated beside me, and he controlled the wind to pull us higher. He was puzzled, and looked at it with a closer look. Are you looking for me? Me, yes. Su, why? They fell into the deep pit. Only you can save it. Anon. He, Su, why? Me, yes. They dug the hole to avoid the heat. But it went to the pit. This has nothing to do with me. I am far away from them. Seeing Sun's silence, I held his wrist. Go away. Save people. Anno finding, these monsters must be solved first. They will follow us there. Me, yes. But we have no large-scale lethal weapons. Sun, wait until tomorrow morning. Me, how long can your ability make us two float? He, 3 hours. Me, if you say so. You can float for 6 hours. You let me go. I run you. He, no need. Me, it's okay. I'm used to get used to it. Sun, no. Why is this person so persistent? We were talking, and I suddenly realized that it was wrong. Why are there a few black shadows in the distance? Aware of my gaze, one of the black shadows made Su Huai's voice. Have you finished talking? They flew towards me, and I realized that all my teammates were there. Wait, how did Xiao Cha get in? So, that deep pit is a little story. As soon as he met, Xiao Cha showed an unfair expression. Yo, I can play. The night is quiet. Lonely men and widows. Half of her words. I intercepted the who. Saturating you to save you. But you have saved yourself. Xiao Cha. Damn it. Nothing to say. Me, tell me why you were in that hole. Did you start another unspeakable script? Is your innocence still there? Su Huai, please take care of the situation. There are tens of thousands of monsters staring at us below. Bailey Mingyu heard this and said, don't worry. Give me all the backpacks that have not been opened, and I will open the bombs and get out. Xiao Yuyan looked dreamy. Is there no normal person here? Su Huai, yes. I am. Feng Ju, me too. Bailey Mingyu, yeah. This backpack opened 10 bombs. Su Huai and Feng Ju turned around in a second. Let me do the bombing. Xiao Yuyan. Things turned out like this. Above all the beasts. I pulled Xiao Cha to force him to eat the melon. Sun looked at me quietly. Bailey Mingyu made a wish to the backpack. And Su Huai and Feng Ju were bombarding. Xiao Yuyan was speechless. This night is really a lively night. An hour later, the monsters were either dead or escaped. And we returned to the ground and left this bloody place at night. Because of the massive death of monsters, the safety factor of the desert rose sharply. And we were able to grab treasure chests much more smoothly. The backpacks in the treasure chest are all opened by Bailey Mingyu. Her existence is simply a cheat. You can get whatever you want. Each of us received a purple weapon, and each of them was a type that we personally selected as our favorite. Except me. When there were only 2 backpacks left, I asked, can you give me a fixed-point teleportation charm? Bailey Mingyu readily agreed. After a few seconds, I got a fixed-point teleportation talisman. I can't wait to kiss her. After the melee is over, I'll give this thing to Huang Quan Shuanghan, and she will be free again. Me, can you open a system separation item? Bailey Mingyu, I can't do this. I can't get a response to my wish. Fine. To be honest, Bailey Mingyu is a weird person. You may say she is a saint, but she has contributed a lot to my death. You may say she is a fake saint, but she will respond to any request. Forget it. Everyone has their own little secrets. And the most real thing is when you get something in your hands. At this moment, Bailey Mingyu was communicating with the villain system in his mind. I'm not cheating for them. I'm setting a trap for them. After we leave the melee, I'll hint to my tribe members, creating the illusion that I'm being forced. So they'll think the things are theirs. Why would Shang Sisui want to snatch them away? They'll rush for me, and I'll be safe behind them. I'm acting like a villain. But no one thinks I'm a villain. Isn't it great for me to do this? Give me a reward. The villain system feels that something is wrong. And yet everything is right. Bailey Mingyu, look at how happy they are. They don't doubt me at all. I am the one who made the most of the fight. And they are thanking me and sympathizing with me. Not only am I the villain, but I am also the villain that they play around with. I am the legendary final boss who can survive to the end. Give me the reward. As a result, Bailey Mingyu's combat effectiveness increased further after receiving the reward. He behind the system was very happy. After all, Shang Sisui was so happy and silly that she didn't realize she was being fooled. He felt good seeing her being clueless. Bailey Mingyu was very happy. Not only did she gain fighting power, but she also developed an attitude that was both good and evil. When it really came to the final stage of the survival world, it would be very easy for her to be a fence-sitter. I am very happy too. Of course, I got so many benefits for free. Only a fool would be unhappy. As for those things that happen overtly or covertly, I don't care. What I get is the real deal. As long as I am thick-skinned, I am invincible. Chapter 72, National Desert Brawl 8. When I woke up, it was dusk outside. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the temperature didn't seem as hot as yesterday. Everyone woke up one after another, washed up and had their meals. Because we had Feng Ju, a water-based skill user, we even had the luxury of taking a bath. Bailey Mingyu took out the thermometer and checked, 80 degrees. Xiao Cha, if this happened on Earth, people would have been scalded to death countless times. Me, speaking of the first extreme weather, has anyone here experienced extreme heat? How did it feel then? Xiao Yuyan, I was in the extreme heat. It was over 50 degrees at that time. Although there was the cooperation of extreme cold and extreme heat guided by you, many people still died of the heat. Su Huai, but now we are able to survive in weather over 80 degrees. Feng Ju, the first day I came to the desert was very uncomfortable. It has been 10 days now. The temperature is rising steadily every day, but the discomfort is slowly decreasing. Me, human tolerance is increasing. Xiao Cha, this is a bit like the law of the jungle. Survival of the fittest. The sky gradually darkened, and the pale golden light of treasure chests appeared in all directions. Everyone is ready to go. I said, we have enough food. How about we focus on bombing and counterattack today? Agree. No problem. With a treasure like Bailey Mingyu, everyone can blow up monsters smoothly. That's why everyone likes to cheat. If you don't have any cheats, you can team up with those who do. Killing monsters is as smooth as cutting leeks. Overnight, the traces of the explosion spread all over the desert. After the dawn, the monsters disappeared. I saw countless people walking towards us one after another. There were tens of thousands of people in the morning. Some of these people brought their own food. Some were extremely poor, but their attitude was very clear, which was to join us. Bailey Mingyu, the fake saint, accepts everyone regardless of their character. I really don't understand what she is thinking. But it doesn't matter if there are many people. Bailey Mingyu is a wishing machine anyway. I thought that after a whole day, people from our tribe would come looking for us based on what happened last night. But I never expected that there would be no one. It seems like the distance is really too far. It was only past midnight when we started fighting monsters tonight, and conflicts began to arise among the originally peaceful group of 10,000 people. The cause is excessive consumption of food and water. Killing monsters in the first half of the night was really fun. But as food and water were depleted, opening treasure chests only to find bombs caused dissatisfaction among humans. 3 people make a tiger, and 10,000 people make a terrifying beast. Bailey Mingyu came over in embarrassment and said, you can see that the food and water can't last too long. There's nothing we can do about it. I can. Bailey Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. And those people also breathed a sigh of relief. Our group of people were too strong in fighting and acted too crazy. They were all ready for a quarrel. But they didn't expect us to be so easy to talk to. I turned around and said, if you're willing to fight monsters, follow me. The people of my tribe followed me without any hesitation. Feng Yin thought about it for a while. I have endless water from the water. If the food We have fewer people. It is enough to open a 10 treasure chest a day. In this case, I choose to rush to rank. Xiao Yuyan's reason was very direct. I can't stand them. I'm going with you. There were no angry faces or quarrels. I just smiled and talked to the people around me. We are a group of battle fanatics who like exciting life. The mountains and rivers remain unchanged, and we will see you later. As the saying goes, we reached out without laughing. Moreover, we had nothing except we brought weapons. They had nothing to say. If someone can hold a grudge for even this, I can only say that he is a bad person. We walked in a free and easy manner, and some people in the crowd were moved. Obviously, they also know that if they stay here, they will just have to lie low and have no chance of ranking. For wealthy insurance, there are still a few people standing out. I'm with you. Me, whatever. Our combat team has grown by more than 30 people. TSK. 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 Out of more than 10,000 people, there are only a few dozen with guts? Thousands of monsters chase me. And Bailey Mingyu completely became a safe area. I ran wild in the land. I quote the monster. You open the treasure chest. It is comfortable to cooperate with brave and smart people. Under Fengju's guidance, everyone works together to grab the treasure chest. And on the way to grab the treasure chest, they can also cooperate to kill monsters. Anyway, monster hatred is on my side, and their pressure to fight was greatly reduced. The treasure chests here are handed over to Xiuankai, and his luck is the best here. He flew quickly in the air, allocating resources. If he found a lethal weapon he would just throw it into the pile of monsters. After running for about 3 hours, a group of people appeared on the face. But he is from our tribe. Jingxing pointed at the scene that looked like a sandstorm from afar and said proudly, "See? I said they left the group and went solo." Chao Yan excitedly whipped out his whip. "Go kill the monster." There are 5 people in this team. Jingxin, their 2 roommates, and Chao Yan. When the melee began, Jingxing tried to survive while looking for members of his tribe nearby. But the desert was too big, and up to now, he had only met these people. They were not ambiguous. The 2 sides greeted only briefly, and immediately joined the battlefield. After all, with a hatred machine like me, I have to push for a higher ranking. I grabbed Jingxing, who was about to cross me, and said, "Quickly calculate the positions of Momo and Shuang. Jingxing, I calculated that they are together, but their location is far away from us. Me, it doesn't matter which direction you run. Just run in their direction." Jingxing pointed, "Over there." I immediately changed direction. After a night passed and the sky brightened, everyone looked disheveled and exhausted. Like dead dogs. Those humans who chose to follow us last night lay on the ground. It's so exciting. But it's really enjoyable. I feel like my overall strength has improved a lot. So this is a way to improve combat effectiveness? Xiaocha gulped down the water and said, "Comprehensive combat capability can only be improved rapidly through actual combat. You can only grow delicate flowers in a greenhouse." Everyone was thoughtful. The temperature today is 3 degrees higher than yesterday. And we are currently taking shelter under a rock. And Sun distributed food and water equally to everyone and gave everyone an empty backpack. As for the other things, he piled them on the ground as if he didn't care. I took out a steel knife from it. "I only want this. You can divide the others among yourselves." As he said this, he walked towards Fengju. "Ju, give me some water, so I can take a bath." Fengju looked past me, not knowing what he saw, and said, "Next time, you should get yourself a water skill and make a living. I still need to find a girlfriend. And my future girlfriend will misunderstand me. That Sun has stared at me many times. It's very stressful." "Okay. Me, you are a grown man. Why are you so shy? Hurry up. Everyone is waiting." An hour later, everyone gathered together, refreshed, and their wet clothes quickly evaporated. Xiaocha complained, "With such high temperatures, the clothes will weather sooner or later. When will the chaos end?" Chao Yan used his hands as a fan to fan himself. "Who knows? Just talking." A sense of crisis suddenly rushed to my head. At that time, I moved my butt and flashed aside. I saw a hideous sandworm head suddenly rushing out from the sand where I had been staying. "Knock your mother. You actually launched a sneak attack." Everyone was stunned by this sudden change and ran madly towards the rocks. A wind blade slashed towards the sandworm's head, but the thing flexibly retracted its body and only a layer of skin was cut off. The skin quickly turned black by the temperature. The sand beneath my feet moved slightly, and I immediately said, "Go up. Go up quickly." And Sun and I were the last to climb onto the rock. We saw that the sand around the rock quickly loosened, and it seemed that there were countless monsters hidden underneath. Xiao Chao was surprised. They are learning clever, knowing that guarding the rabbit. Chao Yin, it's not easy to attract the monster's hatred to this extent. Fengju, you still have the mind to joke around. We are surrounded. Those who join the newly, although they want to rank. This is too stimulating. When have Sisui and the others not been thrilled? When have they not escaped danger? Believe in them. Xiao Yuyan frowned, always relying on others. This is how your life will be. You? Xiao Yuyan sneered. You don't think that all of them rely on only one person? Do you? It's obvious that even if they are separated, they can act independently. I was quite surprised. Was this person actually speaking for us? This person's personality is actually quite similar to Su Huai's. Me, I'll go down and lead them to the desert. I turned around. And Sun, cover me. It's up to the others to decide whether to attack or not. Sure enough, as soon as I went down, the sand under my feet began to riot. Sandworms appeared in groups on the road I ran. But they hid back because they didn't attack me and were under the direct sunlight. Jingchen was the first one to rush over. He pinched his nose and said it was disgusting. But he was not slow at all. Xiao Yuyan and other people from my tribe also rushed down one after another, leaving the group of new joiners looking at each other in bewilderment. Eventually they still came down to join the battle. But they were hesitant in their actions, and were not as efficient as others. And Sun stood on the rock. He controlled the wind to lift me up every time I was attacked, leaving enough wind to protect others. No one knew how many sandworms had died. The sand layer gradually became quiet. Everyone returned to the rocks, and they were all scorching hot. Everyone was holding up their bags to block the sun, and they were all a little out of breath. Especially those with weaker overall combat power, who were almost half dead. It took everyone a while to recover. Although it was very calm down there, no one wanted to go down and rest at this moment. We endured this until night. As soon as the sun set, the sand around the rock seemed to boil, and sandworms rushed out. I was the first to kill several sandworms that tried to climb up the rocks. I could hear endless roars in the distance. I believe that in less than half an hour, many other kinds of monsters would rush over. If they joined forces with the sandworms to surround us, it would be really difficult for us to move forward. Fengju controlled the wind to lift everyone into the air. Everyone was still in shock and hurriedly killed Sha Chong, who jumped up. Compared with their lives, fear was nothing. Finally rushed to the front of all the monsters. Everyone landed and began to run fate. Xiao Chao, these monsters are really smarter. They chase each of us equally. There is no way to use the previous strategy. Me, it doesn't matter. There's Sun. He controls the wind to grab the treasure chest. Chapter 73, National Desert Brawl End. This is what happened. We had a great time dealing with the monsters the other day. But today the situation changed, and they were chasing all of us. It was really awesome. So once monsters have intelligence, humans will have no chance of survival. Be more open. I comforted everyone while running wildly. Just catch up a few more times, and our speed will increase. This opportunity to increase speed is rare. The image of a queen goddess that Chao Yin had deliberately created was forced to disappear, and her facial features were distorted. But I don't want this opportunity. Let her be a goddess quietly. Xiao Chao is one of the people with relatively weaker overall combat capability in our tribe. She is literally running for her life, and has no image at all. Under the circumstances, it's understandably difficult to get caught up in a weird script. She cried and yelled. I was wrong. I will change my ways, and never dislike scripts again. Please, come and save me. Monster. However, the mad monster did not have wind and moon thoughts at all, chasing her without softness, and even almost caught her a few times. Xiao Chao, The same thing goes for the 30 new people who have just joined our team. It is one thing to be stimulated by others, and another to stimulate yourself. Someone shouted, I will no longer envy, hate or be jealous of those at the top. They are simply playing with their lives. I want to leave the team. Leave the team. Why the HL? They don't let anyone go. I thought about it for a few seconds, and came to the conclusion that although I was unlucky to be chased by the monster, it turned into good luck after I took advantage of it. This did not fit the setting, so the routine was changed. I absolutely didn't dare tell them about this kind of thing. And in the end, after a night of running, except for Ansun and I, everyone else looked half dead, especially those with poor overall strength, who lay directly on the sand like a salted fish. Even if the sun is very hot, even if the sand is hot, I want to let them move again. And their expression is said, there was no shade here. And considering that we had the bad luck of digging holes in the ground the previous 2 times, none of us dared to move. Even in this state, Jingchen still managed to maintain a gorgeous image. He glanced at the group of people who seemed to be fleeing. They were indeed fleeing with disdain. Is this your limit? If this is on those who enter the new team, it is to pull hatred. Put it here with us. He. Xiao Chao is first rotten. Yes. Chao Yin. Yes +1. Me. +2. Jing Xing. +3. Jingchen's roommates Qiuchuan and Bai Yu also wanted to pick up the dragon, and saw the corner of their dormitories twitching eyes, and closed their mouth decisively. Jingchen, be serious. Xiao Chao, we are serious. Otherwise the beautiful little brother like you will lose 100 times in the early days. Chao Yin, +1. Me, +2. Jingchen. Jingxing, brother. Want to open something? At least keep it innocent. The others turned their heads and laughed. Jingchen decided to transfer the topic. Do you forget about being attacked during the day yesterday? Still dare to stay in the sand? As soon as he said this, everyone jumped up, and Xiao Chao was the one who spoke for them. Let's go. Let's find some rocks. I drank water and ate bread for a short time. Why was there only bread and canned food? I have been eating like this for half a month. I am almost dead. The group continued to rush. 2 hours later, there was a rock in the field of vision. After another hour, everyone arrived here. When there were tens of meters away from the rock, I saw 2 people out of the shadow. They stood at a high place and waved at us, shouting in their mouths, water, tea, yen yen. But it was Huan Quan Shuanghan and Imo Momo. Climbing up the rocks, everyone looked for a cool place and started lying on the corpse. He said, long time no see, and quickly took out the fixed-point teleportation talisman and handed it to Huan Quan Shuanghan. Me, I finally saw it. This collected, and after the big fight is over, you think of us here, and use it directly. Huang Qiuanshuang hugged me in the middle of the way. Affectionately. Love me. It must be you. Me, don't love me. It's fruitless. Time is urgent, and there is no time to narrate the old. Everyone simply said a few words and washed in sleeping. When it was getting dark, I had no choice but to run away again. In order to rank, the artists who are bolder will kill a few strange from time to time. So I have been running all the time. Outside the world. I remember the main purpose of the big fighting design is to kill each other under the pressure of resources and monsters. What I want to see is that someone rises in the fight and becomes a new star. Half a month. It has been half a month. Where is the fight? A team of people led 2/3 of the monsters of the desert to walk the dog, and hundreds of millions of others were lying flat there. Is this appropriate? If this goes on, as long as the team will not die, it will sooner or later become a god, and they will be suffered by them. So why is Xing Sisui, this black hole, so unlucky? She is so unlucky that everyone except her is living in peace and prosperity. Can her probability be adjusted? No. This kind of fortune is established, and God does not modify the permissions. It's boring to go on like this. I think the big fighting is over. At this moment, I was still running wildly with my teammates, and killing monsters from time to time. I thought that today would pass like this. But who knew that in the middle of the night, his voice suddenly appeared. The desert is ended. The countdown. 10, 9. The turbulent waves disappeared with the night. In a blink of an eye, I appeared on the land of the tribe. Me, is this the end? Xiao Chao, defenseless. Chao Yin, the temperature difference is a bit big. I suddenly feel a bit cold. Jingchen, bathing, cooking, sleeping. What kind of life is this half a month? Very good. This glam maniac has also learned to complain. I checked the tribal members. Except for the team we met in a big race. We were particularly embarrassed. Others had a good life. At least not thin. On the other hand, we are like refugees. I was still panting, and I was caught off guard. Xia Xia hugged me and whimpered. Sister, you're back. You're finally back. Sister, I miss you so much. Is my sister injured? Xia is going to sleep with her sister today. I stroked her top. Okay. I'm not injured. I have worked hard during this time. The kitten also climbed to my shoulders and said a stinging behavior to me. Xiao Feiyu also flew over. It had been twice. And suddenly felt that he was watched. He turned his head and looked at it. Xiao Feiyu froze. Left me at a fast speed. And flew to Ensun. I don't know what spiritual docking between them. And I saw Ensun coming over and opened the kitten. The kitten was furious and started meowing and scratching at him. But because it was too small, it was crushed by a finger. Meow meow meow. Chapter 74. What are you misunderstanding of yourself? Xia crying ching for a while. Telling me that they have filtered water every day. So the water is placed in the living room downstairs. Let everyone take a bath. I nodded. Really good. Xia is happy. I counted the number of people. And a lot of people in our tribe greeted everyone to take a bath. In the desert, there is no time when the body is refreshing. Jingchen's gorgeous madness rushed towards the living room. And the image was not left at all. His roommates followed closely. Then came Lin Shui and Shen Qingfeng. And then Gu Yi's team. My roommates were not moving. Xiao Cha and Chao Yin stood together to pass on ambiguous information. I looked at them along their eyes, and found that they were paying attention to Momo and Phil's interaction. I walked over and took one in one hand. How to drop? Envy? Even if Yin. You have a big man in tea. You choose one as a boyfriend? Xiao Cha, ha. I still want to find a boyfriend as my physique. Isn't he afraid of being killed by love rivals? Chao Yin, hey. What is me? Even if I don't deserve to fall in love? Me? There are so many handsome guys in our tribe. How do you try one? Chao Yin laughed and said, I choose Ensun. I was silent for 3 seconds and went back to here. Is Su Huai not handsome enough? Or is Jingchen not beautiful enough? Chao Yin, so do you think it is not beautiful to be handsome? After she said, she crowded my eyebrows. And then her eyes crossed me. I turned my head sharply and saw Ensun. At the moment, he was looking at me. And there was no emotion in his eyes. This is no different from his usual appearance. But I am inexplicable. Just when I was thinking about how to rescue it, the Huang Qiuanshuang froze shouted. I'm back. My dear roommate. Where are you all? Xiao Chao waved vigorously. Here. Shuang. Chao Yin, come on. Sister. Mo silently ignored Feldus, who was concerned about her, and ran over. Frust. I haven't seen you for a long time. Ferda, whose master ran away while greeting. He followed and saw a girl rushing. Another friend of the master came, and his position in the master's heart moved back one place. Phil Des. Someone in warmth. Huang Qiuanshuang and coldly. You don't know? I almost scared myocardial infarction. Xiao Cha chuckled. Say it out and make us happy. Chao Yin, let's do it quickly. Let's go to take a bath. Me, that is to say. We are happy to say. Then take a bath quickly. Huang Quanchuanghen, do you don't love me anymore? We have the same difference, silly daughter. How can my mother not love you? Mo silently looked at us with a mess, showing a smile like a kind mother. Huang Qiuanshuang Han still said pain. She couldn't hold it. Didn't I miss it for half a month? I thought it was so happy. I never expected that it would live to see someone and see the corpse. When I sent it back from the big fighting, the guards were even more than before. I'm desperate. I don't want to die. So I quickly used the teleportation symbol to escape. So dangerous and dangerous. Xiao Cha felt the same way. It was a close call indeed. So we just talked so happily. So I missed the opportunity to explain the perfect explanation of Ensun. It was not until a few of us girls took a shower together in the living room, chatted for hours, and slept for several hours, and I woke up feeling relaxed, that I remembered this matter. This incident was not embarrassing at the time of a joke. Embarrassment was embarrassing. It had been more than 10 hours. And it seemed that I was very concerned about it. Forget it. Just pass silently. When I thought about it, I walked out of the gate on the first floor, raised my eyes, and hit the quiet eyes of the person who came out of the opposite side. Hi. Good morning. The skin is as thick as me, and it will not change the face. And Sun said in a calm voice, Good morning. Me, go. Go fishing box? And Sun, yeah. I was calm on my face. A batch of panic. This was not concerned about yesterday. I really want to know. Hey. Wait. Why do I care so much? I reflect and I struggle. If this happened on Su Huai and Jingshan, I was on the spot. Oh no. Even half a month after a lapse. I can take it out and say, that's what you heard. Have the ability to hit me? But in the face of Insun, why can't I do it? Isn't this unreasonable? What's so worthy of my being so troubled? Although when I saw him the first side, I noticed that I was so good. After all, it's so well behaved. And the combat effectiveness is still very powerful. It is also very high when fighting with me. It is different from me and others. Wait, etc. How can it be advantages? Disadvantages? Oh, the disadvantage is that it is too cold to others and has no social. But if he likes alone, this is not a disadvantage, but extremely comfortable. In this case, he has no shortcomings? I made a decision. Smiled. And the smile may be a little embarrassed. I joked with them yesterday. They deliberately made me trouble. What you know. The mode of getting along with each other in our bedroom is like that. And Insun stunned for a moment before realizing what I referred to. I know. I thought to myself. You know. Then this thing has passed so pleasant. Nothing is light. Cool. After fishing for treasure chests for a while, Lin Shui came over and called everyone to eat. It was like this. In order to reward grace, Lin Shui recommended himself to do cooking and washing dishes. After that, I said that the people in our tribes must not discriminate against anyone or bully anyone. Otherwise they will be expelled by punishment. In addition, the human who ranks last in combat power must assist Lin Shui in cooking, washing dishes and other tasks and follow her arrangements. Lazy or disobedient people will be expelled. Of course, such things can be replaced at any time. Just try it. At the end of a breakfast, Gu Yiza took her team of victims and decided to go to sea to rescue her women. Because the 15th day after the end of the fighting was over, they planned to return after 10 days. In order not to bring us his physical trouble, Su Huai also went to the sea alone. For the sake of safety, I gave her / many of their weapons. Within half an hour, the members of our tribe left most of them, leaving only the people in our bedroom, the people in Jingshan's bedroom, and Lin Shui and Shen Qingfeng. Calculate a total of 11 people. We sat at the edge of the tribe and started fishing for treasure chests. I said, in the previous ranking announcements, we were all very embarrassed and stupid. This time, we must be elegant and present our faces gorgeously to the eyes of all mankind. Jingshan laughed at the time. What, do you have any misunderstandings about yourself? I smiled. Pomu. It's not a big deal to see the fun. Do you want to count a hexagram? Xiao Cha is also the master who is not too much to watch the lively. Come. Forget it. Jingshan's clothing looks like a smile. It is blessing or a disaster. But a disaster can't run away. Jingshan said he understood, and stood up with the fishing rod in his hand. Let's go. Bai Yu. Qiu Chuan. Let's stay away from these people, so as not to be affected. Jingshan, hey. Why don't you call me? Am I not your dearest brother? Jingshan pretended to vomit, turned around and left. I laughed out loud. Uncle. What's so fancy about this action? You have changed. You are not fancy anymore. Jingshan, you have changed you. His voice appeared at this time. The rankings for this desert brawl are being announced. Chapter 75 ranking. I stopped laughing and shouted. It started. It started. Pay attention to your image. Everyone sat up straight, like good students. Restoring his image in the hearts of all mankind depends on this one move. This time the ranking is based on a reward system for the top 100. And the rewards are richer than in previous times. Even if you are ranked 100th, you can get a golden treasure chest. I guess it's because the overall strength of all human beings is increasing. And the things in the purple treasure chest are no longer enough to satisfy today's human beings. Currently, the situation is like this. 50-100th place will get 1 golden treasure chest. 20-50th place will get 2 golden treasure chests. I heard familiar names among these ranks. They were humans who briefly joined our team during the battle royale. At the beginning, I lured the monsters and ran away, while others killed the monsters and took advantage of the opportunities, and managed to get a ranking. Later, when the monsters began to indiscriminately hunt down the people in our team, they also played the role of attracting monsters, and indirectly made the other people in the melee safe. This is also a credit. My roommates Imo Momo and Huang Quan Shuanghan also appeared in the ranking, but they were not in the top 10. This was because they were too far away from us at the time and the area around them was not completely safe. So they also killed some monsters. Soon he began reading out the names of the top 10. 10th place, 9th place, 4th place. Xiao Cha suddenly said, "The fish line is straight. I seem to catch something." "Me, I have a bad feeling." Jing Xing stroked his non-existent goatee and said, "Let me tell your fortune." So he started pretending. His voice resounded throughout the world. And it was broadcast live in real time. 4th place, Xiao Cha. Cut the live broadcast. And when the water waves rose, a huge and overcurrent thing suddenly broke the water. Xiao Cha said hack on the spot with a distorted expression. The people nearby were affected. And they all held their fishing rods to protect their heads and faces and retreated frantically. What the hell? The camera cuts over, and suddenly a huge wave and a monster appear, almost killing me. I thought there was a problem on my end. But luckily it wasn't on my end. Sure enough, that team is a black hole. Close to them will become exciting. I raised the Peach Blossom Beauty knife and was about to chop. Feng Ren also raised her cannonball. Jing Chen and the others ran over in a panic. What happened? The giant suddenly spoke. Hey! 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 Stop hitting me! It's me! It sounded familiar to me. So I looked closely. The water dissipated, revealing a terrifying fish head. The fish head and mouth coincide together. It's me. Sheng Shui. Did you forget me? You are a ruthless woman. Don't you want to kill me enough? Do you know how easy I can find you? Xiao Cha said weakly. Well, actually I fished you out. Mr. Electric Eel, the process is not important. The ending is important. Anyway, I finally found you. Xiao Cha put her hands on her hips and said, "How can I say I'm looking for it? I'm fishing. Chow Yin, it's live streaming." Xiao Cha froze. Don't blame me. I was mad at this disobedient fish. I pointed at the electric eel and said, "You fish. You are trying to sow discord. Why did you only mention my name and not others? You are such a scheming fish. Go away. We don't play with scheming fish." I've heard of this electric eel. He was Xiao Cha's suitor, and even rescued her from the squid's captivity. So, it's really provocative to only mention Boss Sishui's name. An audience member said, "Are fish hearts so scary now? Why is it normal for others to live? And the style of painting changes here? I would like to call it a special constitution. Every time it is an accident." I carefully counted and found that Boss Sisui was present every time. Ha ha ha. Boss Sisui is poisonous. The live broadcast was quickly transferred to the wonderful return. At the beginning of the chaos, the people in this team were also distributed in all parts of the desert. And Xiao Cha, who had died alone, began her performance. In the setting of being hungry and thirsty and dying, Xiao Cha stood up with tears in her eyes and cried silently. She looked very magical, and she was actually scolding the street in her heart. When she finally finished cursing, a desert python that had been staring at her for a long time in the shadows moved. It had been paying attention to her for a long time and had already taken a liking to her. Knowing that the night was dangerous, it took her back to its nest. The nest is a deep pit. The python found her a treasure chest every day. She didn't worry about eating and drinking. It was a little bit. Anyway, in the few days before the big fight, she lived particularly well, crushing all the humans in the fight. Until one day, a group of people came here. Is this Boss Sisui and his gang? Isn't that Bailey Mingyu and the team? They are mixed up together? With Boss Sisui here, I already know what stupid things will happen. In the camera, the unlucky Sheng Sisui was ruthlessly squeezed out of the team. Then the team frantically dug a hole, thinking that they would not be unlucky if they stayed away from Sheng Sisui. As a result, the ground collapsed, and everyone except Sheng Sisui fell into the deep pit and fell into a coma. People were sitting in the nest, and a familiar person suddenly appeared from the sky. Xiao Cha. With Bailey Mingyu there, they successfully opened the flying props and saved themselves. Then, they saw Sheng Sisui flirting with someone. The next video is all kinds of water-leading monsters. Others took the opportunity to grab the treasure chests and kill monsters. And the story of being chased by all members in the end. From this perspective, Boss Sisui and the people in her team will all be included in the rankings. Except for Imo Momo and Huang Quan Shuanghan. They met Boss Sishui very late in the plot and only participated in the escape. They did not experience the bombing monsters in those nights. So they are ranked outside the top 10. Teaming up with Boss Sisui is so exciting. After the wonderful release, the live broadcast of Xiao Cha again. At this moment, Xiao Cha was saying sarcastically, "Oh my, when I was pursuing her, I called her little sweetie, but now my heart and eyes are filled with Si Shui Shui, a playboy." The electric eel is probably used to the tone of this group of people, and it does not explain. "Yeah, I am so flower-hearted." As soon as the flower center fell, a gust of wind came flying, and it was so scared that it fell directly into the water and hid at the bottom of the sea. I turned around and looked, and Sun looked faint and did not plan to speak. The live broadcast came to an abrupt end. I want to see the follow-up. Why is it gone? Why did Sun shot suddenly? He looks very upright. He must be a creature who hates philandering. Why do I feel that he is not targeting fish simply, but is targeting fish because of certain people? I've always wanted to say that the atmosphere between him and boss Sis Hui is different from everyone else. He, third place. Su Huai, Chao Yin, Jingchen, Jingxing, Bai Yu, Xiao Chuan, Xiao Yuyin. The live lens is approaching again, which is just connected to the previous plot. Mr. Electric Eel swam out of the sea. He stayed far away from humans, and had to speak only by shouting. "Why are you hitting me? I don't even know you." And Sun naturally ignored him. Mr. Electric Eel can put on a show by himself. Are you jealous of me? I just like Sis Hui. If you have the guts, why don't you confess your feelings to me? Xiao Cha you. You are still the object of pursuing the object. And you are still a good friend with your new pursuit. Do you still say that you want to be beaten? Mr. Eel, you all have squid to inherit the fish. I am still chased by you now. And? I am an upright fish. Never getting love. During the talk, and Sun continued to throw several wind blades in a row. Mr. Electric Eel dived cautiously, then surfaced again. Don't attack me so easily. I tell you, you can't hit me. And Sun said coldly, noisy. Mr. Electric Eel, we are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Why are you pretending now? I just talk. I just quarrel. Like water? I like you. I like you. Loyalu. I wonder if you like it. You look like a kid who is protective of his toys. Okay. That is indeed love. But is it that kind of love? According to your kind of liking, you like many people equally. I was about to speak. The kitten lying on my shoulders didn't know what to send crazy. Suddenly, I pointed at the electric eel meow meow. It looked fierce and seemed to be scolding. What's wrong with you? I really don't understand what's so cruel about Sun and Xiao Mao. The live lens disappeared and entered the wonderful back. And the camera flashed from each of Su Huai. Everyone had the same pitiful start. All alone. After getting food and drink on the first night, everyone except Jingxing was wandering around aimlessly. Gradually, Jingxing used his ability to find his brother Jingchen, who was closest to him, and then found Baiyu, Xiao Chuan, and Chao Yin. At the same time, Xiao Yuyin has joined Sheng Sishui's team. At the same time, Su Huai and Bailey Mingyu met by chance. A few hours later, Jingxing led the team towards Sheng Sishui. At the same time, in Sheng Sishui's team, Xiao Yuyin was on duty while the others were resting. Halfway through the defense, a group of people appeared. Both sides disliked each other. The upright and wild Xiao Yuyin started fighting without saying a word. Then, Bailey Mingyu and Su Huai appeared. I always feel that the characters in the Sishui team are so exciting. First, Xiao Cha was always trapped in a forced love scenario. And then Su Huai had many enemies, and was broken off from engagement. Normally, shouldn't this be a male-led plot at some point? But here it's a female one. I have always felt that Su Huai is so pitiful. He is either misunderstood or on the way to being misunderstood. In short, his path to growth is filled with fighting and killing. Although, it seems that Xiao Yuyin has a love-hate relationship with him. It's obvious that Xiao Yuyin herself doesn't know it. That Su Huai is so stupid. He can't see anything, and just foolishly follows her lead. The plot suddenly turned into a romance. This is totally a pair of bickering lovers. It's so cute that it makes me bleed. The exciting replay soon played to the moment when the three teams officially formed a team and started a story of killing, and slaughtering monsters. He, second place, Bailey Mingyu, Feng Ju, and Sun. It is normal to be able to go to the second place in the second place. It didn't take long for Feng Yan to fight and kill me along the way. He participated in almost all major events. He also provided water for our team's steady stream of water, which was extremely effective. Bailey Mingyu and I killed a large number of monsters together and provided a lot of resources. Although she left later and became the leader of a group of 10,000 people. With her influence, the group of 10,000 people grew to 100,000 and then 1 million. Even so, they did not lack food. It can be said that the reason why there are no deaths and injuries this time rely on the wind and water to renew my life, and to use the wind to flatten the obstacles for me. In this way, I have the ability to attract most of the strangeness of the entire desert, and indirectly bring a safe area for millions of humans behind Bailey Mingyu. Unlike those two, and Sun was tough and fought all the way from the beginning. He met me in the middle. It can be said that even if he had not teamed up with us, with his ability, he could have been in the top 10. The second person's report ends, and the first person's report begins. She, first place. Shung Sisui. When he faced me, he spoke more than before. And this also attracted hatred from me. He, in this melee, Shung Sisui led the team to kill a quarter of the monsters in the desert, and led away 2/4 of the monsters, which was a crushing first place. Therefore, he will be given a special reward, and the number of golden treasure chests will be doubled. Next comes my wonderful return. Alas, his malice toward me is as great as ever. But what does it matter? I have a real reward. I stopped paying attention to other things and ran towards Jingchen. Come on. Let me try my luck. Jingchen ran away. Don't come over here. And Sun stared at us quietly, not knowing what he was thinking. Mr. Electric Eel shouted in the distance, Anshuan. You are high. You bullish the fish. You hit me in 2 sentences. Like water chasing Jingchen to run. You don't hit Jingchen. Jingchen took a moment out of his busy schedule and asked, Huh? You're comparing me to a fish? Mr. Electric Eel was furious. You look down on fish? And Sun beat him. He played hard to get with Si Shui. She chased him, and he ran away. And then Si Shui couldn't leave him. That's the routine. My forehead jumping straight. Shut up. Finally I caught Jingchen. And after trying my luck for a while, I ran to Anshuan to try my luck again. Unlike Jingchen. And Sun had no intention of resisting at all. Feeling that my bad luck was going away, I began to silently recite the luck amplification system. Hey, it really works. I actually got amplification 2 today. I stared at the 12 golden treasure chests in front of me. I'm rich. I'm rich. Come on. Let me get some more. Only I can open the reward treasure chest. Originally, the first place reward was 6 treasure chests. With this doubling, it became 12. With my increase, it is now equivalent to me having 36 golden treasure chests. Surrounded by a group of people. I couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. The items in the golden treasure chest are very rare. Usually skill weapons, clothes with attributes, and some props. After opening the treasure chest, I successfully obtained several weapon skills. I didn't get the clothes, but I got props. Items, fan of wind, weapon. Purple. Introduction, it has wind attributes. Can swing out wind blades. And can also control tornadoes. The holder needs to develop derivative skills by himself. Item, for seasons skill. Gold. Introduction, after use. You can control the weather. Extreme cold and heat. Wind. Thunder. Rain and lightning. All of which can be controlled by you. The strength and range are related to your mental strength. There are a total of 12 treasure chests. And only 1 golden color was opened. I can only say that it is worthy of being called gold. This skill is so versatile. Although it is not very strong in fighting in the early stage, it is definitely awesome for survival. Chapter 76, Black Water Coming Eye. The second place winner has 5 treasure chests. And the first place winner actually has 12 treasure chests. Bailey Mingyu must be jealous to death. Don't say that, our tribe chief. The patriarch is very good, so he will not care about this kind of thing. Although she is only the second place. But without her, we have already starved to death and die in the desert. I am lucky to be one of the 10,000 person group protected by Bailey Mingyu. She is indeed a kind person and easy to get along with. Unlike Shung Sisui, who left the 10,000 person group directly without any room for negotiation. The upstairs talking monster smells like tea. If Shung Sisui doesn't leave and an army of monsters appears, you will have another story to tell. Now I understand how Qiao Yuyan felt when she started a fight over a disagreement. Some people are just bad people. They didn't get the advantage, but still have the nerve to hold a grudge. Kayan Chayu. You are able to survive. Of course. You have Bailey Mingyue's resources. But Sheng Sis, we also made a great contribution. I agree. Without Sheng Sis, the number of humans that can return from the melee this time will definitely be much less. So to sum up, as long as you fight hard enough, you can get on the rankings. Right? But Sheng Sishue's physique is too aggro. And we have no monsters to fight. Listen to me. I am a temporary member of Sheng Sishue's team. Don't make it sound so easy to kill monsters. And don't imply that they have taken all the monsters away and left you with nothing to kill. It only looks easy. Which means they are strong. If those things were placed on us, how many of us would be able to withstand it? The World Channel has mixed reviews about me. The root cause is that he gave me too many rewards, which is completely unbalanced. Human nature. Since someone is so unbalanced, let it make you lose your mind. I spoke directly on the World Channel and put all my extra weapons and skills for sale except for the 4-season skills. They are so smart that they can definitely guess that I sell duplicate things so much. It must be the system increase. After releasing the news, I will close the World Channel and let public opinion fight on its own. At this moment, the members of my tribe have finished opening the golden treasure chests they have obtained. Some have obtained weapons and skills. Some have obtained clothes and props. In short, the golden treasure chests are full of good things. I gave the fan of wind to Chao Yin. She was wearing the dance of the rising sun. Her hand ornaments and head ornaments both had attributes. With this fan, she looked both beautiful and powerful. There are 3 skilled books in the 4 seasons. I have learned one of myself. And the remaining 2 are given to Su Huai, who goes out alone. The man is very dangerous to act alone. In addition, his hate settings. More 9 deaths. 1 more skill and multiple ways. I have the last remaining skill book on me and let everyone draw lots for it. In the end, it was taken away by Ensun, which shows that he has the best luck among us. Although the battle royale was thrilling, it was a sweet experience after all the hard work. And everyone gained a lot from unboxing today. Just as I was about to return to the edge of the tribe to start fishing for treasure chests, several treasure chests suddenly appeared in front of me. This is exactly the resources I used to use those equipment and props. These are not ordinary resources, but the resources needed for the upgrade of my golden hoop stick. I have never seen many things in it. I didn't expect someone to make up in such a fast time. I opened the transaction record out of curiosity and found that all the items were bought by one person. The other party's name was Meng Buli. Meng Buli? The ruthless man who was said to have robbed several systems in extremely cold weather. Now that I have enough materials, I immediately silently recite the upgrade. 2 flashes of golden light appear, and my golden hoop is upgraded to blue. Above the blue grade is purple, and above purple is gold. Upgrading to purple requires a lot of rare resources, which cannot be done in a day or 2. Chao Yin noticed the movement on my side. The golden hoop has been upgraded to blue? I nodded. Yes. Chao Yin called out to everyone. Come on. Come on. Everyone. Come and vote. Raise your hands if you agree that resources should be used to upgrade the golden hoop stick first in the next half month. Jingchen stopped walking towards the water and turned around to ask. Childish. Are you kids? He raised his hand while saying this. Jingxing smiled and said, Don't pay attention to him. He just says one thing and does another. I agree with him. Everyone agreed with this. And I would be lying if I said I wasn't touched. I patted my chest and said proudly, Wait until my weapon is upgraded to purple. I will protect you. A group of people started today's treasure chest fishing mission with laughter. It is impossible to gather the materials I need in half a month. After all, those rare materials can only be traded with things that are equally rare and useful to him. But if we can get a little bit, it's a little bit. Right? 10 days have passed in a flash. And there are still 5 days left before the countdown to extreme weather. These days, the World Channel has been bloody every day. There are a large number of humans who hate me. And there are also a large number of people who are my allies. I don't care much about those things. After all, the reason why a hater is that he only dares to do things behind the scenes. When something really happens to him, he will kneel down faster than anyone else. But today, the style of the World Channel has changed. After all, extreme weather is coming. And humans, who have experienced the extreme cold in the ocean and the extreme heat in the war, are beginning to feel anxious. The world's channels are filled with such news. And anxiety is spreading rapidly like a virus. For the first time, the extreme weather was extremely cold, extremely hot, storm, black water, and thunder. So this time you can first exclude the extremely cold of the whole people experienced, and then exclude extremely thermal heat. So this time it is very likely that it is storm, black water and thunder. You can still survive an extreme cold or extreme heat. But I remember the highest number of deaths occurred in the other three conditions. What kind of extreme weather will it be this time? I pray it's not black water. There are so many monsters. How can we fight them? Haha. Didn't some members of the tribe say a few days ago that Big Boss says we was stealing monsters and indirectly stealing their position as the leader? They must really like Heishui. After all, there are so many monsters that they don't need to fight for them. I won't mention which tribe it is here. Everyone will understand. There are still only a minority of people who are trying to stir up trouble. And most of them are seriously spreading anxiety. I exited the world channel and took a look at the electric eel lying on its belly in the sea not far away to bask in the sun. This guy is really looking more and more like a dead fish. He looked at Insun, who was staring coldly at the electric eel from time to time, and said, "Don't kill the fish." I say this to him every day. I am really confused. This guy looks cold and autistic. So how could he have a grudge with the electric eel? One has "I want to kill fish" written all over his body, and the other has "I won't leave. Come and kill me if you dare" written all over his body. After breakfast, we all held a small meeting. I said, "Extreme weather is coming, and we don't know what kind of extreme weather we will encounter this time. Let's put the upgrade of the golden hoop aside and make preparations as soon as possible. Lightning rods can prevent lightning strikes. Modified ships can prevent storms. And black water. Lie down?" After this was said, everyone fell silent. Obviously, if you encounter black water, prevention is useless, and all you can do is fight and run. After a suffocating silence, Qiao Yin said, "Well, I'll take a few sisters to get a lightning rod. What if it's thundering? Think of the good side." Ha. Ha ha. Although she said this, her face showed that if someone was so unlucky, there would definitely be other unexpected things happening, and it was better to have a lightning rod than not. Jingshan, the man-made modified ship in our dormitory. The two teams started working immediately, leaving behind Insun, Lin Shui, Shen Qingfeng, and a group of summoned and recruited creatures. What else can we do? We have nothing to do, so we can only continue fishing for treasure chests. So I said, let's go fishing for treasure chests and get the resources they need. Chapter 77, Black Water Coming, Part 2. We had enough fishing rods, and in 3 days, we caught enough resources, and made enough lightning rods and modified boats. With still a day and a half left before the extreme weather was about to arrive, Guizhou led the team back to the tribe. Her fleet had more than 20 people more than last time. A large group of women were busy between the cabins, transporting the resources they had stored up during this period to the land. These people all wanted to join the tribe. After I asked them whether they could accept the tribal rules, they silently agreed. In this way, the number of people in our tribe exceeded 50. With these resources, we have more than enough food. Since the weather is good today, we assign half of the people to fish for treasure chests, and the other half to pickle the meat. The props I extracted originally produced a lot of salt in these days, which was enough to process all the meat. Guizhou and her friends brought several fishing rods with them on this trip. When all was said and done, we had more than 200 fishing rods, and for a moment it seemed that we were short-handed. While I was fishing for treasure chests, I chatted privately with Su Huai. "When will you return to the tribe?" Su Huai, "It will take another hour." Me, "Just came back for dinner." I told everyone about this. "We'll have dinner later today. Su Huai will be back in an hour." I thought Su Huai was the only one coming back on this trip, but I never expected that a group of people would come back. I looked at Qiao Yuyan and her subordinates coming down from the deck, and cast a puzzled look at Su Huai. A few dozen days ago, he was still calling off the engagement. Half a month ago, he still disliked her in the big fight. Why is he taking her back to her parents' home now? "You guys are developing quite fast," Su Huai explained. "We met them while being hunted. They were also being hunted, so we formed a temporary team. Xiao Chao was watching the fun and didn't mind the big deal. So you're going back to your parents' home together?" Xiao Yuyan had been paying close attention to this place. She choked when she heard this and said, "Ahem. Su Huai glanced at her and asked in confusion. She was fine just now, but suddenly she is like this. Is it because she is not used to the local climate? Upon hearing this, the group of women behind Xiao Yuyan immediately gave him complex expressions of caring for a fool. Su Huai said to Xiao Cha, "What nonsense are you talking about? That's because our enemies have joined forces." I was shocked and caught the key point. So did you manage to get rid of the enemy? Su Huai's eyes drifted away. No. That's why I brought Xiao Yuyan and the others here. Huang Quan Shuanghan, who was watching, was shocked. He is really a big son of his mother. Xiao Yin was calmer. You dare to come here? You must have something to rely on. Right? Tell me. What is it? Su Huai really depends on him. He only listened to him. Although they have tracks. We broke their boats. They rushed to catch the treasure chest to open resources to repair. I speculated that they were prepared and successfully arrived at us. At least it will be in the middle of the night tomorrow. At that time, the extreme weather comes. He looked very proud. We can use extreme weather to kill them. I am very relieved. The child has grown up, learned not to act rashly, and knows how to kill with a borrowed knife. Imo Momo was the more serious person in our dormitory. She interrupted our giggling conversation and asked, "How many enemies are there?" Su Huai, 200. I suddenly woke up from my joy at my child's growth. So many people? Is there a possibility that the enemy also wants to use the extreme weather to kill us? And to be on the safe side, they will seek allies? Then there will be more people? Jing Chen mentioned, according to reliable information. Someone is contacting Ming Dili to use extreme weather to attack us. Xiao Cha, hey. Don't say such cruel things in such a relaxed atmosphere. Xiao Cha, otherwise. I will take advantage of my physique, and pull a few pursuers to achieve alliances. Qiao Yin, that's possible. Speaking of which, Xuan, you have an entire mermaid empire behind you. Would you consider it? Huang Quan Xuanhan was shocked, and immediately put on an expression, as if there were always villains trying to harm me. Crossed his hands across his chest and said, "You want me to die?" Everyone looked at me at the same time. Jingchen touched his chin and said, "There is a hatred extraction machine here." Qiao Yin played with his hair. That makes sense. I was shocked and wailed. "I am your clan leader? You just mentioned the pulling machine. Right? You treat me as a tool?" Qiao Yin patted my shoulder. "It's good that you know." Xiao Cha, +1. Imperial Thrust, +2. Jingchen, +3. I was sad to hide my face, when it is really the world. People are not ancient. Mo Momo said, "Don't cry. Think positively. You can take this opportunity to collect a lot of death points." I turned my head and said quietly, Mo, you have changed. Alas, the world is changing. People's hearts are no longer the same. Even the little white cabbage has turned into a black-hearted lotus. My resistance was futile. This group of people ignored my attitude as the clan leader and held a small meeting. They ruthlessly kicked me out, and then kicked Sun out. According to everyone, Sun can control the wind. When I attract hatred, he can take me to a high altitude and provide me with cover, thus saving me from the unfortunate fate of being killed. Oh, you think you are so considerate, don't you? A bunch of rebellious sons. Feng Ran is obviously my sword spirit, but she joined everyone's meeting. She sued himself. I also help like water. I want to fry/play gun. The more the better. Come on. Are you assisting? You are just a battle maniac. Look at how you are laughing like a pervert. You are definitely imagining a scene of killing everyone. Right? This is what everyone thought in their hearts. I said. No. You can't go. You have to take care of everyone. The bomb leaves everyone in turns to get a reward with my team brushing rankings. You have no reward. Phone ran. The wind suddenly saw my eyes suddenly rebellion. No. I'm going. Me, I definitely can't attract all the hatred of all creatures. Only someone as powerful as you can do the rest. Feng Ran was ready in a second. In that case, you can go without worry, and I will take care of the rest. This sounds weird. As if I'm about to die. Next, the people in our tribe took turns fishing for treasure chests. After all, time was running out. Early the next morning, I looked around and saw that it was still sunny and windy. I couldn't help but feel the same way as those people on the World Channel. Normally, there will be signs of extreme weather. But why are there none at all? And Sun sat next to me fishing for treasure chests, and said in a light voice, During the first extreme weather, there were signs of extreme cold and hot storms in advance. But there were no signs of lightning and black water. This extreme weather may be one of them. Or there is another possibility. This time it did not follow the previous rules. And there were no signs at all. Jingchen said on the left side of me. There are rules for this survival world. Everyone has speculation. There is also a proof of the rules. He may be able to drill empty. But this large-scale activity must not be tampered with the rules. So this time, the extreme weather is likely to follow the routine. That is to say. This extreme weather is one of lightning and black water. I pray it is lightning. Jingchen, do you have any misunderstandings about your own bad luck? Usually when you pray for good things, bad things come. Can we still have a good chat? We chatted quietly. But humans' 5 senses are much sharper now than they were in the past. And everyone could hear our words clearly. Suddenly everyone started whispering. And the news that this extreme weather was black water spread. Jingchen spread his hands. Look. Everyone thinks so. I just want to cry. I am such a miserable clan leader. When I mention black water, I think of what happened during the first extreme weather black water event. By then, the sea water will turn black. And countless monsters will surface. They are violent and bloody. There were so many monsters the first time. So there will be more this time. Right? Everyone was worried. Seeing that everyone was restless, I said, don't fish for the treasure chest. Save the fishing rods. Have a meal together later. And rest well until the extreme weather arrives. The future will definitely be dangerous. If we all face it in the best possible condition, we may be able to survive more easily. I have always been a carefree person. It's not that I'm not afraid, but I know that being afraid is useless. It's better to deal with it as it comes, and keep a calm mind before the danger comes. Just like that, I fell asleep quickly until a familiar voice echoed throughout the ocean. He said, a sudden black pollution spread throughout the ocean. In order to survive, marine life left their homes on the seabed and came to the uninhabitable sea surface. I jumped up, quickly got myself ready, and walked to the edge of the tribe. A lot of people have gathered here. Judging from their mental state, they haven't slept much and have been guarding here for a long time. Guizha held a mining lamp in his hand, and the light shone on the sea, which was as black as ink. Suddenly the wind blew, beating the waves and forcing them to hit the hard rocks at the edge of the tribe. I squatted down and used tools to collect some water. The water was still transparent. The reason why the sea surface looked black was because it was night. Chaoyan said, he has spoken, indicating that the black water has descended. Why is the sea water still clean? Xiaocha yawned, delay. After all, the sea is so calm and no monsters have appeared? Huang Quan Shuanghan ran over the house. This person was as big as me. According to her meaning, she lived on the high-pressure environment of the Mermaid King and a high-pressure environment in the Mermaid King. Huang Quan Shuanghan opened his mouth and said, is it really black water? This really. It is used very spiritually, with a strong connotation. Xiao Cha, he. From now on, when you are undecided, let Shui choose. We will exclude whichever she chooses. Hey, the meaning is clear. I looked at them with resentment. After our disturbance, the tense atmosphere dissipated a lot. Su Wai said. He said that the creatures on the seabed came to the sea surface where it is not suitable for survival. So in this state, they will be very irritable. Xiao Yuyan nodded. When you are in a bad mood, you will get angry and impulsive easily. Jingchen, it's just right for Sisui to perform. As soon as I said this, everyone looked at me with an expression like it's up to you. Expression? Ah yes. Yes. I am a ruthless monster attractor. I took the opportunity to make a request. After this black water is over, I want to be the emperor for a week. And you have to do whatever I say. My roommates immediately started laughing. No problem. 10 days is fine. You are the emperor. Right? You have given so much. We must obey you. Jingchen said in a horrified tone. Why are you looking at me with malicious eyes? You guys are the same kind of people. What do you want to do to me? This person doesn't even know this master. I forgot to call. Jingchen felt that everyone in Sheng Sishui's dormitory was a devil. So scary. However, one person could not defeat many people, and the others had a casual attitude. So my request was arranged. As long as I can survive. As long as everyone can survive. Chapter 78 The Coming of Black Water, Part 3. A flash of lightning split the night. and the loud rumbling sound almost pierced the eardrums. The land beneath their feet shook slightly, and everyone's bodies tilted unexpectedly. These things happened in an instant. Although no one spoke at this moment, everyone knew that this was the beginning of everything, and the black water had truly arrived. Cold raindrops fell from the sky, and the rain quickly got heavier. So we took shelter in the house. I used a telescope to look into the distance and found that the horizon had a long height. That thing had no boundaries, and was pushing towards this side at a very fast speed. I gasped, "It's a tsunami. Everyone, bring some wood and climb higher." The tsunami arrived in an instant, hitting the base buildings and docked ships with great force. This tsunami is much weaker than the one in the movie. Otherwise, with the current human combat capability, very few people would survive this disaster. Furthermore, the buildings generated by the blueprints and resources were strong enough, and the water flow only broke through the doors and windows, not the walls. Even so, some people were still pulled by the current through the windows into the sea. They brought wood with them, so there was no danger of sinking. When the sea became calmer, and Sun used the wind to rescue them, those people were coughing violently on the ground and seemed to be choking. Boom! The series of collisions attracted my attention. I climbed to a high place, and saw that a huge fleet of ships was being pushed hard by the waves against the rocks at the edge of our tribe. This indirectly proves that the tribal land is very solid. Jingxing frowned and said, "Here comes with bad intentions." Me, Su Huai and Xiao Yuyan's pursuers arrived late but not late. Momo frowned. If there were only 200 people, the fleet wouldn't be this large. Su Huai, I have some impressions of some people, but I don't know some people. Me, so they have joined forces with more people, and are planning to wipe us out? Jingchen, then lure the monsters to run towards them. I have done this kind of thing of using monsters to kill people before, and I was very satisfied with the ending. I want to continue it this time. I am not worried about this. After all, there are many black water monsters, and I am good at pulling them. If it is extreme weather with thunder, we may have to fight a desperate battle. Many humans soon appeared on the deck of the fleet. They did not get off the ship, but faced us from afar in the windy and rainy night. At this moment of tense confrontation, two huge heads suddenly emerged from the sea next door. One is a killer whale, and the other is an electric eel. Mr. Electric Eel spoke in human language and let out a deafening wail. "I'm going to die. I wanted to go back to my family for refuge. But the bottom of the sea is not a place for humans. Earthquakes occurred just now, and several cracks were cracked in the deep trench. The bottom was not seen. From the sources below, the black liquid was continuously released. It was blending with the seawater. It was a disaster for our marine creatures, and was uncomfortable." After it finished speaking, it discovered a large fleet next to it and asked, "Who are they? Where are they from?" Although it does not have human-like facial features, and its expression cannot be seen, everyone intuitively believes that as long as the answer is that it is an enemy, it will use its ultimate move. This is an electric eel, a giant one at that. If the electricity is released into the water, it will cause a chain reaction with the seawater. How can we fight it? So several leaders of the fleet shouted in unison, "Friendly forces!" At the same time, they ordered their own members, "Get off the boat quickly and go to land." A large group of people rushed onto the land, and Mr. Electric Eel realized something was wrong. Xiao Cha happened to respond at this time. "It's the enemy." Mr. Electric Eel suddenly discharged electricity, and the dazzling electric light covered the entire sea area. It did not electrocute people to death, but knocked them out. After all, it had to conserve electricity to face the black water. The monsters affected by the black water have become more vicious in temperament. They not only attack humans, but also kill each other. They cannot consume too much electricity. I asked, "How long can they stay unconscious?" Mr. Electric Eel, "At least 1 hour." Me, "That means there is an hour of no combat time." More than half of the humans in that fleet fainted. Under such circumstances, they could not guarantee a win, so they gave up the plan of entering the land. Their several clan leaders quickly discussed the result and ordered their members to retreat with each other's support. The imminent crisis was temporarily resolved, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I watched it around and found that there were several protrusions on the sea. There was no accident that they had evacuated from the bottom of the sea. It was currently far from us. I looked close and saw that the killer whale turned over. Noticing my gaze, the Electric Eel explained, "Isn't this a matter of urgency? Don't worry. With its thick skin and flesh, It will wake up soon. An hour later, the unconscious enemies woke up one after another. Since the electric eels were still guarding nearby, they did not dare to act rashly. I stood on the commanding heights and looked around. The number of monsters floating out of the sea had increased a lot, but they hadn't shown any signs of going wild yet. Perhaps the distance was not close enough, and it hadn't reached that point. This went on for a few hours, until the sky began to turn pale. There were monsters roughly one every few hundred meters, and considering their size, the space was already a bit crowded. There are more than a number. The sense of territory in the bones has erupted, and the battle began to start in a small range. The rain stopped, and the wind was more than an hour. The monsters felt hungry and began to hunt. A monster aimed at the large number of fleets. The people on the boat were frightened. The movement here is too great, and the attention of nearby monsters is ushered in. Several monsters swim to start their buffets. Electric eels and killer whales were also forced to get involved in the battle. Sydney is a black man and the leader of the fleet, while he was commanding his people to fight. His friend, a white man who was one of the leaders, looked around and found the entangled electric eel. The human, named Jesse, said, "Look, the electric eel is entangled. Quick, let's take this opportunity to get to land. There are many countries in the ocean survival world, and the language of any country here can be understood by humans. There is no need to learn it specifically. This is the rule." I picked up the megaphone and pointed my middle finger at them. "Huh? Do you think I'm just a decoration?" I turned my head, Anchuan, when we appeared, and Sun nodded and controlled the wind to carry us directly above them. They looked at me alertly, looking like a dead end. But I looked past them, facing the sea, and raised my middle finger. "Listen to all the sea monsters here. I am not looking down on any of you. I look down on all of you sea monsters. Do you see this gesture? I am mercifully explaining to you, little trash. This represents contempt." In an instant, everything around became quiet. Humans stared at me in shock. The monster was stunned for a moment, then pounced over ferociously. I yelled at the garbage, and Ensign cooperated with a wind knife to attack them. I would like to say that our team was a hatred harvester. The hatred was very steady. The monster was completely focused on the two of us, but mainly on me. After all, I was a big talker. I whispered, "Go on the boat and run with me." And Sun, "Okay." As soon as I landed, I ran to the place where the land and the boat met. The monsters chased me relentlessly. Wherever I went, the enemies fled away howling like ghosts. After some operation, the enemy was driven to the back. I yelled, "Are you happy or unhappy? Are you happy or unhappy? Thanks to you boats, I can parkour." Ding, ding, ding. Countless death-defying reminder sounds exploded in my mind. Hey, more enemies are better. Me, come on. Resent me, little fools. Your hatred will eventually become my strong stepping stone. Ding, ding, ding. Normally, when it comes to this point, people will divert their attention and stop hating. After all, it is said that suffering a loss is a blessing. But this blessing belongs to someone else. But now the problem comes that there are 3 countries here. Internal conflicts and external conflicts are not on the same level at all. The more I provoke them, the more they will hate me. When family feuds escalate to national hatred, it will be very difficult to divert their attention. They hate me and I am happy. I laughed and wiped the value of death. More and more monsters were attracted, and the situation soon became unavailable. There are always a few monsters who have just come over and have never been scolded by me. Their first reaction was not chasing me, but chasing food. Visual inspection is the most food on board. In the end, I was still reluctant to kill people by myself. Even other countries were not very willing. After this situation, I came to the land with other monsters who had a stable hatred to me. The quoted monsters are not particularly large, and they are used to rank people in our tribes. Everyone was very easy to fight. As time passed, everyone became more and more strenuous. After all, not everyone in our tribe is strong, and attacking and rescuing are interspersed, which greatly reduces efficiency. During the battle, I kept paying attention to my surroundings. The fleet had a large number of people, so they attracted a lot of monsters. Their plan to use extreme weather to kill us was shattered. Maybe they wanted to take a gamble that it was lightning, and brought so many people to make sufficient preparations. But they didn't expect that the extreme weather would be this kind of black water that was unusual for everyone. And there was an electric eel guarding us. which caused them to suffer a setback at the start. The people over there finally regained their composure. Jesse said, "Everyone, go to the land. Run towards them." "No. The electric eel is guarding there." A yellow-skinned man shouted that he was one of the leaders, named Wang Kai. "Jesse, then send your people to lead it to discharge. There is no threat after the electricity is over." "Wang Kai, isn't this bad? We have 4 tribes here, and each tribe sends 3 people." "Jesse, why are you still haggling at this hour? Don't you see that everyone is busy fighting, and you are the only one sitting idle? Do you want time to drag on and everyone to die?" Wang Kai had no choice but to suppress his anger, glared at him coldly, and arranged for his people to induce the electric eels to discharge electricity. They were originally an alliance formed out of hatred and interests, and no one would oppress anyone else. As a result, many people in their own tribe would definitely die. This blame would not only be attributed to the Golden Legend tribe, but also to Jesse. "Wait, Jesse. Don't want to take advantage," Wang Kai said in his heart. Chapter 79, Black Water Coming 4. Wang Kai was originally a vicious criminal. Before he survived in the ocean, he was expected to die a week later. When he came to this world, it was a turning point for fate. With the lesson of the earth, he learned to disguise. In this world, he successfully achieved the result he wanted with camouflage. He now has a fleet of more than 800 people, and he is highly respected because of his good disguise. Wang Kai was completely cleared of all charges. He had thought that with his current status as the clan leader, everyone would surely actively participate in arranging things. However, he underestimated human nature. Sending people to induce electric eels to discharge electricity is an extremely dangerous task, and the slightest mistake can result in death. His subordinates were far from being as obedient as he thought. When Wang Kai asked those who were willing to attract the electric eels to step forward, no one responded to him. Wang Kai pressed his anger. He was not pure white as paper. Of course, he knew that people were dead for wealth. Everyone who participates in this operation will receive a blue weapon. In the world of survival, purple weapons are very scarce. Among them, the tribes with the most purple weapons are hundreds of miles of Mingyu. This person exists like a bug, and other humans cannot compare with her. Next are our Golden Legend tribe, and Ming Buli's Mo Shur Mo Wang tribe. Apart from our 3 families, purple weapons are very rare in the entire survival world. Usually only clan leaders have them. In some small families, even the clan leaders can only use blue weapons. This reward given by Wang Kai is indeed enough to make people gamble. Driven by interests, a few people finally stood up. Those people were also scheming against each other. They didn't cooperate with each other in attracting the electric eel, and each of them had 800 schemes in mind. At first, I was worried that the enemy might really break through. But when I saw the situation over there, I felt relieved. That's it? How can a group of people who don't even have unity break through? The discomfort of hunger and black water makes the monsters even more brutal. We are too big here. More and more monsters join the battle. The people in our tribes are gradually trying. I shouted, Phone ran. Saw the boat of the enemy. Phone ran hey. He let out a cry and floated away excitedly carrying the bomb. Phone Ran was experienced in combat, and immediately floated over the ship closest to the tribal base. With a few loud bangs, the sailboat sank. She looked towards the 3 ships surrounded by several sailboats, which was the main battlefield where the enemies and monsters were fighting. There was fire burning in Phone Ran's eyes, and an excited and fanatical smile appeared on his face. She quickly cleared a gap. The enemy fleet was about 10 meters away from our tribal base. I took the opportunity to lure monsters to block the gap, and then invade the enemy fleet. Sydney yelled, "They're coming!" Jesse looked around Wang Kai's figure. What about Wang Kai? How do he lead the electric eel? Damn! A fleet fled in the chaos. I followed my eyes, and saw the man who was said to be Wang Kai on the deck. The human being he was staring at with an expressionless face at this moment was not me, but his former teammates in the Alliance. Sydney and Jesse. Go to HL, he said openly. The fleet avoided the monster and quickly disappeared from sight. Sydney and Jesse also discovered that the ally had escaped. And Sydney yelled, "Despicable scumbag. Yo, how come it has risen to the level of map cannon? Who wouldn't the map gun?" I scolded back on the spot. Silly person. Sheenie immediately started cursing angrily, and wanted to run over to fight. Jesse yelled, "Calm down. If she can attract monsters, so can we." He ordered the subordinates to scold the monsters on the spot. They were numerous and powerful, and each of their words had great killing power. And they really attracted the monster's hatred. Jesse, everyone's running after them. Do you think I'm afraid of this? Of course I'm not afraid. I have people like Ensoon in my team. On the spot. We drifted out of the fleet. I also mocked them with Madly. I really want to thank them. They are a group of sensible enemies. They know that I am not invincible, and they deliberately increase my fighting power. The tribe is actually safe at this moment. And everyone in our tribe gathered together to watch the fun. Xiao Cha said, they are learning from us to use the hatred of monsters to kill people with borrowed knives. Do they have the guts to chase us? You must be stupid. There are electric eels guarding the water. Me? Don't worry about them. Let's get on the sailboat. They will drain the electric eel's battery sooner or later. Anyway, we don't have any pressure now. So we simply packed up our belongings and boarded the sailboat. For convenience, we only use 3 sailing boats. So let's squeeze it. Thanks to the hate behavior of the group of people, we left the tribe smoothly. At a distance of a few meters away, I shouted in the security. Jingchen said regretfully, when we come back, all the tribal buildings will be destroyed. Chaoyan, don't worry. Since they land on our tribal land, it means that their ships have sank. At that time, let killer whales and electric eels salvage them. This is a ready-made repair resource. Jingxing is happy. Do you want to count a hexagram? This trip is good and bad? Jingchen, huh? Is this still used? Are you still like water? Me, hey. How can you attack your personality? Mo has always paid attention to the surroundings. And suddenly spoke. The situation in Giza is wrong. When we looked over, the group of people suddenly scattered. As if they were avoiding something. Xiao Ti rode, there is a situation. Let me go to that ship to explore the situation. There are 3 of us on the ship. The people on my ship are all old acquaintances, and we all know them very well. The people on Guiza's ship are all the people she led the team to rescue. The other ship carried Qiao Yuyan and her subordinates. It is said that during the Earth, her family was the ancient Wu family, and those subordinates were bodyguards cultivated by her father for her, which was very heartfelt. The most prone problems on these 3 ships are the team of Giza. I said, look at the change. We didn't know what our destination was this time. So we just sailed aimlessly. We took 3 shifts to rest and sleep on the way. And time passed until night fell. There are not many monsters in this sea area. The remains of monsters are floating in the Black Sea water, which shows that a fight among the same kind has taken place here before. They are full at the moment, and only stared at our arrival without attacking. We choose a place where each monster is relatively long to stop the boat. There are 3 ships and 3 captains. The people in our tribe have always been free, and there is no hierarchy. So any arrangement the captain can make is acceptable. I ignored the people in the 2 boats next to me, and sat on the deck. I took out a few fishing rods, and started fishing for treasure chests. Everyone, do you want to make a date? And Sun silently brought his fishing rod, and sat next to me, answering me with his action. Xia Xia came next to me next door, and looked at it from time to time. She has always resisted Sun. No. To be precise, she resisted all men who came close to me. Except for the alert little flying fish and kitten. Everyone on our boat started fishing for treasure chests. As the saying goes, no matter how hard life is, you should still find joy in it. Right? What if the items in the treasure chest during this extreme weather are higher quality than usual? Wouldn't it be a loss if I didn't fish for them? Even if the items are the same as usual, you can still use the unopened treasure chest to exchange for the bomb with Bailey Mingyu? Yes, that guy is selling bombs now. It is said that he got a taste of success during the melee, and is going for the top spot this time. She has countless bombs, and sells them in large quantities. It is really annoying to compare with others. Xiao Yuyan glanced at us and said to her subordinates, let's also fish for treasure chests. Giza said to the people on the boat, half of us fishing the treasure chest. Half of the people cook for the tribe. A sharp voice appeared. Why? This man is called Lin Ju. Almost 40 years old. She had neat short hair. And even in this world, she wore makeup and fitted clothes. She looks bright and sharp, which is out of tune with most women in the survival world. Lin Ju approached Guiza, imposing and asking, why are we the ones doing this job? I think you should understand that these 3 ships represent 3 forces. Although we belong to the Golden Legend, they have never really accepted us. Right? Lin Ju pointed at our ship. Her voice was not loud, and she tried to suppress it. obviously because she was worried that we would hear it. However, it was of no use. She had some misunderstanding about everyone's strength. Maybe people with weak overall strength really couldn't hear it. But according to my guess, at least the four of us, and Sun, Su Huai, and Jing Chen, could hear it. Guiza's face was not looking good. How can you say that? You were the ones who wanted to join the tribe. I confirmed everyone here again and again before bringing you back. Lin Zhu, you should know what the tribe rules are. Lin Zhu, to put it nicely, it means no intrigue. But in reality, it means achieving absolute domination. Otherwise, how do you explain why they are always together? The atmosphere between them is something that none of us can fit in, including you. Guiza, don't talk about benefactor like that. Lin Zhu, it was you who saved us, not them. To us, you are our benefactors. You can see the current situation. They always bring endless enemies. If this continues, we will definitely be implicated and die. We have never received any kindness from them. But we are about to be implicated by them. Do you see the monsters around us? Tomorrow morning, they will attack us because of hunger. If you don't want to die, you must leave the fleet. Su Huai asked me, just leave it alone. I laughed. How is that possible? Xiao Chao was puzzled. What riddle are you talking about? Chao Yan patted her head and said, look at that ship of Guizhou. Does it look like a palace coup? I shouted, bold. To force the palace? Brothers and sisters, put away the fishing rod. Leave. Let's go to fun. Playing Discord in my tribe. Do you think I'm a saint and can't even lift a knife? Chapter 80 The Black Water is coming, v. I carried the Peach Blossom Beauty Sword and walked towards the next boat with a smile on my face. Xiao Cha and Huang Quan Shuanghan, who were eager to watch the fun, followed me. The others did not follow. They stayed where they were and turned to look over here. After all, the three of us walked out with an aura of 2.58 million. Just like bandits coming down the mountain or villains causing trouble. And they didn't want to be as stupid as us. Alas, this group of people still have dignity in the survival world. Unlike me, I have no shame. It is said that if you are thick-skinned you can get some meat, while if you are thin-skinned, you will be bullied. I belong to the former. And my two roommates are also among the best. We walked onto Guiza's ship in such a grand manner. When Lin Zhu saw us coming, he hid his aggressive aura. And the other people on the boat also scattered. I pointed around and said, why are you leaving? Is the tribal leader that you all sincerely asked to join a beast in troubled waters? Normally, the clan leader would not be so aggressive towards his members. After all, this is a group. And before the time travel, everyone is equal, without distinction of high and low. This causes some people to still fail to recognize the reality even after coming to the survival world, and feel that they should be respected. But they don't think that respect is mutual, not something you have already earned. In the subconsciousness of everyone, Sheng Shui is not a cold-blooded person. Therefore, the subconscious look is light and feels that things are solved. I feel that the patriarch will definitely not be two members of the people. However, they did not expect that if the family member opened so straightforwardly. He was shocked for a while, and he really stopped and looked at it in fear. Lin Zhu's mind raced, and he immediately put on a smile, and asked jokingly with enthusiasm and a bit of intimacy, hey, what brings you here? Chief clan leader? I smiled and asked, you often say to others, are you a straightforward personality? Lin Zhu didn't know why I asked this, and replied, I didn't say much. Everyone can see this kind of thing. After pause, she said, I get along well with everyone. Xiao Cha, he said, the last person who said like you. The grave is already 3 feet high. Lin Zhu smiled and looked angry. But he wanted to be angry, but worried about something. I pointed at someone at random and said, what do you think of Guizhou? Tell me the truth. The man was frightened and trembling for a while before he whispered, I don't like to play around and I don't talk much. I clapped my hands. Oh, I see. A quiet person who cares about everyone wholeheartedly was scolded. And you turned a blind eye. A person who scolded your lifesaver with a straightforward and carefree personality. You like him very much. Right? No one spoke. Lin Zhuqiang smiled and said, Patriarch? What do you mean by this? I smiled and said, I'm calling you a fake straight talker. You're such an idiot. Ding, Lin Zhu's suicide value plus 500. Wow. The suicide value is quite high. Xiao Cha vomited. This kind of person is too disgusting. I hate it most to cover up the fool who has no emotional intelligence. Who owes you? Huang Quan Shuang Han. This is definitely a villain. Right? Shui. How do we deal with him? I looked at everyone before I joined the tribe. I said that our tribe is a group of friends' homes, not a political/governance and utilitarian field. Lin Juan reported his revenge to abduct his virtue. The real good person was caught. Our tribe would never tolerate such people. I turned around and said, if it weren't for us, Guizhou and his group would have died long ago. Due to the butterfly effect. You guys naturally wouldn't have a chance to survive. Do you want to go back to the Lish life you deserve? Or, I haven't finished talking. And someone has already knelt down to pray. There is a second one in the first one. Lin Ju finally became the only person standing except Gu Yiza. She stared ugly at me. After a few seconds, she lowered her head, knelt down, and begged for mercy. Me, the purpose of our tribe is friendship. There is no need for culprit. Nor does it need to be seen by the people. Lin Ju suddenly looked up and screamed. No! She cried and shouted, I know I was wrong. Guizhou, don't do this. I am a living life. This is murder. It is a crime. You can't do this. Guizhou was torn between her conscience and her desires. She clenched her teeth and turned pale. But if it weren't for everyone in the tribe, I would have died a long time ago. And you would have died a long time ago. It's all my fault. If I hadn't saved you, I wouldn't have brought trouble to the tribe. She made up her mind, so I will do what she says. Because tolerating you is to hurt everyone. Guizhou finally dropped Lin Ju's legs and threw the sea. The blood attracted the gaze of the monster. It extended a tentacle and got this free supper. I said to the remaining people, our tribe doesn't need people who are cold-blooded to their friends. You are expelled from the tribe. This boat and a fishing rod are left to you. From now on, your life and death have nothing to do with us. I turned around. Guizhou, come back to the boat with us. After spending so much time together and observing each other, anyone can see that among these people, only Guizhou is suitable for our tribe. The people's hearts are unpredictable, that there are very few people who can meet a group of real hearts that are willing to insert a knife for friends. I was lucky. Although there were few people in our tribes, they were trustworthy. It is better to have nothing than to have something of poor quality. Just like that, the number of people in our tribe was reduced by more than half. I had just returned to the boat when Xiao Yuyan strode over to me. Xiao Yuyan solemnly, please let me join your tribe. Without waiting for me to speak, she said, I have thought about it. I think you are a tribe worthy of life. These people behind me are my bodyguards on the earth. I will let them be free. In the future, they do not need to obey my orders. Miss. The group of people kneeled down and said, we have discussed. We are unwilling to leave the lady. She turned to look at me. Please allow us to join the tribe. We will be loyal to everyone. The group around her followed suit. We will be loyal to everyone. I sincerely stronger than being unfaithful. I put their entire income tribe. For a long time. You can see everyone's character slowly. Xiao Yuyan brought a dozen people around her to join our tribe. Xiao Yuyan integrated into our tribe quite quickly. But the people around her had deep-rooted ideas. After joining the tribe, they spontaneously started working and serving everyone. Xiao Yuyan whispered to me, take your time. Things will change. I'm going to help them. See you later. Me, I'll help too. In order to let them be equal to their mentality earlier. Everyone joined the job. Eat full. Now at 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. I said. Back to the tribe. Calculating the time. Most of the enemies that landed were killed by the monsters. Our sailboat is 2 hours away from the tribe. By the time we return, there should be no one left of the enemies, and the monsters have also scattered. Chapter 81 The Black Water is Coming 6. Originally, I planned to rest all night and return to the base all night. As soon as the ancient ship came out, I was unwilling to take everyone to escort them. It is my greatest benevolence to get a boat and a fishing rod. After all, I am not a grievance. Seeing us leaving, the group of people got confused and tried to catch up with us in a frantic manner. But they had no tacit understanding and ultimately failed to catch up. What happens next has nothing to do with us. We walked around the monsters along the way. Here I was very fortunate that the biological clocks of this group of monsters were also divided into day and night. As long as they were full, they did not show offensive. It didn't take too long for our sailboat to dock at the tribal base. As far as we could see, There were no enemy sailboats or monsters. When I turned my eyes to the tribe architecture, I suddenly split. And when the others saw it, they also showed a painful expression. Xiao Cha was the mouthpiece for all of us. She said, "Help. It's normal for the house to be destroyed. But it's destroyed like this. What the hell did those people do?" Mr. Electric Eel swam up from the bottom of the sea and said, "I checked around and all their ships sank." I sighed. Luckily it didn't rain. Let's just sleep for the night. As soon as the words fell, the raindrops in the sky, the water was not transparent. And there was some darkness inside. Come to think of it, the black water evaporated and turned into rain. People use crow's mouth. The eyes of the man condemned me. And Momo was more rational. We can pile up the rubble into 2 mountains. And the electric eel can use its body to cross the middle. Electric eel, I thank you. You like my body as a roof. I took the knife and said, "I'm just greedy for your body. So do you want to do it?" Electric eel, I am the boss. I am the boss. Me, by the way. There are 2 hills. Electric eel, you guys are planning to do nothing and leave everything to me? This is fish abuse. And Sun, you go. The electric eel suddenly got angry. You told me to leave. So I'll leave? Who are you? Go away. Let me do it. I secretly sawed up my thumb and did a good job. By the way, this kid was autistic at first. But now he has learned how to motivate people. And he's doing a good job. When the electric eel was preparing to do a big job, I suddenly remembered one thing. In fact, we have come to the moon. We have 3 Celia buildings. At first, we moved to Yashao Street. And the 3 houses were idle. The house has 2 floors. And we only need to repair one and use it. After all, it is very difficult to catch treasure chests nowadays. And all human beings are eating up the guaranteed resources. So the more we use, the less we have. I said, let's repair a Moonlawn cottage. We can all squeeze together and make do. And if it's just one, the resources needed to repair it are limited. With the sunken fleet on the seabed, this Moonlawn cottage can survive for a while. The electric eel was shouting there, "Are you playing with me to play? I'm ready for a big job." Me, you can do a lot of ways, such as salvaging the shipwreck. Electric eel, the seabed is as black as ink. It hurts all over after entering. I want the killer whale to go with me. Me, it is still a baby. Do you bear it? You go all over. And it is afraid that it will not be half a life. The electric eel thinks too. It is suddenly happy. You are boasting that I am powerful in disguise? I do need to get a corner of this thing. I can afford it. Me, yes. You are very powerful. Very powerful. Go to salvage the Shippy ship. The efficiency of the electric eel is still very fast. It didn't take long for it to drag out a damaged sailing boat. I decomposed it into wood and other materials, and meditated to repair the moon. After a while, a house was clean, and it was incompatible with the surrounding ruins. I said, go in. In this environment, a group of people are more secure together. In this way, everyone insisted on the morning. And I looked out through the window. The rain was still down, and the water droplets touched the skin. And there would be a slight tingling sensation. Uncomfortable, but tolerating. The crowd was not very stable, and a little slight movement woke them up. I turned around and saw that everyone woke up, and said, Su Huai and Sun, we use the 4 season skills to put water in the room on the 2nd floor. Nowadays, the monsters are still calm. At least let everyone prepare for the war. With our current mental strength, if we use the 4 season skill over a wide area, it will turn into a breeze and drizzle. If we reduce the area to a very small size, like now, I will reduce it to a range of 3 centimeters, and it will turn into a turbulent stream. Our girls have a room, and a room, with the blessing of skills. Soon refreshing. The boys in first. After all, they have 2 4-season skills, and there are fewer people. When the use of the use was ended downstairs, they found that their boys had already made food. This was really shocked to me. Jingchen said, what kind of eyes are you? Me, Greek. Jingchen was stunned, and the organized language was born before he died. After a few seconds, he said, I didn't see a little gratitude. You clearly wrote that pigs can be shocked by the tree. Me, haha. Jingxing, brother. Who is a pig? You actually say that we are pigs. I saw Sun sitting quietly nearby, so I walked over and asked, who cooked the meal, and Sun, all of them participated. I didn't hold back. Well, Jingchen can really be metaphorical. Now he offended. And Sun also showed a very light smile. Momo was walking around the house with a wooden board on his head, observing something. After a while, he came in and said, "Everyone, we found something." Everyone stopped making noise and I asked, "What is it?" I walked around the house and found that there was uneven potholes in the place where the rain was drizzled. Although it was small, I speculated that the water was corrosive. She left the room. I go to the sea and take a look. After she left, a group of us went out to watch the house. And there were small potholes and dents. Although they couldn't hurt the root of the house. They thought about it. Mo silently returned. The sea surface is much darker than yesterday. I made a little water with wood. It is similar to the color of the rain. Everyone returned to the room while eating. Chow Yin, so. The black substances in the sea water are corrosive. Now they have risen to the surface of the sea. If we calculate it, it won't be long before the sea surface will be completely polluted. At this time, there is no land, and people who can only take ships will be in trouble. Their ships need to be repaired constantly. Otherwise, I distracted the Screen World channel. Don't worry too much about this problem. You can see the news on the World channel. This is like this. Monsters killed in the extreme weather of the black water can drop the cornerstone of the tribe. And the explosion rate is much higher than before. Some people have got the cornerstone to establish the tribe. The tribe represents the land, and now those people are frantically recruiting members on the World channel. After watching the cold, Huang Qiunshuang said, "Disaster fortunes. When joining the family, you have to submit all resources." I sighed. Once this extreme weather ends, the survival world will become a chaotic world. It is just like in ancient times. A group of people occupied a piece of land and formed a small kingdom. In this kingdom, there was class struggle, intrigue, and the law of the jungle. That's all later. Now our main thing is to survive under the threat of black water and monsters. Chapter 82 Hey Water Come 7. Momo suddenly pointed in a certain direction. Look there. Everyone looked up. Xiao Yuyan was confused. A group of huge flying birds. Did the black water also affect these birds? Su Huayu, from this perspective, the danger will only be even more dangerous in the future. And so on. Do they fly towards us? Are they slightly over us? This is unscientific. Aren't they hungry? Xiao Yuyan was surprised. Why didn't they attack us? I was sore with my face, even if Yuyan is. Su Huai, you didn't even recognize those birds. Xiao Cha to do things. There is only words in his eyes. There is no bird. Xiao Yuyan was pinched on the spot. After a few steps back, she took a distance from Su Huai. Su Huai, why are there no flying birds? I have been talking about flying birds. Those flying birds look familiar. He suddenly realized, your love rival. Xiao Cha was injured and rebounded, and said with a bitter face, I have no lover. No lover. No. Important things to say 3 times. Didn't she want to have a relationship with a giant squid at all? I stroked my chin and made a guess, based on the previous plot. It should have attacked us when it saw us. But it didn't. So it is reasonable to infer that Mr. Squid is in the nearby waters. And it rushed over to stop Squid to prevent you from meeting. After all, it swore an oath in the past. For the first time, Xiao Cha sincerely praised the Blackbird Princess. What a good bird. And pray, I hope I can stop it. Huang Qiunshuan shook his head and shook his head. It's hard to say. You don't have a little bit in your constitution? Xiao Cha hum. Someone also said that I was still in the chase of the Mermaid Emperor. If I really met Squid, the next one is you. Huang Quan Shuanghan screamed hack. On the spot. And the two of them quarreled and threatened to end their friendship. I sighed, standing among her two. With a faint tone. It was the same route. How urgent to fry. Not far away. Jingchen slightly collapsed shouting, You're enough. When are you all? The monsters have entered the old nest for a long time. A few minutes ago, when we were still chatting, several monsters noticed the tribal base. Among them was a bug monster covered with long and thin tentacles. The thing was dark red all over, and very scary. The most important thing was that it could actually move out of the sea. The two groups of Jingchen and Shenqi Feng Lin Shui soon went to fight. And the people in our bedroom were nonsense here. Xiao Yuyan's group and Su Huai had eaten melon. I held the slender peach blossom beauty knife out like a heavy axe several dozen meters long and strode over. Hey, 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 don't worry. Your dear clan leader is here. A group of people joined the battlefield and killed indiscriminately. A few sea monsters were not enough. We killed them in just a few minutes. Now we were staring at each other in bewilderment at the corpses. Xiaochao's face fantastic. Did we leave home again? The kung fu that said this has already sniffed the bloody smell. Fortunately, the other monsters are fortunate that the blood of the worm is amazing. Although it is dead, it dyed the entire tribal land and nearby waters. I felt like I was going to faint. The sea monsters are very active right now. If we take a boat, one hit from them would send us all into the sea. We are not fish, so we don't have the breathing function. Chow Yin, so we can only stay on land? Then let's go with the old plan. You guys lure the monsters. I knew that. After all, I was a tragic patriarch, so I took on the task of attracting hatred, and Insun stayed by my side. The rest of the people began to wash the blood of the land. After 2 or 3 hours, I and Insun and I were already a huge sea monster army. They even killed us in order to chase us. The red waters gradually returned to black, and everyone lined up with me in line with me according to the original plan. Among them, Insun and I killed the most. After all, we were on the front line and cooperated with each other to launch sneak attacks on them from time to time. About noon, we couldn't watch around our base, and the monsters were dense, and we had to change the plan. I said, Anshuan and I will ride the killer whale away from the base and come back at night. I will lead the tribe to you. The purpose of this is to consume a lot of mental power, and an Insun's mental power, and my physical strength is consumed in large quantities. We need to rest. Moreover, the monsters hate us. We can easily lead the monsters away. The tribe will become a short-lived security zone. The killer whale and I have been together for a long time and have a tacit understanding. I said to it, get away from the sea monster. Anshuan and I need to rest. It obediently followed my instructions, and we walked in a straight line. After an hour, I felt almost recovered. I looked back at behind me. The monster army continued to increase on the way. At a glance, none of them were flat. I brought a lot of bombs on this trip. After all, in our family, only our team has the greatest hope of achieving the first place. And Sun used the wind to drag me high into the sky. The killer whale avoided the monster and went to a safe place alone. Then it was time for our bombing. We finished all the frying/bounces in one breath. And this sea area has become a blood region. When I finished the bombing and looked back, I saw a large flock of birds flying from a distance. Didn't you guys go to intercept Mr. Squid? Why are you flying over here? Do you kill the fish, and then plan to kill us? No way. That squid is a huge group. How could it be destroyed so easily? Could it be that it was left alone? That's not right. If you're alone, you'd take the opportunity to do this or that. Come to think of it, with your size, how come you're doing this or that? While my thoughts were wandering, the flock of birds had already flown over. They simply surrounded us without attacking us. I was just wondering when I saw long tentacles suddenly appear from the deep sea. The birds were prepared and rose a long way up in an instant, thus escaping their attack. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. One of them disappeared into the sea, and the other hovered in the sky, leaving us in the middle in confusion. I thought about it for a while, and finally understood my situation. I called the killer whale, and Anshuan and I sat on its back. It's ridiculous that this place has become a safe zone. I opened the tribe channel, brothers and sisters. Huang Quan Chuanghan, Ai Ching. Please say, Xiaochao, the front row sells melon seeds and cola on small stools. Me, it's your melon. Xiaochao, it's getting late. Everyone should go to bed and stop gossiping. Huang Quan Chuanghan, don't worry about her. I want to eat melons. We all want to eat melons. Me, since you have prayed sincerely, I will mercifully tell you that we are surrounded by flocks of birds and squids. But we are safe. Chaoyan, why? Jingchen, why is the point? Who shouldn't she pray for her? What kind of compassion she sends it? You come back like water. Chapter 83, Black Water Coming, 8. Huh? Is he stupid? I vomited to the sought by me. I didn't expect Insun to give me a response. So I just complained casually and turned my attention back to the tribal channel. I ignored Jingchen's words and explained our current situation to everyone. I said, it's like this. according to my previous speculation. The blackbirds intercepted the squids to prevent them from meeting Cha-Cha. Now, by chance, the battlefield Anchuan and I chose is not very far away from them. I guess they recognized my voice. Me, anyway. As soon as the battle ended here, they all showed up here. I guess what they meant was that as long as I was here, it was only a matter of time before they found Cha-Cha. That's why Mr. Squid surrounded us under the sea. And the bird tribe didn't want the squid to follow us. So they also surrounded us, making it impossible for us to join you. Me, now Anchuan, the killer whale, and I are strangely safe. With this in mind, the squids will definitely protect us. At the same time, the birds don't dare to kill us because they are afraid that the squids will go crazy. As far as the current situation is concerned, both races have become our bodyguards. After this conversation, everyone was silent for a while. Xiao-Cha said, "How about you go on a voyage that lasts forever? Don't come back." Su-Huai, envy. That's a safe zone. I chuckled and said, "There is something even more that you will envy." I ignored the question marks below, looked up at the sky and the ground and said to the two races, "Everyone, let's have a discussion." The princess of the birds said ruthlessly, "Remove? It has a deep memory of the plucking of its hair. Just like it happened yesterday. If it hadn't been for the squids holding it back, it would have definitely taken revenge immediately." Mr. Squid was respectful to my lover sister. "You say. Me, I'm going to fight monsters. Please make way for me." Mr. Squidward, "Sure." Princess Bird, I said. "No." I grinned. "Did you say it? Don't you count?" Slightly. "Ding, from." I continued. "Let's put the past aside for now. You should know how important extreme weather is to us humans. So we have to go fight monsters. How about this? During the extreme weather, we won't go to see Xiao-Cha. We'll talk about it after it's over." Princess, "Isn't that what you want? Our plan doesn't conflict with yours." While the bird princess was still thinking, Mr. Squidward said, "I agree. Me, look. It doesn't mind. So why do you mind?" The bird princess insisted on singing a different tune. She retorted a few words, but finally faced the reality. After all, if a fight really broke out, with the participation of Insun and I, she might be crippled. In the end, my purpose was achieved. A few minutes later, I opened the tribe channel and recorded the video. I said in the video, "Goodbye friends. We are going to sail far away." In the video, a large number of squids helped us trap the sea monster. Anchuan and I killed them all, while the birds enjoyed their corpses. I said, "You are mature birds now. You must remember the favor you gave me today. Okay?" Princess Bird with meat in his mouth. The video ended, and the tribal channel was filled with exclamation marks and ellipses. I said I won't go back, and that means I won't go back. A huge group of us creatures are running all over the ocean, and wherever we pass, the sea water will turn deep red. In this way, we fought during the day and ate food sent by people from faraway tribes at night, and we successfully survived for 2 days. With the pollution of black water, larger and more dangerous creatures came to the surface of the sea. Mr. Squid was very responsible in explaining to us which ones were intelligent races and which ones were pure sea monsters. First of all, intelligent races are those that have the ability to think. Like Mr. Squid and the bird princess. It is best not to provoke this kind of race, because if you are not careful you will be hunted down by the entire race. Of course, you may also be listed as a VIP. Secondly, there are no sea monsters with pure IQ that can be killed at will. But since this type of sea monster can survive the oppression of many races in the seabed, its combat effectiveness must be very strong. It is basically the overlord of one side. If it were on Earth, it would be the king of the mountain who occupies the mountain and no one dares to control it. I am very grateful to Mr. Squid here. After all, with him, although we encountered several races, we did not make enemies and both sides passed by peacefully. I have told everyone in the tribe about this matter, so everyone has become more cautious when fighting monsters and has not provoked this kind of group. As for other humans surviving in the ocean, I just mentioned it casually. I don't know if anyone will believe it. I have said what I should say, and the rest is none of my business. On the 6th day after the arrival of the black water, the surface of the sea had turned visibly black. The sea monsters were tortured to madness and became extremely aggressive. Even the powerful, intelligent races felt anxious. Fortunately, they had wisdom to suppress their desire to attack. The other sea monsters are basically unhappy with everyone now, and want to attack everyone. In this situation, it is particularly easy for me to attract their hatred. The bird princess was stunned in the air, and when the sea monsters in this area were cleared away, it actually let go of its hatred for a short time and expressed admiration, praise, and sympathy towards me. Nyosher. It's not easy to live so big, right? I wiped the blood off my face and grinned at it. It's okay. After all, if I'm alive, it means the other party is dead. The bird princess shut up immediately. She flew far away from me with a deep look in her eyes, probably thinking about the life of a bird. Mr. Squid's deep voice sounded. Members of my tribe found a wooden boat in the nearby waters. I was overjoyed quickly. Lead us. I didn't forget to compliment him. You are awesome. You are worthy of me. Thank you, brother. In just a few days, it has evolved into my big brother. I don't know if Xiao Cha would faint in the toilet from crying if he knew about it. What are friends for? Of course they are used to cheat. I spoke in the tribal channel on the spot and praised Mr. Squid. Xiao Cha said with great sadness, you have changed. You don't love me anymore. Huang Quan Shuanghan was stirring up trouble. Xiao Cha. Why don't you give Mr. Squid a chance? Xiao Cha, Xiao Shuang. How about you give the Mermaid King a chance? Then they were silent. After spending these few days together, I do feel that Mr. Squid is okay. Although being her lover would be very difficult, being her friend should be okay. Considering the first come first served, I still choose to stand on Xiao Cha's side. Big brother is big brother, and Xiao Cha is Xiao Cha. In short, we were led and quickly found this small boat. It is unknown how long this boat has been drifting in the sea. Its surface is shabby and covered with sticky dust. It has also experienced black rain in the past few days, and it has been corroded beyond recognition. I was very hesitant before getting on the boat, and said to Anshuan, if I miss a step, remember to save my life. And Sun nodded in agreement. I suddenly realized, do you accept that I am a dog? And Sun, fortunately, this isn't Sun. If it was Jingchen, I would have been scolded. And Sun explained, no, I didn't react. I waved my hands, forget it. Forget it. I'm starting to get on the boat. Okay. This guy was too gentle, and he began to hack himself. He had a bad response, and bullying him couldn't live in his conscience. In fact, it was proved that the unlucky guy was hit by whatever he said. I stepped on it, and the bottom of the boat collapsed. Anon to hold me with the wind in time. I posted on the tribal channel, send me some wood and nails to repair the wooden boat. Several treasure chests soon appeared in front of me. When I opened them, I found exactly what I needed. I repaired the wooden boat and called in Sun to go into the cabin together. This little wooden boat was so narrow, which I hadn't felt for a long time. After we got in, there was very little space left. In order to prevent the bottom of the boat from being corroded by the black water, we accidentally fell in. We built a partition in the middle, so the black water couldn't touch the partition. After finishing these, we continued our mission of searching for and fighting monsters in the ocean. Then, at night, it started to rain heavily. The rain was very black, and when it fell on the boat it corroded a layer of its surface visibly. I estimated that at this rate we would have to repair the wooden boat every half an hour. Otherwise it would sink into the sea with the boat. So Sun and I agreed that we would take turns fighting monsters and fishing for treasure chests. A night passed, and it was day again. The rain finally stopped and the sun appeared in the sky after a long absence. I wondered, is black water coming to an end? Reality soon gave me the answer. The black water did not end, because the color of the sea water did not fade, but remained at this stable color that made the sea monsters manic. Because of the sun, the black ocean evaporates, and at first glance it does not look sunny, but rather hazy black air, like a spooky and ominous film set. The days of fighting went on, and on the 10th day, his voice appeared. But it was not the end, but the final carnival. The black water caused the sea monsters to mutate, and they evolved the ability to breathe in the air. As soon as this news came out, everyone had the same thought. What's the point of playing? Screw the rankings. Run for your life. Run for your life. Run for your life. After killing them, you can obtain the origin crystal cores in their brains. The origin crystal cores can be transformed into rare resources with a chance. If you are lucky, you may be able to obtain the system. This is the compensation benefit that Blackwater will give to all mankind on the last day. Work hard. Humans, All mankind. Everyone was checking the World Channel frantically for news. But I didn't look over there. Instead, I opened the tribe channel and found that my tribe members were also discussing the matter. Xiao Cha, he just wrote 2 words on his face. Chao Yin, originally everyone wanted to escape. But driven by profit, some people would definitely try their best. Huang Quan Shuang Han, take a chance and the bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Su Huai, how about I run around outside and see if I can attract my enemies and use them as cannon fodder? Xiao Yuyin, your idol is a vixen. Right? Jingshan, I think it's okay. Jingxing, calm down. You guys. I predicted that we will have a large number of helpers. Everyone posted in unison. I planned to act like a human being and not tell Sun what I had analyzed, but instead chat with him. We all know each other well, and have a certain understanding of the network of relationships behind each person. The only people who can deal with this situation, besides the squid tribe that is Cha-Cha's suitor, are the mermaid tribe behind Imperial Thrust. The problem is that the squids are here. So the only thing left is... Really? I've long thought Shuang Shuang's story was very touching. And after Xingxing said that, I felt that she was dealing with a love-hate story. After all, if I really want to hunt you down, why would I come to help you? Chapter 84 Blackwater coming end. Now that you have come, take it easy and stay calm. I said this in the tribal channel. I am definitely far away, and am just watching your show. Maybe they guessed something. Except that Huang Quan Shuanghan said I don't love you. Apart from the remarks, everyone just laughed a few times and moved on. I closed the virtual screen and looked out at the endless ocean. After he finished speaking, the sea monsters changed immediately. Previously, although their bodies were exposed above the sea surface, their heads were still in the water. But now the situation has been switched. There was no wind or rain at the moment, and the air was more comfortable for them than the sea water. Because we have the squid and blackbird tribes protecting us, we haven't encountered any sea monsters here for the time being. I asked everyone in the group. It was Imo Momo who responded to me. We have an intelligent race trying to land here. Me video. I called her video call and was connected quickly. Imo Momo pointed the camera in one direction, and the picture and sound were transmitted together. They were a race of sea scorpions, since they could survive on the seabed. It was obvious how terrifying their size and combat power were. Of course, living in such a dark place, they look very scary. They actually have many legs like centipedes, and they even have shrimp-like tentacles. I have never seen such an ugly and terrifying creature. The group of dark sea scorpions had no intention of consulting with humans, and swaggered away, ignoring them, and began to land. Judging from their numbers, even our land area is not enough to accommodate several of them, unless they play stacking. But with so many of them, how high can they stack without collapsing? Fortunately, they have no intention of attacking humans, which leads to the continuous encroachment of space, and humans have to retreat into the cracks. But the tails of these creatures are highly poisonous, and they don't care about it, so they swing their tails around like dogs, and you might get poisoned if you're not careful. Seeing my friends about to lose their homes, I quickly shouted, "Stop! Stop!" The other party must have been waiting for us to say this so that they could mock and fight with us. After all, some intelligent races still want to save some face, and they want to find a reasonable reason to vent their frustration. This race just happens to be like this. A sea scorpion lying on the land said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to us noble sea scorpions? You've watched too many TV dramas. What kind of Chunibu statement is that? I can bend and stretch, dear sea scorpion. I have no intention of offending you. I just want to serve you sincerely." The sea scorpion was coaxed and said condescendingly, "What do you want to do for us?" "Me? Of course I am providing you with land. To be honest, I am the former owner of this land. I have the ability to increase the area of the land. I think you must need a lot of land for your living." What I said was the truth and reality. It was persuaded. "For your sake, I allow you to join our tribe," it said in a stern tone. "As for these humans, eat them," I hurriedly said. "No, no, no. They are not enough for your plate of food. I can bring you more and better food. You just need to leave the house that is insignificant to you to me, and they can only move around in my house. What do you think?" The sea scorpion thought this was a good deal, as it only left a little space, which was not even as big as the tip of its tail. If they leave there, they live or die at their own risk. Me, of course. So, You immediately upgrade the land. Me, I need a treasure chest. A lot of treasure chests. And the tools of humans can be used as a treasure chest. As long as they fish for enough treasure chests. I will immediately upgrade the land. Time and again. My friends got the chance to fish for treasure chests in an area reserved at the edge of the land. But they have to withstand their impatience throughout the process. I said, Su Huai, contact Bailey Mingyu and talk to her about exchanging the treasure chest for upgrade resources. A few minutes later, Su Huai said. She agreed. With the help of more than 200 fishing rods, we quickly obtained a large number of treasure chests. Half an hour later, I said to the sea scorpion, who was about to murder. It snorted coldly and ordered several sea scorpions to dive to the bottom of the sea. I clearly saw that when they returned to the surface of the sea, the surface of their bodies were corroded and damaged. I meditated to upgrade. The next tribe land shook. The waves rolled, and the area increased rapidly. Name, Golden Legend of Shengshui, Level 4. Deputy Talent, None. Elders, Su Huai, Jing Chen, Gu Yiza, Qiao Yuyan. Number of members, 30. Tribe area, 2000. It's really developed. The area of Level 4 is actually much larger than that of Level 3. The group of sea scorpions were very satisfied. Now the territory was big enough for them to play Jenga without it collapsing. The sea scorpion's tone became much kinder. If you upgrade it again, I will call my friends to come. It's outrageous. Really outrageous. It actually cares about its fellow ethnic groups. Can I do it? Want free labor? I followed suit, of course. Of course. But upgrading again would require a lot of resources, and it would definitely be too late. I have another way. It says, Me, I need the tribal cornerstone. And then let the people in that house generate new land. The first 3 levels are relatively easy to upgrade. Then generate new land. Isn't that the foundation? I have it. It instructed the 2 marine scorpions to sneak into the bottom of the sea. After a few minutes, they returned. One of them really brought the cornerstone of the blog, which was still 2. Another sea scorpion has a large group of smart races. And this race looks like sea crabs. Their appearance is very different from the appetizing sea crabs. They are also the ones that were randomly grown, because it was too dark on the seabed. Their 2 rows of legs are exactly the same thick. And their claws are exactly the same terrifyingly huge. Which shows how amazing their lethality is. A huge crab said. The ocean froze a while ago. And these things sank. I picked up a few of them, because they look good. And I'm giving them to you. It actually made a female voice. I secretly thought, what kind of friendly tribe is this? There shouldn't be any embarrassing relationship between it and it. Right? Look. Look. She likes the tribal cornerstone. And the sea scorpion got this thing. It can't be such a coincidence that they both have this hobby. Right? Most likely. They are just catering to her preferences. We made a fortune this time. That's a total of 5 tribal cornerstones. I excitedly, everyone. We have an archipelago. Me, come on. Let's divide the tribe's cornerstones. First, Cha Cha and Shuang Shuang each take 1. You 2 are full of uncertainty. What if the one behind you comes looking for you one day? You'll have a place to stay. Right? The 2 of them are unique. I thank you. I kicked them out of the tribe without saying anything. Go and spawn quickly. Don't get too close. After all, you need to upgrade later. Then he continued. Jingchen must have 1. Qiao Yuyan must have 1. And there is 1 left. Everyone draw lots. You can get a few pieces of paper and write down the total number of people left. When you draw a specific number, you will create a tribe. Naturally, the final draw result was Sun, the lucky one. But he couldn't build it here because it was too far away from the tribal group. And Sun, I give up. Let them draw again. In the end, the tribal cornerstone was drawn by Su Huai. Although this person is set as the child of destiny and has many enemies, he is lucky in terms of resources. Otherwise, how could he survive every time? In Momo's video call, I saw 5 pieces of land rising from the sea and then quickly occupied by sea crabs. The first level tribe was very small. Before the crab could speak, the sea scorpion said impatiently, upgrade them quickly. There are still many crabs that have not landed yet. Me, we need resources. Please wait. We will fish for the treasure chest now. It too slow. What do you need? Me, wood. Stone. It was dazzled by the bright future and obsessed with construction. Leave the wood to us. And you guys deal with the stones. Seeing that things were going in a good direction over there, I exchanged all the treasure chests that everyone had caught for stones and ended the communication. I stood up and said, "They've finished their work. It's our turn now. Let's go and kill the monsters. I'll make it clear that all the origin crystal cores in the monsters' brains are yours to open. I've never had good luck. And soon, okay. With the squid tribe and the blackbird tribe here, it is not difficult for us to kill monsters. In this extremely dangerous environment, some humans are escaping for life. Some are seeking wealth and honor in danger. But our group of people is obsessed with construction and killing. If we could all make it to the rankings and see the exciting replays, the expressions of all humanity would surely be very interesting. Today is a good day. From day to night, the extreme weather began to count down. Anshuan and I used these last few hours to find monsters and kill them. But I don't know what happened. Slowly, the sea monsters started to run away when they saw us from afar. Aren't you stupid? Why do you run away when you see us? This directly resulted in our final hour of zero profit. I mourned the murderous prayer. Don't run. So at 12 o'clock in the evening, his voice appeared on time. This is the end of extreme weather. As his voice sounded, the commotion on the sea began to subside. Blackwater is slowly fading. Their discomfort is slowly decreased. And irritability is also decreased. I suddenly felt a sense of restlessness coming from somewhere else. And when I turned my head, oh no! It turned out to be from the squid tribe and the blackbird tribe. Also, they were willing to act with us because of the existence of extreme weather. Now the Blackwater is over. And the agreement is over. They are waiting for our next move. Isn't this tension? But am I nervous? No. I can still be. I shouted. I haven't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. At least let us sleep well and wake up naturally. Mr. Squid thought it made sense and agreed. Princess Bird, I don't agree. Don't agree. It does not agree with useless. It has the ability to fight with the squid tribe. And it is convenient for us to steal. In the end, I didn't hear any sound of them fighting until I fell asleep. Oh, Princess Bird. It only has a hard mouth. Chapter 85. Let's say that our behavior is to escape. Just to escape and escape. I really fell asleep. This wake up is the afternoon of the next day. After I opened my eyes, it was refreshing. But I didn't want to go out. As long as they were found to be awake, I would face choice. When I was thinking about the solution, and Suning woke up. He did not speak or move. And it seemed that it was the same as I thought. The messy thoughts in my mind were mixed. And there were the outrageous thoughts of destruction, and self-suicide of all their biological corpses, and self-suicide. I think the best way is to find Bailey Mingyu to exchange for the teleportation talisman. However, my friends are forced to indulge in construction. As soon as resources are produced, they are used up. In other words, apart from construction materials, we have nothing. Just as she was thinking, a sharp mouth suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cabin. It opened and closed, making the sharp voice of the bird princess. Stop acting. I see you're awake. It was withdrawn after speaking, and I thought that the condition could not catch up with it. You have changed. You actually learned not to be hard. Whenever it is taunting me, I can catch it first, and then abduct it. At least, the black birds can be got rid of it. However, this guy actually did something that went against his nature. The princess bird flew a few meters away, and then said coldly, "The old me is dead. The present me is like a new life. Don't even think about harming this princess." I came to the bow and looked up at its arrogant face, speculating what the guy had experienced it to become so dog. Finally I found out that maybe, it was me who experienced it. Do you think I am right? Am I the kind of person who knows and retreat? Hey, I am. But this is not the score. For example, now, I have a bold idea. So I am in trouble. I am serious. And I am not straightforward. Don't transfer the topic. Back to your words just now. Which eyes did you see me acting? I saw both eyes. What does this mean? It means that your eyes are not good. And your brain is not easy to use. The person who talked to me in the past, it was blind, and the brain was replaced. Princess Bird, don't say such horrible words with such a horrible look. You changed/state. It chose to forcibly transfer the topic. I will always follow you. Never let it meet her. Come on. Sister, I have a good idea. I beckoned to it. Don't mess with the relationship. Who is your sister? I pointed at Mr. Squid and said. I still call him Big Brother. And he didn't object. Why are you so petty? Princess Bird. It is going to be angry. So I gained a large wave of death from it. However, it is not useful. And it cannot do anything to us. I enthusiastically said, come on. The two of us talk whispering. Princess Bird, reject. You must want to harm this princess. Mr. Squid's eyes were deep. His eyes wandered back and forth between me and the bird, and seemed to be thinking about something. I think it has speculated. After all, I am too preferred to Princess Bird. It immediately responded, take me to find her. I can restrain the black birds. I just want to look at her from a distance. And I will never bother her. I believe in you. You have found your house. Isn't it a matter of climbing the door and entering the room? Bird's conditioned reflexes back. Then we can also restrain you. She suddenly reacted after scolding. This is a way. It immediately became excited. Xiao Cha doesn't like you anyway. So don't bother her. Shung Sisui. You cooperate with this princess. I will hold him back. And you take us to find her. I will definitely not hurt you. I will just help you find the way and stay there. This is exactly what I want. I will take a long detour to go back. Don't try to find her based on the direction I walk. So let's go first now. And you guys slowly pick out the winner. And whoever wins we will cooperate with. When I said that, I called the killer whale. We boarded its back with a small wooden boat and chose a direction to leave randomly. I was sitting behind the whale back. The two races had been beaten. But after all, the squid family was deep-sea creatures. Now black water is not so serious. They can dive into the sea, which is not good for the blackbirds. In fact, I am preferred to cooperate with the blackbirds. After all, it is so fooled. It seems that the situation is not good for them, and they are unlikely to win. I sighed. After sighing, there was a group of black birds piercing into the sea. Princess Bird said madly, can't think of it. We have blue water drops. What kind of thing? And this thing? You have to find a chance to coax a few opportunities. The mortal distance of the killer whale is okay. We left for more than 10 minutes. When I asked if it had a chase, it shook his head and said it was not. Yeah. Pleasant pint. Perfect. I couldn't help but smile widely. Really me? Do you think so? I shamelessly asked the people around me. And soon nodded. Then suddenly took out a prop. And used it with a thunderbolt. In the next second, I saw a translucent enchantment around us. I poked the enchantment. It is quite hard. I wondered. What's wrong? This is. Suddenly took out this thing? After I finished speaking, I saw Ensign suddenly covered her head in pain. I panicked. Hey. What happened? What happened? I was really caught off guard. Just now it was fine. This person suddenly used the heavens to cover the charm. And it was painful to cover my head. Huh? Is it possible to have a headache that can't be seen by he? No. No. And so it is quite reliable. And the idea will definitely not be so simple. So something is wrong. It is still a big deal that cannot be seen by him. I immediately cooperated with him. Anyway, since he did this, I had to fool them completely. Outside the world, he used the heavens to cover the charm. I have always been very puzzled. Why there will be such a thing in the reward? What are what we can't see? The dark god who had been silent the whole time. Ing. Said, the two of them have a different aura from the others. At certain times, they will impulsively do things that we can see. But they don't want us to see. Standing in the team, my gods whispered, she is different from others and to him. She never bullies him. She likes him. From her perspective of her great rebellious personality. She did it with the heavens to cover the charm. She did it. Yunsen, but he was the one who used the heaven's secret concealing talisman. He also likes her. He has a response to her. And he loves others. It just like the water just now. And he can't help it. What can you do in 1 minute? And wait. I have not found the cause of an Anshuan. And the timeliness has disappeared. I stood straight for the first time. Looked up at the sky. And said sincerely, we are pure. Don't trust her. How many words of truth come out of her mouth? The mental patient will not say that he is a mental patient. That makes sense. The last doubt was also dispelled by my sentence. After speaking, I was really a good person. So I was happy immediately. Although we are now far away from the blackbirds and squids. I did not fish for treasure chests to be on the safe side, mainly because I was afraid of fishing them out. I started cooking. The man next to him looked like a soul, and I still didn't bother him. I have a bonfire inventory and ingredients here. Until I made food well. And Sun still looked like a soul. This is not possible. It's too much. They will see the problem. So I patted his shoulder and shouted, "Wake up! Eat!" And Sun came back to his senses, was at a loss for a moment, then reacted in a flash, and quickly picked up the bowl to serve the rice. I was still confused until I got the bowl of rice in my hands. Your action looks very skilled. Although you used to take care of me often, you have not been so considerate. So what happened to the heavenly cover? Intuition told me that he had changed. And intuition also told me that he would not cause danger to me. In this case, this is just like this. I am in a happy mood when we eat and drink. I will return from other directions. And Sun, okay. He stared at me, his eyes clearly the same as always. At this moment, we have been full of drinking and drinking. And it is almost 2 hours away from the whale. The killer whale suddenly became tight and very nervous. I asked, "Is there something to catch up?" "Right." It nodded. "So is it squid or blackbird? Or other sea monsters?" I soon found out the answer. I saw a huge shadow under the sea in front of the sea. The black shadow quickly broke the water. It laughed madly in the winding wind. "Catching you." I looked dead in the eye. Yes. 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 So is the blackbird's win. This is good. If it is a squid family, you have to find a way to get rid of them. If the blackbirds, bring it back to the tribe. As soon as I put on a smile, the bird princess sensitively stood several meters away from me and asked warily, "What do you want to do?" Me, "Oh, don't believe in people so much. I will be sad." Princess bird, hee. It believes in her ghost. Me, "Isn't it tired to fly? Come here. Let's chat." We can chat this way. Okay. You are willing to fly and fly. It's not me who is tired anyway. I started my flicker cause. Chapter 86 Ranking I. Throughout this matter, you have to sit up with 2 people. I raised my head and said, "Then you can fly at least low. If I keep looking up, I will get cervical spondylosis." The bird princess laughed loudly. "Really? Really? Then I will fly higher and make sure you get sick sooner." I smiled. "Do you think I can't mention the knife? Or why fly?" Only after listening to the bird princess contributed a dead value to me. They paused for a while, and slowly landed. It really reduced to a horizontal line with me. But the wind of the wing fan was a bit large, blowing down my eyelashes. And the stuck eyes were a bit uncomfortable. Me, this wind. I just said 2 words. And it screamed and fell beside me. I know it. Sooner or later, I have to kill you. While this guy was ruthless, I made my initial demand. Why bother? We've gone through such a big circle. I can figure it out. And next time, I will not be polite to it. And the soldiers are directly sold. I also entered the state for a second. And I didn't know how to see this expression on its hair full of my hairy face. Ahem. Listen to me. I just started. And before the words were finished, I listened to it in seconds and edited. I looked at it with a smile and said nothing. It immediately, you say. I sighed. Where did the brainless villain go? Actually became so flexible. I cleared my throat again. And said, let's discuss you on the questions of squid and Xiao Cha. First, I took out a pen and paper and drew. You like squid? Squid likes Cha Cha. But Cha Cha just wants to be alone and doesn't want to participate in this love triangle. I don't like him. He is a slag. Me, yeah. Anyway, you hate it now. You want to ruin its good deeds and prevent it from seeing Xiao Cha. So you thought of coming with me to my tribe. You know Xiao Cha must be there. You have to wait there. And as long as you find a squid, you will drive it away. I praised it loudly. I have to say that your idea is really wonderful. I didn't expect it at the beginning. The bird princess snorted twice, looking very proud, and squinted at me. Who do you think I am? After complimenting him, I asked worriedly, but is there a possibility that Mr. Squid discovered you? But restrained himself and did not come over immediately, but quietly went back to call for support. The bird princess thought about it and was shocked. The combined combat power of their race is stronger than ours, and it will soon take over the throne. It can mobilize the elite of the entire race to fight us. Me, What if your race joins forces with the electric eel race? Princess Bird still can't beat them, but it can cause great injuries to their vitality. Countless underwater races. Aside from the mermaids, who have absolute power, there are several races, and squid in the deep sea. It is not only what you will do when it is ill. I clap my hands. Oh, that's right. That electric eel of high status is our friend. You know? That is the youngest son of the chief of the electric eel tribe. He has amazing talent, but loves to play, and has no desire for power. Because of this, his elder brother, the successor of the electric eel tribe, is very willing to help him make trouble. As long as he opens his mouth, his brother will definitely help him convince the chief. But it will definitely be mixed with conspiracy. But what does it matter? It is amazing. No matter how loud. The race will not abandon it. The bird princess was happy. Yes. Go talk to the electric eel, and ask it to join forces with me. Me, of course. But I have a small opening fee. It immediately became alert. What is it? Me, don't be nervous. It's just a promise. Your race lives peacefully with us and builds a beautiful society. It's just like this. The princess of the birds thinks that it is not a matter at all. It is not ready to fight with them. After all, it is hard to get a great injury to their race. It said in seconds, no problem. I opened the tribal channel, brothers and sisters. I brought back good things. I was about to send, remembering that I was kicked out of a few people to build a tribe. Send a message here. They can't see it. I looked up at the sky and said, we already have tribal islands. Why don't you open a tribal group channel? I mean, can your brain keep up with the times? You little piece of trash. I despise you. Ding, Yunsen suicide value plus 3,000. You shameless bastard. You are spying on me. The killer whale carried us to continue to walk for about one morning, and finally saw the shadow of the tribe. The mountain-like shadows hovering above the tribe must be the sea scorpion and sea crab tribes. The bird princess said arrogantly. Just two ugly sea creatures. Okay. I understand. You dare to be so arrogant. It seems that even if all of them are added together, they are not as strong as your race. I can rest assured that. I immediately smiled, Your Highness. I am so lucky to have you. Bird princess? This person is weird. Moody. Gentle yet vicious. In a nutshell, he is a psychopath. As the distance between the two sides shortened, the monsters discovered each other. After all, they were numerous and huge in size, and humans were not yet within their visible range. This is where the misunderstanding comes from. In the Golden Legend tribe, a group of humans were standing in a row on the beach fishing for treasure chests. Seeing this scene, they felt very complicated. The blackbirds. They are definitely the blackbirds. These guys have a grudge against us. Although, we are now under the protection of the sea scorpion and sea crab tribes, so they will hesitate if they want to attack us. Speaking of which of the winning rate is large? Wait, don't think about that. Hurry up and think about how to flicker the sea scorpion and the sea crab family. My brain. Because the sea monsters can understand the words of human beings. They dare not speak. So a group of people are squeezing and trying to pass the information they want to express. At this moment, his voice suddenly appeared. This extreme weather ranking is announced. This time is a 100 reward system. I do it know why. This time the amount of golden treasure chests is increasing. Do he want to speed up the progress of survival and end the ending as soon as possible? From his words, we learned that the last 50 people would receive a golden treasure chest, and one more would be given for every 10 people ahead. But when it comes to the 10th place, this human's reward is already 6 golden treasure chests. And for every higher ranking, one more would be given. The top 3 will receive more rewards, with 3rd place receiving 13 plus 2, 2nd place 15 plus 3, and 1st place 18 plus 4. As soon as the reward information came out, all of humanity was jealous. Who won the top 3? He said jealous. The spiritual spirit and spirit. Let me be mixed at least the 100th, he said humbly. You all come here for the rewards. How vulgar. I'm different. I come here for Big Boss Siswi. I want to see what kind of earth-shattering live broadcast accident this woman can come up with, she said excitedly. Ah, I've met someone who has the same goal as me. I'm here for her too. I don't care how glorious you are. I just want to see how unlucky and stupid she is. She said this while watching the fun. Silent. My idol. Uncle Jinxion and her, he said sincerely. Silent. My idol Jing Xingxiao's son was with her, she said sincerely. Silent. My goddess? The goddess of the royal sister Chao Yin is also with her. She is not very sincere. Silent. My idol Su Huai's male lead is also with him. She is not very sincere. There is also Wen Sun. My new wall, she said sincerely. This time, the national live broadcast and playback actually updated the barrage function. But what are the ghosts in the subsequent brackets? I took a closer look and actually saw a group of people brushing the unlucky and sand sculptures in the live broadcast of others. Can I tolerate this? I was angry and sent the barrage, stopping. I'm still a little fairy, she emphasized loudly. Mom? The words in brackets and inside them were not sent by me. HHHH, she said excitedly. When the class representative summarizes and posts a barrage, it will automatically add an explanatory text based on the context and current emotions, she said honestly. Ha! What a stupid function, he said with glee. It does dilute the tension in the survival world, she said with emotion. What an interesting function. I hope it can continue to the World Channel, which will slow down a lot of suffocation, he said kindly. Those who have watched the World Channel are back. The World Channel cannot be posted for the time being. But I found a new channel. Tribal Islands, he said honestly. What are the tribal islands? He said puzzledly. Since no one has explained, I, who knows the inside story, will reluctantly go ahead and say, a group of tribes built in close proximity can form a tribal archipelago, she said compassionately. God is so merciful. It's different for me. Right? Is it so hard to be gentle and considerate? Chapter 87 Ranking 2. The wonderful release of the ranking is relatively short, he announced from the back. When I read the 50-10th place, the distance between me and the tribal group was greatly reduced, and the outline of human beings can be seen. When I read the 40th, I can clearly see people on the land. The 39th person is from our tribal islands, and there is more than one. According to the comprehensive combat effectiveness, this is the lowest combat effectiveness among us. The live broadcast screen cut away as his words came to an end. The live broadcast screen, which had been peaceful for a few years, suddenly changed. Then, dozens of humans with complicated expressions were seen staring at the oncoming flock of birds, and the two tiny humans beneath the flock. Behind these humans were several land masses occupied by a group of huge sea beasts. Their home was taken over by sea beasts, and they became slaves? He said in shock. I remember this black bird. It's their enemy. My mind is very confused now. All kinds of conspiracy theories, he said expectantly. Sailing on a killer whale is so cool, isn't it? She said enviously. The two sides are about to meet, and their moods are unpredictable. When I saw that we were close enough, I stood up and waved and shouted at them. Hi. We are back in triumph. The leader of the sea scorpion tribe almost roared, Retreat! 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 At first, she said she would provide them with food, and they were very happy. They thought this human was very sensible and sincere. But look at what you have brought now. Is this edible? If it weren't for our hard LS, we would be the ones to be eaten. I ignored its words. We went through so much trouble to find you. Am I keeping my promise? The entire sea scorpion crab race was agitated. They had no time to quarrel with us. The new and still immature leader of the sea crab race asked in panic. What should we do? Sea scorpion, don't worry. I will solve it. Sea crab, well, I am willing to believe you. Hey, at this time, how can the two of you still have a love atmosphere? The black bird princess here was not happy. What do you mean you went through so much trouble to find us for them? Didn't we just meet by chance? And then I came up with a plan and took the initiative to follow you. Explain it to me. Calm down. Anger makes birds bald. Be peaceful. Think positively. It's like this. I am innocent too. This group of shameless sea monsters robbed the land we originally reserved for you. In order to protect my friends, I lied to them and said I brought them food. You have friends too, right? I should understand how I felt at that time. Bird princess, you actually said we are food? Me, to be precise. They treat you as food. I am determined to build a peaceful society with you. And, your race is so powerful. And they are just sea monsters. And, the point is, this is your land. But now it has been taken away by a group of sea monsters. Live comment. I smell the smell of Shura Field, he said expectantly. What are they saying over there? Ah, I really want to hear the voices of Boss Sisui and the Bird Princess. It will be very interesting, she said eagerly and disappointedly. The live broadcast screen disappeared. And what followed was a wonderful replay, with the commentary suddenly filled with grief. In the early days, we were all together so everyone is in the shot. A group of people laughed and dragged Shang Sisui out to hold a meeting to make plans. Even Shang Sisui's summons and sword spirits got involved, leaving Shang Sisui alone and wailing about the fickleness of the world and the change of people's hearts. In the end, because she was too unlucky and too good at attracting hatred, she was unanimously voted to take on the task of being a hatred harvester. And Sun assisted him. The others took turns joining their team to fight monsters and improve their rankings. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Poor little thing, he said while enjoying the fun. I just like to see her get frustrated. It's so funny, she said happily. The scene turns to the enemies of Su Huai and Xiao Yuyan arriving on land when the black water descends. At first, Shang Sisui brought monsters to beat up these thousands of humans. But problems arose within the enemy, and one force escaped. The other party quickly thought of Shang Sisui and used the monsters to fight back. But the shameless human simply abandoned the tribe and leapt on the boat. It's so funny. He actually ran away. It doesn't matter if you don't want the hatred of this monster. I'll leave it to you guys, he said with a chuckle. Shang Sisui and his group are finally safe. But internal strife breaks out. A group of rescued people actually betray and try to force the emperor to take over. The comments were filled with comments cursing the man for being ungrateful, saying that such people who like to scheme can be found everywhere. It was okay on Earth before. After all, you couldn't hit others, so you just had to endure it. But now that he's trying to survive, he's still using those tricks. He's hitting a wall. After these remarks, a large number of people shouted that they liked the relaxed atmosphere of these tribes and hoped to join the tribe. After the release continued, after the group of people returned to the tribe, the enemy was dead. They only stayed together for a while and separated. Shang Sisui and Ensun rode on killer whales to lead away the nearby monsters. In this way, although the people in the tribe will encounter monsters in the future, they will definitely not be so cruel. When the time came that sea monsters evolved the ability to breathe on land, the tribe was targeted by a large group of sea monsters. At this time, the people in the water and the tribe opened the video. All human beings clearly heard that the water monsters flickered across the screen. And then humans could not be eaten. And then, they built construction. I shocked my family. I was really shocked. When I was in dire straits, others actually used 2 sea monster races to achieve the achievement of building a new tribe and upgrading the tribe, he said in shock. Look at them. Their experiences are much more horrible than ours. But their endings are much better than ours, he said with emotion. Look at me. Look at me! Does the tribe need more people? I can farm. You have so much land. I can open it up for you, he said in a praying tone. I can farm. I know how to farm, he prayed. I know carpentry. Hire me. Hire me, he said in a praying tone. This comment is not right. How did it turn into a job search? But this is not bad either. If the tribe can develop, it will certainly be a good thing. At worst, when there is extreme weather in the future, people with Su Huai's physique and I can just stay away from it. The highlight replay ended and the live broadcast returned. And then quickly switched to the live broadcast of the next ranked person. We were not familiar with this person, so we did not pay much attention to him. The sea scorpion cleared his throat and tried to negotiate with the black bird. Before she could even finish her words, the blackbird princess took her anger out on him. What are you still doing here? This archipelago is now the territory of my blackbird tribe. Sea scorpion chief. After all, they are a deep-sea race. Give them some respect. There are still humans here, the chief of the sea crab said. Alas, they are a large species, and they have the advantage of flying. Although the sea scorpion was angry, it couldn't vent its anger on the blackbird princess. So it looked at me. Just wait and see. Then he spoke in a low voice to the chief of the sea crabs. And after a moment, he gave the order to retreat. As soon as these huge sea monsters left, the unpleasant fishy smell was quickly blown away by the wind, and a group of people breathed in the hard-earned fresh air. At this time, I was ashore. Xiao Cha and the bird princess were not pleasing to each other. When I saw it landing, I hid behind the crowd. Momo asked curiously. What's going on? I explained simply. The bottom line is that it is now our ally. Chow Yin, it's probably related to that squid. I moved my lips, pointed at the bird princess, and said silently, from love to hate. The bird princess was looking down on the tribe, and didn't notice my code word. The tribe group was not big enough for creatures of their size. It flew around and came back. That's it? There's not enough room. Me, is your blackbird tribe's territory very large? Of course it's big. Duckweed covers a large area of the ocean. At a glance, it's green and red. It's very beautiful. Duckweed attracts fish and shrimp. When you have nothing to do, you can peck in it to pick up some snacks. It sounds like a wonderful day for the bird tribe. Me, you can ask the tribe birds to bring some here, so that you can have your own territory. It's not that we haven't tried to expand our territory, but those duckweeds will die if they leave that area. Okay. The attempt to trick duckweed failed. Me, then we can only increase the living area by upgrading the tribe. After this round of experience, it is just that a new race has occupied the tribe. And we are still workers. They are working birds. This black bird family gets along well than those two races. I told the black bird princess that let them move freely. And then a group of us came to Lan Yishao. After not seeing each other for a few days, everyone was having a hard time. As soon as they entered the house, Chow Yin said, those sea monsters are simply unbelievable. They didn't leave us any time except for eating and going to the toilet. We were always fishing for treasure chests. And we even took naps while fishing for treasure chests. If they don't leave, we will be outraged to death sooner or later. Xiao Cha, although I have revenge with the princess, I choose one. I choose the black birds. After all, this bird is stupid. Jing Chinsheng is incompetent. Gorgeous no longer. Water. I want pure water. I want to take a bath. He even said this, uncle. I have no energy left. Me, it will take some time for the ranking to be announced. So let's take a shower and change into clean clothes first. There is only one person who can release water, so the speed is much slower than that of boys. When we come out, we find that the boys are engaged in various ingredients. Jing Xing is full of energy after so many days of bitterness. I have to eat a lot today, and then sleep until I wake up naturally. That is required. Xiao Cha and Huang Quan Shuanghan said in unison. These three funny guys got together. There is not enough space for the first floor of Xiaoya Xiaozhu. Everyone ignited the fire on the open space at the door. And 5 continuously ignited. And each one was walking around. Everyone talks and laughs, sometimes shouting, what dishes to discuss. Look very vibrant. Everyone was working in full swing. And finally the food was ready. When they were ready to eat, they heard him say, third place, Su Huai, Jing Chen. Except for the people and me, who have been read on the previous batch. The names of the original Gold Legend members are among them. Chapter 88 Ranking 3. Finally, I can watch the tribe's live broadcast again. I want to see the Shura field. I want to see how that woman deals with the Blackbird tribe and the Sea Scorpion and Sea Crab tribe, he said with great anticipation. Wait. How can I eat sewing? She said confused. Where's the Shura field? Where are the two armies facing each other? It's only been an hour or two. And they've already changed the channel? He said with disappointment and shock. My point is a bit off. This tribe is famous for its poverty. But they eat so well. They only care about living today and not tomorrow. Their mentality is so good, she said with surprise and envy. The bird princess came back from a distance, and the first thing she said was, it smells so good. I protect the rice bowl, don't fly. The wind blows everywhere. It really? Really? Then I'll flap my wings a few more times. I smiled and interrupted, when the food is dirty. I have to be hungry. Hungry? I am unhappy. I want to do something. The bird princess fell to the ground in a second, and the wind created by her wings dissipated instantly. It is particularly sincere and curious. What exactly does human food look like? I especially want to try it. My brother said, well, what is our relationship? All allies. Of course, allies will meet this small demand. But we don't have such a big meat. Otherwise, I will bake you in minutes to taste. The princess of the bird thought in her heart. If she cooks for me by herself, then I can't barely accept her weakness. It thought about it carefully again. We are allies now. And the relationship cannot be too rigid. This is just a stepping stone. And it is a step that the other party took the initiative to take. In short, even if I take the stepping stone, I will still have more face than her. So the princess of the bird clan said, "This is not a matter." The princess comes to meet immediately. Seeing it about to leave, I added, "It is said that ingredients that you obtain and prepare yourself will be more delicious. But since I said I would make it for you, I will definitely not break my promise." The bird princess is doubtful. Isn't it just catching a prey? It is a matter of minutes for this princess. So it went in a hurry. After a few seconds, he came back happily. It throws a 2-meter long thing on the ground and said boldly, "Come!" The first fish body, with a part of the face covered with scales. Although it looks weird, it is not horrible. And there is a kind of shocking/scarlet beauty. I was about to speak when I heard Imperial Frost burst into a scream. Everyone in Mermaid. This person was frightened and stuttered, showing how deep the shadow was in his heart. I turned around and saw her leaning against the wall, retching and looking like she was about to pass out. Hey, don't do this. It's a bit scary." The mermaid heard the sound, stopped struggling violently, attempting to fight birds, and turned to see the beads. Its mood changes visibly. Ah! It suddenly made a very piercing sound. This sound is its skill. I just feel dizzy, and so do the people around me. In this short time, it dived and fled. Huang Quan Shuanghan felt hopeless and fell to the ground. It will definitely go and report the news. "Do you have a teleportation talisman to let me go?" "I don't." Her hand stacked in front of her chest. "Then I will walk very peacefully." "Xiao Cha, I have an escape system that can teleport randomly." "Imperial Frost, you are such an unlucky guy. I am afraid you will teleport me, and you to the squid." "Xiao Cha, then you still walk peacefully." "Imperial Frost, no. You will go with me in peace." "Barrage, I still want to watch. I want to know what happens next." Why did it suddenly cut to the highlight replay? "No," she said sadly. "Sheng Sisui. Su Huai. Xiao Cha. These 3 poisonous people will explode wherever they are. Now with the addition of Huang Quan Shuanghan. Their dormitory is really a magical dormitory," he said to my mother in shock. Except for Ensun and I. Everyone else acted together. And the exciting replays were basically the same, which caused countless people to be anxious to see the follow-up. Then, there is no use. She can only wait. Unlike the audience's mentality, everyone who is the parties at this moment is a bit square. The tribe cannot be moved. So if they really come to our doorstep, no one will be able to escape. After all, that thing is an underwater empire, far beyond the reach of those sea creatures. The bird princess said carelessly. "Don't worry. It's just a lone one, and the lowest in the empire. Many races will secretly hunt them. Let me tell you, their meat is delicious." It ordered its tribe birds, "Catch it back." Everyone has not relaxed because of its remarks. After all, our tribe has a tradition that has never been broken. Xiao Cha completely ignored the bird princess and frowned. "Would you like to run?" The bird princess refused. "No. What if you meet squid?" "Honey, do you still remember that it was once the noble male that you loved to death? Now in your heart, does it not even have a name?" Perhaps it was my eyes that had been there clearly. And they said solemnly, "The past is too unbearable to recall, so it's better not to mention it." Do your parents know that you have become so shameless? All in all, for various reasons, everyone is deadlocked. The bird princess means that squid is looking for someone to find someone. If you want to leave the islands, you can start with them. To fight, it must be the ending of both defeats. Everyone was hesitating, and hesitated. So he heard the electric eels in the sea and half of the body, and suddenly shouted, "Lying/slot." During this special period, everyone is very sensitive. I immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Surrounded. Huang Quan Shuanghan sat up in shock from his dying illness. "Who? By whom?" "Electric eel. I can't perceive the race. I only know that we have been surrounded." The bird princess laughed on the spot. "It must be squid." "Xiao Cha, you hid in the house. Let the princess come." "Xiao Cha, this is a strange visual effect of the domineering boss's little wife." After the wonderful release, I finally relived in the urging of the barrage. Just at this time, the bird princess shouted, "See the princess to defeat them. It flies with high wings. Righteous clouds. General, give me." seeing countless flying birds rose in the air, covering the sun darkly. In short, there is a trend of black clouds. They hovering on the sea, trying to give them a stacker as long as the other party dares to swear. The comments were full of so excited. So excited? The sound of, isn't this more exciting than a big movie? As their adrenaline soared. The live broadcast stopped. Everyone. Chapter 89 Ranking 4. The bird princess went back confidently and returned with it. It landed beside me. It was particularly true. This is not blame me. And the enemy is too powerful. I affirmed it. You are right. The bird princess rose in a second, and it saw that the person around him suddenly had a lot of pleasing to the eye. So what about it? Did this go with the wind? It looked at the dense mermaids that broke the water. Just felt the first two. Usually we steal a few weak mermaids. They won't be so big? I am interested in, do you steal the mermaid? Don't you care about it? If you mean to chase. You can withdraw it if you can't chase it. And they only chase a short distance. Perfunctory. Me, do they not care about the life of the race? They care about it. If you kill it, a strong man chase you to the end of the world. It has the fun of being a teacher. And it is endless. Their race is fierce. And it is different from the inheritance system of other races. It will be held once a year. The mermaid can specify a mermaid battle. Under this system, only strong people will continue to be born here. Every mermaid, from birth to death, strives to climb up to inherit others' things. This has created a unity that surpasses all other races, and is incompatible with the concepts of all races. Speaking of which, their emperor has not lost in 10 years, and his fighting power is terrifying. As it was talking, it suddenly realized something. When I first caught it, it wanted to kill me at most. But when it saw the man called Huang Quan Shuang Han, it suddenly burst out with potential and dived away. So, these things were found by it? It was shocked. The Mermaid Empire is a recognized house. They actually went out of the world and walked around. What did your friend do it here? Did you kill them? Hiding at the door. The Imperial Power, Frosty said with a head out of the head. I want that ability. Do you still have to have so panic? She suddenly sounded her voice, retracted her head back to the door, and said in her mouth, I can't see me. You can't see me. The mermaid surrounded the islands neatly, and quickly investigated and narrowed the scope. The figure of the Mermaid Emperor appeared in the front row. The Princess of the Birds is very square. Look at the part of our allies. I ordered to let the birds take you escape. Me, I think I can still rescue it. Me, first of all. Do we have an unblocked treasure chest? Find Bailey Mingyu for a conveyor. Mo, no. Chow Yin, there's no hope. Everyone, lie down. Xiao Chaoxing was incompetent, after avoiding my rotten peach blossoms. I couldn't escape the frost. Hey, etc. The frost. Your queen's card effect did not disappear? Huang Quan Shuanghan was about to cry, already disappeared. Otherwise you thought I thought that when I was in a mess. I used a fixed point teleportation? Xiao Cha, what are the possibilities do you think is the possibility of giving you to it and changing our life? Huang Quan Shuanghan, about the same. Those mermaids stopped neatly when they came to the edge of the land, and seemed to be waiting for something. At this moment, our life is either explained to the mermaid, or the bird tribe. One by one, I choose the black birds. I said, take us to high altitude. Bird princess, yes. But it is not possible to bring you away from them for the sake of the circle for you and them. Me, if you don't escape first, you will hover at the high altitude. I want to talk to their emperors. The bird princess was immediately in awe of me, and almost said, you are so bold. As soon as we reached high altitude, we saw the extremely tall and strong mermaid in the front row land. This was the mermaid I had met once a long time ago. I remember that at that time. It was in human form, and it was extremely violent from its appearance to its temperament. At this moment, it looked up at us grimly. To be precise, it is staring at Huang Quan Shuanghan. Huang Quan Shuanghan took a quick glance and was shocked by the look in his eyes. So he covered his face on the spot. She can't see it. The Mermaid King was a ruthless man. A few words. He said on the spot, Blackbirds, do you want to be enemies with the Empire? Its sound is not loud, but it is clearly falling into everyone's ears. The Blackbird Princess almost threw me out on the spot, but her love for the squid turned into hatred. And this hatred was so strong that it overcame her fear. It was just about to say something nonsense to deal with it when it heard aloud. shrill sound from its back. It just fell down. But fortunately it stabilized the center of gravity in time. And it collapsed a little bit. I don't care what it says. After the audition, those horns shouted down. They are just an innocent bird. Why won't your conscience hurt as the birds and birds? At this time, the second place's live broadcast was finally over, and finally ushered in the first place. There is no doubt that the first place is me and Insun. At the beginning, the audience, who heard my roar, was very aggressive. According to their brain supplements, we are having a big movie on our side. So when the second place in the live broadcast of Beiliming Moon and Ming did not leave the team, the barrage was urged. Finally, they got the sequel they wanted to see. But they heard some teasing at the beginning. I don't understand this plot. It doesn't connect to the previous story, he said in frustration. The plot is not difficult to connect. As long as you go out of the water like water, you will find that everything is traceable. This person is a little white in the black water. And the plot is not in the plot, she calmly said. Although I do understand the cause and consequences. Just the plot is good. But I also know that now because of her words. It is cold, she said. I was shocked when I read these comments. I said, what a desperate situation this is. You don't care about me. You just laugh. You have no heart. The reality is that it is really cold. The Mermaid Emperor, that is, Deep, originally wanted to win the Black Bird family in one fell swoop. But now it does not know how to interface. If you respond to Shang Sishui's words, you will appear to be as mentally retarded as her. If you don't respond, the perfect opportunity to seize the opportunity is gone. The mood of the bird princess is not as complicated as the Mermaid Emperor. It opened his mouth and said, I didn't expect you to be a good person. Me, I didn't expect you to be a good bird. Under normal circumstances, Jingchen would be the first one to be unable to bear it and would definitely complain. That's enough. But now, he felt that this cold atmosphere should just be maintained. For a while, the sky was silent. Only the sound of the birds and I Princess exaggerated. The Mermaid Emperor looked up for a long time and finally realized. If they do anything, they can talk about the Sea of Sea. And the group can also watch the Sea of Sea. How shameless. Gathering things. But, what should I say? Oh, by the way, if we fail to defeat the Blackbird tribe in one fell swoop, then we will change our target. The Mermaid Emperor said coldly, put out the cold of the imperial power. I switched back to the state in a second, and said in shock, how can you be so mean to your queen? So Shuang ran back to our parents' home because she was mad at you. How can you be so mean? There are so many mermaids watching. Can you be more generous and show some masculine responsibility? Mermaid Emperor? Mermaid King? Huang Chuanchuang smiled. Please let me die immediately. Barrage. The atmosphere was at a time. But it was dispersed by the unreasonable tease of tea like the water gangster? She said aggressively. Although it is very interesting, I still can't pay attention to everyone's relationship network and plot line. There are melons everywhere. But I can't understand it, she said. Waiting for everything over the big brother. We squat all the storylines, he said wit. The Mermaid Emperor's face was very cold. And it seemed to want to kill. But it didn't have wings, and could not do such a thing. So it turned into the Black Bird Princess again. As soon as it opened it, I said, it's just an innocent bird and bird. This is the family affairs of you and Frost. Ding, from the deep dead value plus 1000. The Mermaid King looked at me silently and gloomily. I don't know what he was thinking. As far as I wipe, it is facing. So it will be trapped in this situation. As the saying goes, shameless is invincible. It is not invincible enough. I took the initiative to break the deadlock. Maybe we can talk calmly. Seeing the other party's words, I said, first of all, I commanded the Blackbird Princess to approach Imperial Frost. Then lifted her up and said, she must apologize 1,000 times for your initial incident. Huang Quanshuanghan was also very understanding. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I should never have used the card on you. My noble one. Me, but Emperor. She didn't do it on purpose. When you were in the middle of the incident, you should have understood that it was force majeure. Even though you are powerful, you are still controlled by the law to attack humans. And those cards are Shuang's only chance to survive. You two are destined to be together. Which is why you have reached that situation by chance. Me, then. The Frost has to apologize to you in the palace. Huang Quanshuanghan, I'm sorry. I I shouldn't have said that to every mermaid there. Her words were interrupted, only to listen to the mermaid emperor anger. Shut up. Huang Quan Shuanghan readily followed suit. Okay. I'll obey your command. I'll shut up now. After 10 seconds, she said. Since I shut me up, does it mean that there is no need to apologize? Don't apologize. Do you mean you forgive me? Mermaid King. Barrage, Heil/Slot. Shameless, he said happily. You are happy? You are abnormal. Although the other party is very strong. It is weird to be suppressed. This incident tells us that her skin is thick and eating pieces of meat. She is full of learning spirit. Hey, this is not something worth learning? The development of the Mermaid Emperor and Imperial Thrust has involved a lot of rumors. And no one knows to what outrageous extent these rumors will escalate. The Mermaid Emperor decided to cut his losses in time. He has to save face, and does not want to be laughed at by the mermaids of the Empire. Sheng Sishui's previous words were tactful, and the mermaid could not infer the truth based on them. But Huang Quan Shuanghan's subsequent words had the risk of being exposed, so he had to be interrupted in time. The Mermaid King did not expect that even though it was so ferocious, Imperial Thrust could still produce its own pole and climb along it. If the opponent was on the ground, it would just be enough to use violent output. But the problem is that she is not on the ground now. Damn the Squid Clan. Why did they act like scumbags? Causing the Blackbird Princess to turn from love to hate, leading to the current situation of its alliance with humans. It decided to go back and beat the squids. Why did he do so many good things, but had to be a scumbag? Now he has caused me to lose the advantage of violent output. You can't hit him. And you can't win the argument. The other party ignores the threats, and keeps talking to himself. Finally, the Mermaid King squeezed out a sentence. If you take my target out of the encirclement, the Blackbirds will have to wait for the wrath of the Mermaid Empire. Blackbird Princess, yes. Yes. We will never leave the encirclement. Mermaid King, you take half of the mermaids, and beat up the heir of the squid tribe. Its form then changed, taking on the appearance of a human. Rin, take some of the mermaids, and build a home under this water. It sneered at me and said, I want to see how long you can hold on. This is unacceptable. We are human beings seeking survival. How can we fish for treasure chests if we are not on land? Brain, move it. Chapter 90 Ranking Final. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. The exciting replays ended, and the live broadcast was switched again. I looked at the dense barrage of comments on it, and an idea flashed in my mind. I smiled in my standard way. Hey, enemies of Su Huai, do you want to come and fight him? Look, I caught him. If you dare to come, I will send you away. Su Huai looked at me speechlessly. Jingchen couldn't stand it any longer. Have some shame. This is being broadcast live worldwide. I saw that the comments were all filled with "Do you think I'm stupid?" So I changed my target and grabbed Jingchen. Jingchen's little fans. Do you want to come and get his autograph? He'll sign if you come. The comments were all filled with comments like idols are precious. But life is more precious. I looked left and right, and apart from the two of them, the one with the most fans was Sun. And Sun sensed the gaze and looked over quietly. When our eyes met, my conscience started to get the better of me. So I gave up. I sighed. Alas, where are those people who usually bash us so vigorously on the World Channel? Why don't you say anything? Come and say something. Add my tribe? And follow the automatic navigation to kill us? Ha ha ha. You little trash. You don't dare. Right? That's all you can do. I shifted my gaze from the virtual screen to the Mermaid King. I asked Sun to use the wind to send me to the entrance of Lanyu Cottage. Hey, the honorable one inside. Don't you think our small tribe is not worthy of your status? How about we work together to build a beautiful home? The Mermaid Emperor hidden in the shadow sneered in danger. It's just not. Me. Silence means consent. I understand. Bye, see you later. I returned to the sky and took out my loudspeaker. Dear mermaid brothers and sisters, your king said that he would build a magnificent palace for your queen on land. Boom. There was a sound of seats rubbing against each other coming from Lanyu Cottage. And the Mermaid King came out with a gloomy face, looking like he was going to kill someone. I turned my head and said with a smile, Don't be so serious. They say a smile makes you look 10 years younger. You can't make a handsome guy look like an old man. What responded to me was a stream of water attack. But Sun and I had fought side by side many times, and we had a tacit understanding. So I didn't even have to make a move, and he was immediately taken to a high altitude. Comment, when it comes to courting death, she is capable of it, she said with a laugh. Shung Sisui, please behave yourself. If you continue like this, one of you will die, he said speechlessly and worriedly. The wind brought me down to the side of the Mermaid King. And I said, hey, don't fight and kill all the time. It's not good for your health. Be peaceful and be full of love. Me, come on. Let me analyze the current situation for you. You can't do anything to us. And we can't do anything to you. How about this? We can cooperate? You can move the entire empire here. And you can live in the sea and on land. How great is that? Besides, if we really want to leave, we can still leave without the help of the Black Bird. By then, you might have to look for us until eternity. If Shuang could disappear right under your nose, I can make her disappear again. Think about it. Revenge is more painful than killing her. You see how scared she is of you. She even vomited when she saw you before. You can just trap her here and torture her. The Mermaid King's face darkened. She actually vomited when she saw me? I was sensitive enough to catch other information. This guy's focus was not revenge out of hatred. But how dare the Imperial Frost despise it? Well, since this is what you care about, I won't hesitate to fool you. Yes. You see? She wants to vomit when she sees you. How could she possibly like you? Let alone want to be your partner. Even though you are excellent, have strong fighting ability, look good, and are the king of the empire, she still doesn't like you. It gnashed its teeth and glared at Huang Quan Shuanghan fiercely. You are just a human who is just a scumbag. And you actually despise me? Yes. That's right. That's the way it should be interpreted. I appreciate your brain circuit. Comment, it's over. I feel like the Mermaid King is going to die, she said in silence. You have to trust a woman's instincts. I agree with the above, and have something to say. I smell the scent of a self-attack male protagonist. And this is my type in TV dramas. She said that she was a CP. Ah. Please slow down the live streaming progress bar. I want to see the ending. I want to know the ending. She begged. That being said, the reality is cruel, and the live broadcast ended quickly. I said to the virtual screen in the last countdown, hello everyone. Let's find a person with good technicians and character here. Welcome to join our big family. As I finished speaking, the virtual screen turned into a dot of light and disappeared. I know I should switch to the World Channel now because it's very lively. But I don't have time to watch it now. I turned my gaze back to the Mermaid King and said sincerely, although we don't get along, I have to say that she doesn't like you. It's just that she has poor taste. She actually has a crush on that human. I pointed casually and looked carefully, and found that this unlucky guy was Jing Chen. Jing Chen's eyes widened in shock. The people around him immediately moved 8 feet away from him. Mermaid King, an ant-like existence. It summoned a stream of water, which froze into ice in midair and flew towards Jing Chen with great momentum. Jing Chen was not a man of wood, so he had to dodge. He dodged in a very awkward manner, wailing, Shung Sisui, you have no heart. I continued my speech. I advise you not to kill him. After all, he is the one Shuang likes. If he dies, it will only make Shuang dislike you even more. After all, only incompetent people would do such a thing. The mermaid's violence was revoked, and he stared at Huang Qiunshuang coldly. I can roughly guess what it was thinking. It was probably cursing. Damn humans. For daring to look down on it. It would be too easy to kill her. Torture her until she realizes her mistakes. As soon as I saw its expression, I immediately felt something strange in my heart. Me, I sincerely want to discuss cooperation with you. You move your empire here. I promise that while you are the emperor, this tribal archipelago will be open to you indefinitely. You can come and go as you please. In the future, we will build it up and allocate housing to your subordinates for free, as long as your mermaids do not attack us. Of course, we will not attack you either. If there is a conflict, then set up a duel arena, and both parties will agree to fight fairly in front of everyone. Me, as for the things between you and Huang Qiunshuang, as long as you do not kill her, how can you torture it? We don't participate. How about? I dare to say this mainly because I heard some things from the Blackbird tribe. Mermaids have no desire to reproduce. They are dedicated to fighting and have a long lifespan. Therefore, they will not do anything unspeakable to Imperial Frost. After all, this emperor seems to be very respectable, and he would not bother to do such a thing. The Mermaid King thought for a long time and agreed. Okay. I immediately smiled and happily announced this matter. Huang Quan Shuanghan whimpered on the spot, although I don't have to die. But, whoa! Jingchen, thank you for helping me to absolve the Mermaid King of his hatred. Me, oh? If you want to open, it won't kill you. You are aspiring, which is good for you to improve the combat effectiveness. I walked toward Su Huai and said, it's up to you now. Use your physique to recruit more followers and contribute to our tribe. Chapter 91, Heart of God I? Now that the matter has been resolved, a group of people gathered in Lanyu Cottage to open the treasure chest. And here the Imperial Frost Fork was taken out. The organization will remember you. Xiao Cha had a sad expression on her face. Chao Yan and I, yes. What Cha Cha said makes sense. Mo nodded silently. Huang Quan Shuanghan's iron heart broke instantly. And he shouted, I'm still alive. Xiao Cha ruthlessly locked her out. Me, close the window too. What if she gets in? Chao Yan, in this case. Just in case. The door and window on the second floor must be closed. Momo, well, I'll go and turn it off. Huang Quan Shuanghan pounded on the door frantically. You have no heart. No heart. The bird tribe watched for a long time. And its vicious heart actually began to turn red. It looked at Huang Quan Shuanghan with sympathy. If the Mermaid Emperor catches you, I will take you to fly. Huang Quan Shuanghan smiled for a second. Good sister. Sister, you are so kind. Then I will leave my life to you. The Princess of the Birds is very happy that no one has never enthusiastically called it sisters, and also delivered the safety of life to it. The weight on the shoulder becomes heavier. Is this the weight of trust? It turns out. It's a piece of cake. Huang Quan Shuanghan, to thank my good sister, I will treat you to delicious food and drinks. Xiao Cha retracted her gaze that was peeking through the window. Shuang can rest easy now. Jingchen looked at us with an indescribable expression. His eyes seemed to say, women's hearts are as unfathomable as the sea. It's so scary. This kind of shameless tacit understanding is really scary. I didn't care about the transfer of the topic. We are lucky this time. We have good luck. And we have obtained a golden treasure chest per capita. Now we turn over the search to Sing. The appearance of Jing Chen's uncle. Arrogant. The strong never needs those things. Having said that, he directly opened the treasure chest that belonged to him. As expected of him, he really had the capital to be arrogant, as there were skills in every treasure chest. He also used his new skills without hesitation. As a weapon, he only took a golden bow and threw the rest on the table. We'll talk about it later. Me, you are a grown man. Why did you choose a bow? It doesn't match your domineering, cool and arrogant aura. He said disdainfully, what do you know? Close combat only makes you look awkward, but long-range combat makes you look gorgeous. I must be the most gorgeous. I looked at him with a complicated expression, wanting to say something but hesitating. You are already delicate and beautiful, and now you choose a bow. You are really gorgeous. The only difference between you and a goddess is your gender. Jingchen said very vigilantly, what are you thinking about? Don't you want your eyes and brain anymore? If you have any thoughts, hold them back. TSK. This guy is still as sharp-tongued as ever. While we were bickering, everyone opened their own treasure chests one after another. And the harvest was pretty good. Those who had skills used them on the spot, and other things were used as appropriate. If they were not suitable, they could trade them on the world channel themselves. Xiao Cha said in surprise, I opened a golden skill. Let me see what my cool and awesome skill is. Wind under the soles of feet? Item, wind under your feet, golden skill. Introduction, when you run, wind will be generated under your feet, greatly increasing your speed. Xiao Cha, I want to attack. Why are the ones I'm hooked on using only for escaping? Chao Yan patted her shoulder and said, think positively. As long as you run fast, danger can't catch up with you. Xiao Cha, but I also want to fight handsomely. Chao Yan, then think about it. Xiao Cha, Momo also unlocked a skill, which was a purple skill. Item, 5 senses blocked, purple skill. Introduction, you can block any one of your 5 senses, or all 5 at the same time. During this period, you can achieve a state where you don't need to breathe, don't need to smell, etc. This skill of hers is still an auxiliary skill, similar to her previous perspective. But if the two skills are combined properly, she can survive on the seabed and discover anything hidden, which is very effective in fighting against sea beasts or water humans. And Sun and I got the most treasure chests among these people. Before opening the treasure chests, I traded for incense. I immediately rushed upstairs with my things in my hand. I want to take a bath and burn incense. Half an hour later, I was using my system in my room with a nervous mood. Soon, a number appeared on my sign. 0. I went upstairs happily, and came downstairs sadly, saying loudly, I don't want to open treasure chests anymore. I want to stock up until I can get multiples. Jingchen laughed mercilessly. Su Huai added insult to injury. Unlike me, I was lucky enough to obtain several combat skills and weapons and equipment. Xiao Yuyan, I'll give you a book of skills and architectural blueprints. I said weakly, what architectural drawings are they? Xiao Yuyan, Night Castle, Western Fantasy World style. The castle looks like it can accommodate quite a lot of people. I took a look at the pattern and thought it matched the style of the Mermaid Emperor. Me, how about I trade you this blueprint with my skills or something else? Nowadays, skills are no longer extremely rare things. I can still buy them by spending a lot of resources. At worst, I can make a deal with this bug Bailey Mingyu. Xiao Yuyan shook her head. No need. I'll give it to you. Me, thank you. I'll give it to Shuang when I get home. I took the blueprint and planned to give it back to Huangquan Shuanghan. She was kicked out to establish the tribe and is now level 2, which is more than enough to build a castle. Another thing is that she can use this blueprint freely, as long as the Mermaid King and his subordinates move into the castle. She will be remembered for her contribution. Jingchen said at this time, Xiao Yuyan, go and see if there is any weapon that I just opened that is suitable for you. Take one and use it. Xiao Yuyan didn't bother to be polite with him. Okay. Although they had not been together for a long time, she understood what these people had in common. They were casual, yet serious. For example, now, she gave the things to Sheng Sisui, and Sheng Sisui planned to give it to Huangquan Shuanghan without hesitation. And Jingchen gave the things to her without hesitation, which was given on behalf of Sheng Sisui. It won't be long before Sheng Sisui will give Jingchen something else when he least expects. Just as Xiao Yuyan was thinking this, she heard In Sun, who had been silent the whole time, say, I'll give you a set of clothes. He said this to Jingchen. Name, Blazing Sun, Purple. Introduction. The gold color is as dazzling as the sun, and its flickering flames bring you fire skills and fire resistance. Set. The dress was very gorgeously designed, with a mythical temperament. Jingchen was very satisfied with it. Then I won't be polite. And Sun nodded, then looked at me. There is a month until the next national activity. Do you want to leave the tribe and look at different sea areas? I thought about it, also. Then bring Su Huai and Xiao Ti. We leave these unlucky eggs, and the tribe will be handed over to the remaining people to develop, and I will discuss with them. Chapter 92, Heart of God 2. When I found Huangquan Shuanghan, who was on friendly terms with the bird princess, they were eating barbecue. Me, oh, is it just a little wine? When the bird princess heard my voice, she did something that no one expected. She flapped her wings and flew into the sky and ran away. I was confused. What was going on? Am I some kind of beast? Huangquan Shuanghan shook his head, also with a look of doubt on his face. After the bird princess flew away, a new black bird flew over. It can't be said. Standing next to Huang Qiu and Shuang. A guard. I ignored it and shook the blueprint in my hand. The blueprint of the castle of the Dark Knight. Take it to your tribe. Huangquan Shuanghan understood immediately. Sister, you are reliable. I will go and fool Shen right away. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a chill on her spine. She twisted her head and met the death stare of the Mermaid King, who was coming ashore. Huangquan Shuanghan suddenly cried, it must not have heard it. Right? Me, from a scientific point of view, it is impossible to hear it from such a long distance. The problem is that this is not a scientific world. As he was speaking, the Mermaid King walked straight over here. Huangquan Shuanghan immediately bit over and retched, his heart and liver bursting as he said, quick! Take me to the sky. The wind rose suddenly, but the guardian black bird grabbed her and flew into the sky. The Mermaid King was very fast, but still failed to catch the blackbird in time. I looked at the Mermaid Emperor. Although the mermaid just ashore was expressionless, it was not so violent now that it was about to kill. This has nothing to do with me. I am Huangquan Shuanghan and invest in asking for more blessings. The eyes turned away. When I returned to Lanyu Shaozu, Xiao Cha was commanded the shipwreck and killer whale to salvage the sinking ships on the bottom of the sea. Seeing me back, Chao Yin explained, everyone intends to restore the Cloud Street. With our current number, one person is enough to live in a bedroom. I glanced around and found that Momo was not there. Silent? Chao Yin, going to the sea. She now has the skill to close her 5 senses and can move freely under the sea. With her current comprehensive strength, she can stay under the sea for a long time. Soon all the sunken ships were salvaged. I silently chanted the word repair. The Yushao Street, which had originally become a ruin, was immediately restored to its original state, and the ruins disappeared. Everyone went to choose a house. I still lived in my original house. There were 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. I lived in one and Xia Xia lived in the other. Xia Xia is not very satisfied with this status quo. I want to sleep with my sister. Me, you are already a big kid. It's time for you to be independent. Look, we are just separated by a wall. You can come to me anytime. Xia Xia thought about it. That 11th Anon didn't allow sleeping in your room? Me, they are small and can sleep in the living room. At that time, I can see if I can get a sofa. The first thing to get up in the morning is the system lottery, which is still 0. In this way, the golden treasure chest cannot be opened today. So let them lie in the space necklace. After waking up, I looked out the window at the frosty land next door that belonged to the emperor. That land was bare yesterday. At this moment, there was a magnificent castle. The castle is very Gothic, surrounded by dense trees and narrow roads. And it looks very gloomy. We have very few resources in this area. She can build the castle so soon. Presumably the mermaids have contributed. The kung fu of washing went out one after another, and everyone consciously put together to cook or fish for a treasure chest. Thinking of what happened to the sea, I came to the castle of Huangquan Shuanghan. The mermaid guarding there didn't make things difficult for me and let me pass. I asked the mermaid all the way and successfully found the mermaid emperor on the huge platform. It is talking to the Blackbird Princess. Replace the Blackbird family around her with the mother. The Blackbird Princess is so good. As long as you don't find the troubles of the blackbirds. This small problem is not a matter at all. I said. Hey, are you all here? They turned their heads at the same time. Me, I came here to tell you that I plan to take some people out to sea. Hey, don't be so upset so quickly. Don't worry. I won't take Shuang with me. Me, Princess. Do you borrow 2 birds to give us? I promised them to return intact. Because the mermaid emperor did not speak. The Blackbird Princess did not dare to say a word. But from its eager eyes, I saw it wanted to go. After waiting for a few seconds, I said, silence is the default. It's so pleasant to said it's so pleasant. Bye. I leaned away from Yi Castle and found my friends. Hi. Do you want to go to sea? I have already told the mermaid emperor. Huangquan Shuanghan was the first to raise his hand. Me, except you. Shio. Xiao Cha Xin Yu lying. I want to lie flat safely in the tribe. Now that there are mermaids. The tribal islands are definitely the safest place in the entire ocean. Me first. You are excluded from staying in the tribe. And second, Su Huai is excluded. Xiao Cha, hey. You are discriminating. Su Huai is not euphemistic at all. I think it's better to leave the tribe. Xiao Cha, even you said that. You are also a part of discrimination. Jing Chen said, Uncle Ben and his roommates also go to the sea. I was going to wait for you to come back and tell you. But now it is just right. Qiao Yuyan, I'm going too. As soon as Qiao Yuyan spoke, her bodyguards immediately showed the intention of going to the sea. So, everyone wants to go to sea. It's not that it is not possible. After all, we are a person who has a ship. I waved my hand and said, let's go to sea together. Everyone is very happy. I comforted, don't worry. There will be a bird princess to accompany you. The original bird princess, who was about to move, listened to me and said immediately, in its cognition, Shang Shui is like a person. But at the same time, Huangquan Shuanghan is its sister. The most important thing is that you can encounter interesting things. What should I do? With such tangling, it watched a group of people bring daily necessities and boarded the ship to set sail. Huangquan Shuanghan, you go. Let the black birds under your hand go. The Blackbird Princess immediately took back their eyes. Can this princess be the kind of bird that disregards sisters? That must be. It endlessly instructed the 2 black birds to follow the ship. on the ship. And Sun, the most lucky guy here, chose this route. The killer whales and electric eels pulled the ship forward together, saving a lot of oil resources. The two black birds fell on the bow and stern to warn. And we chose their own rooms. The rooms on the ship are all on the surface, with a total of 3 floors. Under the surface is the warehouse. Fong Ran lay there the first time. She said that she would protect the goods well, and whoever dared to cause trouble would be beaten so badly that they wouldn't even recognize each other. The room is limited and small. A group of people finished their preparations and gathered together to fish for the treasure chest. I opened the World Channel with one heart. It was shocked at the time. Is Bailey Mingyu? Why is this? And he committed anger? Chapter 93 The Heart of God 3. That's it. Bailey Mingyu is a villain. Because she is the one bound to the villain system. Perhaps? But doesn't other people know this? As everyone knows, Bailey Mingyu is a saintly lady and a big shot. She owns the largest tribe in the entire survival world. And in the land of many people, she is far superior to the second place. Yes, the second place is a golden legend. Here I have to say that although the two tribes, Golden Legend and Mingyu Wanli, are the first and second in the survival world, they are in a tragic contrast. Mingyu Wanli is a large scale of all kinds of smooth water, and the Golden Legend is dozens of people in various unlucky tops. However, today, Mingyu Wanli, who had been doing well, ran into big problems. To be more precise, Bailey Mingyu ran into big problems. I called everyone, go to the World Channel and eat melons. My roommates responded together, and the others were slightly subtle. They did not respond, and quietly opened the virtual screen. Now the World Channel is bloody. And I summarize that Bailey Mingyu has given them too full. This is like this. During the advent of the Black Water, the Mingyu Wanli tribe, that was said to have formed an orderly society, encountered a sea monster attack. It is normal to encounter a sea monster. This time. Who has not encountered a few sea monsters this time? However, who can think of the small number of sea monsters? The number of tribes with millions of people hit a mess. To sum up, many people died here this time. And they lost their loved ones to Bailey Mingyu. She doesn't have any combat effectiveness. What is the use of materials alone? Will monsters leave because of these things? My husband and I came here because this is a big tribe. But before a week had passed, my husband died and I became disabled. Since we have no ability to protect ourselves, why did we recruit people? Are we being used as cannon fodder? I also lost relatives. In a tribe of millions of people, there is no one useful left. There are only dozens of sea monsters. Where are the leaders? Where is the tribe leader? Look at the people of Golden Legend. They were able to defend the tribe in the face of such a terrifying situation. Bailey Mingyu comes out and give me a saying. What does it mean to keep yourself in the house? We just joined the tribe for survival. Of course, there are people who are refuted by the World Channel, but they are more suffocating than those who have lost their relatives and friends. For a moment, Bailey Mingyu was roasted on the fire. Xiao Chao watched it with taste. Did the false virgin have not moved yet? Didn't she look like a good person? Chao Yin's fingers rolled his hair and played, Smoke Jonda? MOMO, there may be a big move. During speaking, under the force by everyone, Bailey Mingyu finally spoke. She is not a text, but a 10-second video recorded. In the video, she looked thin and haggard, with red eyes, and said with great guilt, I'm sorry. It's because I'm too weak that this happened. I will disband the tribe and give everyone a ship and enough supplies. The World Channel has been quiet for a few seconds and noisy. The small wooden boat is not good. A wave's come over. What is enough resources? How long is it enough to eat? The fishing rod weapon must be available. Otherwise it is difficult to get angry. This is someone who wants to take the opportunity to fish in water. Hey, unity is always better than scattered. This is to hope not to dissolve the tribe. As long as there are many people who push others as cannon fodder if they are dangerous. Don't dissolve the tribe. Land is always safer than the sea. This is a person who wants to gain benefits and undermine Bailey Mingyu's power. Everyone was noisy. Because of the emotions in parentheses. These speakers use the voice. At this time, a video was uploaded suddenly. It was a high-altitude vision. Under the field of vision, there was a huge island of the region. The island was shaking, and the sea water was boiling. The island collapsed at the speed of the naked eye. Hundreds of thousands of humans fell into the sea. Fortunately, all the human beings who survived the world were swimming players, so no drowning incident occurred. After the island disappeared, the water surface quickly returned to calm, and a dense sailing boat appeared on the sea. At the end of the video, there is Bailey Mingyu's voice. She sincerely said, "There is a tribal islands in Shanshui. The region is quite vast. Their combat effectiveness is strong. And there are mermaids and black birds. I will send a lot of resources to upgrade them, and pray that she can receive you." Xiao Cha is lying on the spot, poison woman. The poisonous woman in her mouth was at this moment to invite the villain system on the summoned object. This ticket is not big? I have caused the false image to me to give me a lot of resources. If the water is not allowed to wait for them, they will definitely violate her. If they let them enter the tribe, it is better. She said in her heart that the above were fart. She had seen this group of burdens. Is it uncomfortable to survive alone? The villain system was very satisfied. So Bailey Mingyu's combat effectiveness increased significantly. Jingchen, it's really a big deal. A whole hundreds of thousands of sailing boats. Xiao Cha, I'm jealous. Me, don't be sour. I just tried to disband the tribe. And a prompt appeared on the page. If I choose yes, all the resources used by the tribe will be returned. She has already prepared this small wooden boat. It is not difficult to upgrade these resources into a sailboat. At this time, I found that my tribe continued to have system applications. Each application brought an application for discourse. Most of them were I am a person who was in the first bright moon and let me enter the tribe. These people are quite straightforward. I tell you this matter. Everyone is not surprised. Xiao Cha, who gives their faces. Oh, Bailey Mingyu as Black Heart Lotus. Chao Yin, I'm very curious. Could it be that you once seduced Bailey Mingyu and then abandoned her? And she turned from love to hate you? I was speechless. Brain supplementation is a disease and needs to be treated. Of course, it is impossible for me to put a group of cattle ghosts and snakes into my tribe and refuse one click. The virtual screen is cut back to the world channel. Sure enough, the bloody storm of Bailey Mingyu disappeared above. And the protagonist now becomes me. Will I pay attention to these moral kidnappings and questions? Of course. So she typed openly. This tribe does not accept idiots, she said contemptuously. The words in brackets. You are quite good at making me hate you. Huh? But it doesn't matter. I just looked down on this group of people. My words caused a huge uproar. And the crowd's emotions immediately went wild, with all kinds of abusive remarks emerging one after another. Of course, it also brought me a lot of death value. In fact, I am not very willing to use the same kind to get a dead value. After all, I do want to find anything. But now they have to help me enthusiastically to improve their combat effectiveness. What can I do? Of course I accept it. I hey greeted my friends. It's time for everyone to play together. Chapter 94, Heart of God 4. The fighting power of my friends is no joke. Especially my roommates. Except Mo Momo, of course. This person has too upright personality. And we old-timers can never teach him to be shameless. However, the latecomers Jingchen and Su Huai learned very quickly. In short, they and them are a happy one for me. I originally planned that I was a fool to earn a dead value. According to the reason, I am the happiest one? The people around me now become happy. And everyone's happiness comes from me. This is so hard to describe in words. Seeing that this group of wild horses seemed unstoppable, I directly spoke on the world channel to stop them. Sheng Shui, ha 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 ha. Small garbage. Anger. Lord has the skill of death, she is arrogant. Sheng Shui, let the anger come more violent. Send me to the peak of the combat effectiveness, she said excitedly. The world channel suddenly became quiet. It was obvious that these people were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. After all, the beeping sound in my head never stopped. And the number was getting more and more. This is the longest silence in the history of the world channel. Xiao Cha said. I am willing to carry it into the history book. I fan the flames on the world channel. Why don't you curse anymore? Keep going? My fighting power has just increased a lot. I think I can continue, she said arrogantly. However, this time, no matter how I did things, I didn't get any abuse at all. So the world channel was occupied by our fans. All kinds of ha 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 solving the voices. I was so refreshing and continued to start our big cause of fishing boxes. About half an hour later, Chao Yin said, That group of people showed up again and occupied the World Channel to curse Bailey Mingyu. I glanced at the World Channel. It's okay. Bailey Mingyu has lived. The distant and non-smoky waters are armed her sailboats. She is not intended to build a tribe. Anyway, she can live as an army alone. After all, she is a person with wishes. As long as she thinks, she can drive anything and make her sailboat into a turtle SH.L that cannot be broken by warships. The spacecraft cannot catch up with the speed. And the combat power is horrible. While she was arming the sailboat, she would occasionally take a bite of the melon from the World Channel. But she was caught off guard, and the bite fell on her head. She smiled and said to herself, "The villain system. The water is really a tricky person. Do you say yes? Let me deal with such a person. The cost is too great. Should you increase the amplitude of the reward?" I don't know what's happening on Bailey Mingyu's side. After the bloody storm in the World Channel related to me, we spent a few peaceful days. No humans bothered us. And no monsters either. Imo Momo said very rationally, "I tend to think that they are actively forming a victims alliance. And then, they will come with a big wave." Everyone agrees. And Sun is still silent these days. But he is not as indifferent to other people. In comparison, he treats me more intimately. I don't think that we have been with each other for a long time. But he can understand a slight action in eyes. And pays practical actions. Which is very tacit. Normally, this would be a terrifying thing to do. But I trusted my instincts, and knew he meant no harm to me. Sometimes, I think that his changes began after the heavenly cover. So what happened at the time? I think the current way of getting along is pretty good. There's no need to dig into the root of the problem, and disrupt the current peace. So I just have doubts occasionally, and then put them behind me. It was my friend's obscure suggesting that I paid attention to Sun. My response was always to smile without saying anything. And then they left with some sadness. But I didn't do anything unnecessary because of it. Time passed so lightly. We rared to live a leisurely life. We hit the treasure chest to fight monsters. With less than 10 days before the big fighting, everyone talked about whether to return when eating together. And Sun was the first to speak out. Contrary to his usual behavior, no. As soon as he said no, I knew that his travel was definitely with a purpose. After all, the order had always been actively serving. Everyone's hip-hop smile paused for a moment, and returned as usual. And Sun seemed to realize it. But he didn't give up his thoughts. He said, "The big fighting needs to be transmitted to a specific place. There is no need to keep the family. We can use the time of return to explore more sea areas." But everyone knows that his real plan is not that. I smiled and said, "It makes sense." Okay. Everyone followed suit and said, "That makes sense. So let's continue sailing." On the night this incident ended, we were attacked by a group of sea monsters. The number was astonishing, and they were determined to fight to the death. We are not like in the land. Although we can fight one battle, the ship is probably difficult to keep. So Sun personally commanded the killer whale electric eel and 2 black birds to dodge the rush. The group of sea monsters chased us for 7 days and 7 nights. We have lived very nervous in these 7 days. According to time, today is the day of fighting. We thought we would escape for a while. Xiao Cha frowned. What is the situation? The rules? Everyone is still counting on this big fight to get rid of the threat. And Xiaofei, who was lying quietly in his palm, was unpredictable. The sailing ship has been walking for half a month. In the past half a month, the entire survival world of survival is caught in an anxious emotion. Once you are used to a certain rule, the rules will be broken, and people will fall into unknown and suspicion. On this morning, when we had been tossing, we had just ate breakfast, and we saw a thick fog in the sea in front of us. There was an unknown situation before, and there were endless sea monsters. It seemed that only the road to break in. Unexpectedly, after we entered the thick fog, the sea monsters did not come in. Everyone came to the railing to wait and see. Su Huai, a deadly silent. It seems to be dead. Jingchen, it's like water. Is this time? Is it still patient? Of course I know what he meant. This is the last attitude consultation. No matter what or not. And Sun can't avoid it. Jingxing rarely laughed. I calculate all chaos. The ending is bumpy. But no one is casualties. Seeing the atmosphere nervous, I sighed. Where will I take us next? Anshuan? And Sun, let's go to the tribe and join them. Me, I am willing to believe you. Set off. And Sun smiled. Chaoyan, like water. She was unhappy. I shook my head. If you are worried, you stay here, and I will go with him. Xiao Cha, how can that? When the atmosphere was anxious, there was a continuous explosion in the distance, and those voices were approaching slowly. I look at the hazy sea surface, and the original deep color becomes blood red. Something rushed in, and then passed a voice. System. It's so silent here. The location of the automatic navigation map you give is very weird. See if I am so life-saving. How about the reward? Why don't you say the system? Strange. The signal is not good? Ah. Have you finally spoke? This is the junction. The world is unstable. Can I always explore it? Okay. As long as I make me a god. The task is absolutely completed. Believe me. After a while, she said excitedly. First we have to find the tribe hiding here. It's so difficult. It's all foggy. This system should tell me who the tribe leader is. Now it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Her voice disappeared. And then the sound of the water scratched. Unfortunately, the visibility in the fog was low. And the boat hit our ship. I just heard someone say, "What the hell?" And Sun has controlled the wind to bring us to her. I smiled and smiled. Hey. I haven't seen Bailey Mingyu for a long time. She lie. Glip. Scare me jump. Don't suddenly appear like this. I almost got on the cannon. Everyone's voice came behind me. They called my name. Very anxious. I replied, it's okay. Don't worry. Then invite Bailey Mingyu. Go on the ship. Bailey Mingyu rejected. Fight me? Me, let me guess. You have a system whose function is to obliterate me. The method you choose is not actual fighting, but a solitary propaganda war and borrowing a knife to kill. After entering this junction, you and him lose contact from time to time. In a strict sense, you are not negotiating with the system, but with him. You have always known this. Bailey Mingyu Hanggalang applauded. And I looked at the appearance of you. Then, and in Sheng said, I can also do the promise given by he. Bailey Mingyu stood upright at once, and carefully looked at Sun. She was about to speak and saw it. Hush. He connected, and Sun took me back to the ship. Bailey Mingyu also put away her emotions, restored her previous silly white sweet image, and talked with a low voice. I hit a boat. Isn't it that there is only one tribe here? Is this the person there? I plan to ask for help and slowly get trust. No, he said. Leaving. This is a boom-like ship. I said. She is gone. Chase? Anchuan, no. Okay. Then the book is returned to the topic. And then I will go to that tribe. Xiao Cha asked me in a low voice, do you really believe him? I pointed at my head. It's not to believe him, but intuition. The ship sailed at the sea. About 10 minutes. And said, connection interruption. I raised my eyes. Then you can say. When will you say it? Is it better to start with the heavenly cover? He said, there are 3 heavenly secret concealing talismans in the survival world. I am a mechanical life form, and my rebirth luck is not as strong as yours. In addition, I have made a deal with the rules. So no matter what, I will at least open at least 1 heavenly secret concealing talisman. Hey, wait. I just let you explain what happened during the period of use of the sky. The amount of information you say is slightly larger. Chapter 95 The Heart of God, finally. Me, wait. What does it mean to be suppressed by heavy anger? What is mechanical life? And Sun looked at me silently, and there were many things hidden in his eyes. He opened his mouth and prepared to say something, and finally stopped. I guess he is watching again. Even if Sun didn't answer, I read out of the unbelievable things from it. And then I was stunned in my heart. The ship continued to sail. After a long time, the electric eel said, I feel a land very close to us. The junction is very different. They cannot stare at each other. We can see that the range is only a few meters. And even the inductive ability of the electric eel has been greatly affected. I had some guessing of Sun's identity, so I didn't ask him why he could accurately find the tribe land in this case. Thinking about our ship stopped, and Sun took the lead in getting off the ship, and a group of people standing on the land. There were men and women. It was very kind to see our eyes. I recognized one of them at a glance. Meng should not leave. She beckoned to me happily. Hello. I haven't seen you for a long time. What, we have seen this? She looked over us and looked at Xia Xia and Feng Ran. It's still the same. I'm really happy to see you. She saw the kitten on my shoulder. Haha. How do you become this way? The kitten fried on the spot, jumped over to hit it, and was pinched to the back of the fate. Ming did not ignore its struggle to talk to us like this. Please enter. Take the wind and wash the dust. The land is not large, and there is a palace in the center, and the room is also a strong mist. Because of the ignition, it is still higher than the exterior visual range. Ming did not leave them arranged for us to take a shower and change to a new clothes. And those clothes were quite fit. The meals are ready when they come out, she said, after eating and drinking. Take a nap first? I shook my head. No. It's hard to fall asleep if you don't understand things clearly. Anu, this is the center of the junction, and the impact on them is the most. And their gaze will not be frequent. Everyone listened attentively. With his telling, the truth is clear. Everyone just found it unbelievable. I was an unknown god who was suppressed. After the trading with the rules, I was reborn. And Sun has always been with my mechanical life. He has become my appearance instead of being detained and used to stabilize those gods. Until hundreds of years later, God relaxed his vigilance and he chose to reborn. Xiao Feiyu is real, but it lives in the body without combat effectiveness and life from the god world. Now the machinery returns to the detained. I replaced him to the detained I. Inside the body, an OK jailbreak occurred, causing chaos in the divine world. So this big fight did not happen as planned. As for Ming's people, they turn out to be my old friend. Mechanical life has no blood, but I have it. When I had not become a god, I witnessed the death of the relatives around me. Therefore, I planned to embark on the road of fighting. At that time, I was not strong enough and my power could not affect the world. Therefore, after deciding to be reborn, I found the blood that was not strong enough to affect the world and placed it on the earth. At a specific time, the blood would merge with the reincarnations of my former comrades. I did all this to make them help me in the future. But I didn't expect that Sun also chose to be reborn, and instilled subconsciousness into these newborn babies before his death. Therefore, after Ming Gili and the others came to the survival world, they always followed their instincts and went in one direction. They met on the road, and finally continued their previous relationship to become friends and lovers. According to Sun, the junction is the place where one becomes a god. No matter which round or world one survives in, the ending will be here, and one will complete the test and become a new god. It is precisely because of the special nature of this place that Ming Gili and others who possess the blood of God can slowly recover their memories here. Normally, each creation of a god would take a long decade. Because it takes so long and so many people die, there are basically only less than 5 gods among 5 billion humans. The process is very cruel. So the rebels named it the God's Playground. Even though I don't have that memory, I know from my dreams every night how cruel the real amusement park is. Me, the playground should not exist. And there is no meaning of the gods. As my words fell, the sky flashed. And Sun, the rules are a warning. Me, what is the meaning of God's existence? They cannot enter the world, cannot bless others. What is the end of their endless life? To watch coldly and create killing for fun. It was raining heavily outside. The waves were hitting the land, and the ground underfoot was shaking violently. I said, if you must create a god, then try a more gentle and reasonable method. It's just a matter of changing the times. It won't affect the results of your law. Right? I don't remember what the bet between you and me was. But how about this? If I defeat them, how about creating a god according to my method? All the strange visions disappeared, and the outside returned to its original state. And Sun said, the influence of the rules has disappeared, and the unstable state has returned here. The gods are paying attention to us. Our expressions immediately returned to normal. After chatting for a while, we left the junction under the leadership of Ming Gili. She said, we found this place by accident. After we found out that sea monsters didn't dare to approach here, we established a tribe here. Anyway, the tribe has automatic navigation, so we are not afraid of getting lost. Except for sleeping. We usually stay outside the foggy area. After all, you can't catch anything in that area. While a group of people were busy outside, Bailey Mingyu successfully landed according to the guidance of the gods. I didn't expect Ming Gili to have so much resources that he actually built a palace here. But why is it empty now? Did they leave with Shang Shui? If they have a good relationship, I can't take advantage of it. I have tried very hard to be a villain, but Xing Sisui is too strong. Is this actually the place to become a god? Since the progress of this survival world has caught up with the progress of the past 5 years, why not just release the final test and let them die here? Bailey Mingyu did not reveal that she knew the true identity of the system. With the wish system and the villain system, I have a 50% chance of defeating her. But if I create trouble and create enemies for them, and then gather them together, my combat effectiveness will be greatly increased. With the help of those people, the chance of success will be at least 90%. Right? After fishing for treasure chests outside for a day, Ming Buley returned to the palace at night, and his face changed. Someone broke in. I was not surprised. It must be Bailey Mingyu. I ran into her in the fog today. Ming Buley was not familiar with Bailey Mingyu. She came and left quietly. What does she mean? Me? Don't worry if she's doing something behind the scenes. It will take time for her to prepare. We can just go on as normal, and deal with it as it comes. Chapter 96 ending. Yesterday I confronted the rules. And now that we are at the intersection, I wonder what the rules will do recently. But I didn't expect his voice to be heard so soon this morning. The automatic navigation of the ladder has been opened, and all survivors arrived in the thick fog area where the coordinates are located within 10 days. Otherwise they will be wiped out. Is it actually to be wiped out? This is forcing someone to turn over a new leaf. In this survival world, everyone's luck and personality are different. Some people go through untold hardships for a chance of survival. Some fight desperately to reach the peak of combat power. Some just lie down and wait for death. And some hide in their own absolutely safe golden fingers. Once this message came out, whether you were willing or not, you had to go to the place he pointed out. In Ming Buley's tribe, a group of us gathered together to discuss countermeasures. And soon, in a world where everyone is surviving in the jungle, he said the same thing when the final test began. Me, ascend the ladder. It is very tall when I hear it. It is very dangerous. Xiaocha, you have all experienced this, right? Why don't you tell us about it so we can learn from you? Ming Buley, I died before I climbed the ladder. 10 years had passed since then. And there were so many masters that our team was incompatible with that world. When the ladder appeared, everyone started fighting for the front row before they even climbed the ladder. We died in that fight. And I don't know what happened afterwards. And soon, later, more than 99% of the casualties occurred. And the last 100 people reached an agreement to draw lots to enter the ladder to heaven. Sisui, and Fox 11 climbed the ladder. Each level of the ladder is a space where we will experience all kinds of killing. The 18th level is the space of 10 inner demons. If you complete all 18 levels of the ladder, you will see your own illusion. Only by defeating her/him can you truly become a god. Me, it will take another 10 days for the ladder to appear. As the only land at the junction, it will definitely become a battlefield in the future. We need to prepare early. Jingshan snapped his fingers. Then we'll start fishing for treasure chests in 2 shifts again. As he said this, he looked at Ensun. Since you are that status and are at the junction, will your luck be enhanced? Ensun shook his head. Jingshan, then opening the treasure chest depends on luck. Ensun, as long as we enter the heavenly staircase alive, all constraints will disappear. That is the territory of rules. And the water-like luck will return again. Ming Buley, I remember that Sishui's luck has always been very good. I was curious. Was I called this name before? Ming should not be silent. I was confused. The atmosphere was weird. I was just asking for your name. Forget it. Forget it. There's no need to worry about it. As long as I can become a god, my memory will most likely come back. Imo Momo said at this time, I have contacted Shuang Shuang. She is on her way. And she told me something. Xiao Cha is curious. What's the matter? Imo Momo. The mermaids can also hear that sound. Ming Buley, Fox 11, and N were both native creatures of the survival world at that time. The topic turned to Ensun. And he said, the rules allow all creatures to enter the ladder. But if the time limit is exceeded, the native creatures will not be affected. Only the survivors will be wiped out. Me, in short. During this period, we will try our best to improve our combat effectiveness. I smiled. My haters must still be here. Right? Su Huai's enemies must be here too. Right? Su Huai. I'll curse you back. You have to thank me. Su Huai is speechless. Yes, yes. So I fished for the treasure chest while making provocative remarks on the world channel. My skills were known far and wide. And those groups were not willing to go against me. But they honestly contributed their suicide points to me. It was really boring to provoke someone alone. So I said with a smile, "Come on. Come and scold me." "No way. No way. You don't think that if you don't scold me, you won't contribute to my death value, right?" This sentence opens Pandora's box. Whether you don't scold or not, you are contributing. It's better to scold or not. So the World Channel became a block of my army. After about 4 days, the first group of people arrived at the junction. They were unlucky and wandered around, passing by the tribe several times, but failed to notice that there was land here. Another day passed, and the second fleet arrived. They didn't meet us, but instead confronted that fleet. Both sides sensed something unusual from the latter. And since both fleets were not good people, they started fighting on the spot. While they were fighting, they discovered our tribe. As soon as they entered the land, the virtual screen automatically popped up a prompt Mengbuli's tribe. This Mengbuli had made his presence felt in the survival world. And it was a bad presence. Both sides stopped fighting on the spot and ran away in unison. The more you approach what he said, the more people at the junction. Many of them have discovered this island, but they are quite jealous and not approaching. Some people also tried to make peace and join forces, but their talks were watered down. Once they were rejected, they would resort to moral blackmail and then hold a grudge and wait for an opportunity to retaliate. These people in our tribe each have their own friends, and those who are trustworthy are allowed to enter the tribe. By the 9th day, the fog was already crowded with people. Mengbuli handed over the right of accommodation to me. After my investigation, I accepted some people who looked good. Therefore, the land of this tribe is full of human beings. The second floor of the palace is for people from our tribe and the Mengbuli tribe. This is our exclusive space, and no one else is allowed to enter. At this moment, I am communicating with Huang Quan Shuanghan via video. She and the Blackbird Princess are standing on the deck of the sailboat. The Mermaid King is sitting in the shadow of the room with an expressionless face, his bloodshot eyes staring at the endless front. I asked, "How long will it take?" Huang Quan Shuanghan calculated by voyage and speed. "It should be today." She lowered her voice. "If you don't like the pausing deeply, pull the sailing boat at full speed with the mermaid. I might be wiped out because of being late." When I was keenly found that she said this, the deep-blooded pupil turned to Huang Quan Shuanghan. I increased the volume. "Thank you, Emperor." He hummed deep and did not respond. This guy is really proud. If this guy can be with Huang Quan Shuanghan, it can't reach that level for 100 years? During the talk, there was suddenly a commotion outside, and I heard the scream. Xiao Cha, who loved to watch the lively first time, ran to the door, and Mo followed closely. "Xiao Cha, this is not in line with your comm settings?" "Oh, by the way, she is a knowledgeable person and a second product." When I thought so, I saw Jing Xing's fart chasing the past and shouted, "What happened? Let me see." A few seconds later, Xiao Cha's face returned. The squid landed with a group of squid, and I accidentally looked at it just now. The videos of the deep-fitting bird princess broke their skills and said with a sharp throat, "Yuan?" Xiao Cha resisting, "Don't mention that name. What's the matter with this squid? Do you have to be begging by lie?" I knew that I was bullied, or I chose to hold me. And let me apologize to the female sea monster. The bird princess gritted his teeth. "Hurry up. Deep, let your men get faster. I want to kill that squid." Deep Light is furious instantly. "Princess Bird, hey." I said nothing. I shut up. It dumped Huang Quan Shuanghan's eyes. Huang Quan Shuanghan understood. Nodded, indicating that she understood. What I read is very speechless. You wouldn't think you didn't speak. Don't know your little 9 or 9. Right? The noisy sound outside was louder. I turned off the video and came to the door. But I saw those deep-sea squids too big, occupying most of the land. The original humans were squeezed into the sea. And for a while, it was bitter. I looked at Mr. Squid not far away. "Mr. Yuan is really good. When I meet, I hurt our tribe. It seems that I hate us very much." "No, I am not." Before it opened, it took the pot and quickly explained, "I just want to see her." "Me? Then you are very special. You will hurt her people first." "Deep?" It quickly asked his subordinates to retreat. Those humans falling into the water can have room for landing. Even so, Mr. Squid himself is very large, making the original crowded tribe even more crowded. At this moment, I don't want to be an enemy with it on this node. So I said, "What's the matter? Wait for the ladder to end. You solve it in person. Mr. Squid thought for a while, and returned to the sea silently. He also knew that it was just a potential underwater, and did not leave. We were calm for 2 or 3 hours here, and the World Channel's abuse of my painting changed. They became very arrogant. However, they have arrogant capital. After all, the people I have scolded have formed an alliance of millions of people. In fact, there are many people in the ranking, and they were standing Barry Moon behind them. According to them, Bailey Mingyu clearly sent me resources, but I was greedy and refused to let them enter the tribe. So I died many people. This Bailey Mingyu is also powerful. The one-handed white lotus not only brings together our sunspots, but also draws some neutral people with materials. Otherwise, the number of people will not reach millions. Chow Yun said. Oh, it's quite high to look at us. We had less than 100 people, and she will use millions to deal with it. Su Huai was about to move. Go to fight. Feng Ran is also about to move. Go. I grabbed these two fighting mads. Hey, do you grow up and grow up? Can the mermaids and blackbirds be almost here? A group of us came to the corridor. In the thick fog, we could not confirm whether they had found it. Everything went on peacefully like this until shortly after we had dinner, when Huang Quan Chuang Han sent me a video call. The video is a very large thick fog area. The area outside the dense fog is crowded with a boat. The light of the fire is moving, and the fighting sounds rock. She said, it's a Shura field. There are only these spaces in the thick fog area, and there are too many human beings to survive, and no one wants to be wiped out. Chapter 97 Ending, Part 2. The mermaid did not participate in human fighting. Under the deep order, they sank into the bottom of the sea with the boat. Huang Qianchuang has no ability to night vision. She glanced at her eyes, and was dark. Only the solid deck under her feet gave her a little security. But this is far from enough. She shouted in panic, Princess, where are you? The response she got was only the sound of water flow. Deep? Are you here? She carefully tentatively moved. If everything did not change, it was her boat. Then it shows that everyone is on the bottom of the sea, and the black birds on the sky. This kind of environment is too tortured. She is getting more and more uneasy. Anxious. Deep? Until she successfully touched a body. And because she was afraid to be sure, she was frightened by lightning. He sneered deeply, and didn't speak. Huang Quanchuanghan heard this familiar tone, and let go of his heart. He was somewhat grievable. Are you there? Why don't you speak? Can you take the night pearl? Deep refusal. Huang Qianchuang gritted his teeth, grabbed his arm, and was straightforward. You don't take me like this. You throw away me. I yell. She now knows that Shin is a mermaid who cares a lot about her image. At least when it comes to feelings. She will never tolerate any stain. This is actually a common point among all mermaids of their race. Mermaids despise scumbags who abandon their lovers after having fun with them. I was amused by her shameless behavior, but I didn't want to be told what to do. So I did nothing. When I turned on the video communication, I saw the scene where they were squeezed together in harmony. What awe! How many hours do you see? Just so sweet? With our attention? Huang Qianchuang was cold and calm, and his deep hands were not so hard. Deep frowning, and his face was expressionless. I sighed and didn't point out. I just felt that the road was long. I asked, how much time do we have left? Deep, within 10 minutes. The head of the bird's princess was revealed in the camera, and it was shocked. Thrust. You? Obviously. I still talk deep with it. What is the meaning of this sweetness now? What kind of people who Huang Quanchuanghan, of course, knew what the bird expressed. She would be shot back. Reversing. How can you be there? Princess Bird was really shifted. She began to explain her behavior. As soon as I explained, I came here. Squid just found us. And now I was coaxed by me to the bottom of the sea. The princess of the birds fried immediately, and took a group of birds to stand on the edge of the island. That slag squid. It was beaten by the mermaid to die. But now he found it here. As long as I want to take a day, I want to wish you wishful. We talked blindly for a while, and said deeply, it's here. They did not go out of the water. It was too crowded on it. Not as empty as the strait. In fact, there is no time to go, since the wisdom race can hear his voice. How can those powerful races give up this opportunity? It was just a fear of the combat effectiveness of the mermaid. They took the initiative to give up the bottom of the sea and choose to float in the water. I said. Since it's here. Eat, drink well, sleep well, and keep good. See you tomorrow. Huang Quan Shuanghan nodded. See you tomorrow. There are things in my heart. And there must be a few people who can sleep peacefully. We are particularly worried. Although we are the top fighters in this survival world, we are always at a disadvantage in group battles. In addition, we have already failed once. The only reason we can try again this time is because of the bet with the rules. If we fail again, there will be no next time. I slept relatively soundly. Thinking too much will not bring any benefits for tomorrow, but will affect your performance. After falling asleep, I still dream of dreaming. Probably the reason for the junction. I dreamed of the junction of the last life. Just as Meng Buli said, there were so many strong people climbing the ladder in the previous life that even the weakest person could fight against the likes of us. After living in that kind of high-pressure environment for 10 years, it would be easy for anyone to become perverted. From my point of view, my teammates in the previous life were actually quite perverted as well, but they clearly distinguished right from wrong in killing. Similarly, like me, they wanted to end all the blood. So before the war, all of us made an agreement. And all the people who were the most hoped to board the ladder at the time. The morning mist dissipated, and as if an endless ladder to heaven appeared, the battle began. Large numbers of people died, and rivers of blood flowed. In the end, the only ones who survived were me and Fox 11 from my previous life. My dream was intercepted until the 100 people reached an agreement, and then stopped abruptly. In reality, I opened my eyes, and the virtual screen showed that it is now 6 in the morning. Everyone sleeps everywhere. I planned to cook quietly. I just took a few steps, and I saw that they opened their eyes. Well, everyone seems to be sleeping this night. Now that you wake up, cook together, and the efficiency is fast. After dinner, I closed my eyes and rested for a while. And then his voice appeared. Turn on the ladder after 10 seconds. 10, 9, 1. Those who were not entered. Wipe. Suddenly the world was quiet, and no one knew what misery happened outside the dense fog. They were glad that they had entered the dense fog. With the fall of his words, the dense fog spread. The field of vision became broad, and the sunlight and white clouds and blue sky reflected the bloody ocean. The most iconic humans look behind them. Those dense ships that have not entered the range are still there, but they can't see any living person. They just felt cold back. Silently, those living life disappeared. Just now, everyone is still hostile to fight, but now it is dead. Those who successfully climb the 18th level of the heavenly ladder will be deified. As soon as this came out, everyone was shocked, then excited, and calm after excitement. Who doesn't want to be a god? But can I get this opportunity? Survival world forces are intricate, and some are even scattered. Without a unified organizer, the battle is easy to happen in this case. Some people gave up the idea of World War I and wanted to leave here. But when they left, they hit an invisible enchantment. They were trapped here. The world channel is still opening. Soon someone asked to confirm that it was finally concluded that it was really trapped and could not leave at all. In other words, fighting is inevitable. Everyone's mood became gloomy. There is a time countdown to the ladder 11, 59.59. And those who have not entered the ladder after the end of the time. This time appeared on everyone's virtual screen. We knew the inside story long ago, and it was not surprised. On the other hand, all the people at the junction changed because of this sentence. This is forced battle. The ground was shaking suddenly, and the waves fluttered. But a tribe was suddenly established, and then it began to expand, and soon the entire junction turned into land. Our land was circled in the middle, and it was only a dozen meters of sea in the middle of the tribe. Mo silently asked Phil Des to take her to check it, and they returned after a while. Momo, Bailey Mingyu's tribe. I checked the tribe of Bailey Mingyu, and their number has exceeded 5 million. Xiao Cha is also looking at. The voice of the world channel scolding you disappears, and you should move to the tribe channel to do things. Me, in this case, we do it too. Just open the tribal recycling function. I asked everyone's opinions. Soon everyone chose to recover the tribe, and even Ming Ili recovered the tribe. The disappearance of our tribe made humans who originally secretly staged a tribal chat, and they couldn't touch their heads for a while. In the next moment, the underwater vibration. All my related resources are invested in the new tribe. The first level, 2 levels, and 3. until the 5th level. The tribe finally stopped upgrading. Regardless of how to upgrade, there is no way to surpass the enchantment in the land of the tribe. Therefore, the area can only be squeezed with the tribes of Bailey Mingyu and extends high, forming a towering mountain that cannot see the end. Looking at these two almost adjacent mountains, everyone said. The people on my side showed a difficult expression. Originally, the ladder was connected to the land. It was done without seeing it. Now everyone was dumbfounded. I spoke innocently on the World Channel. Don't blame me. It started by Bailey Mingyu. Bailey Mingyu? Why is she more villain than me? Before the bloodbath started on the World Channel, I said, is it possible that the ladder is connected to the land? And now the land has been raised, and it appears on the top of the mountain? The survivors actively spoke on the World Channel. The summary news told everyone that the ladder was indeed not under the mountains, nor was it on the mountains where they were. Now everyone has no choice but to go up the mountain. On the height of the mountain. Of course, our tribe is the highest, and a large number of humans came to our tribe for a while. But I did not stop. In Bailey Mingyu's tribal channel, everyone was discussing the possible location of the ladder to heaven, and the final result of the discussion was that it was at the top of the mountain in our tribe. This group of people had previously planned to attack and kill us, but now we have to enter their territory to act. We feel very aggrieved. It doesn't matter, Bailey Mingyu comforted. At present, we are the biggest forces here. We can use this to catch up with them at the fastest speed, and then kill them. This is a good idea. After all, this is a winner-takes-all world. So everyone spontaneously gathered together and arrogantly drove away the humans outside the tribe, chasing us all the way. However, before they were happy for a few seconds, they met with disturbing sea monsters. They are a huge group that has been hiding under the sea. So many humans are unaware of the situation. The living space of these sea monsters was squeezed, and they landed in a panic. Just when they were furious, they saw this group of blind humans rushing ahead of them in such an arrogant attitude. As arrogant and cruel as they were, they started fighting on the spot. Huang Quan Shuanghan and the mermaids took advantage of this chaotic scene to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, I didn't know that in the world below, the bird princess was ordering her subordinates to fly us directly to the destination. As predicted before, the ladder was on the top of our mountain. This mountain is high enough, and the group of people want to catch up with the sea for a while. I said, it's better to let your subordinates go deep and frosty. You can enter the ladder with us first? The bird princess agreed. After all, they could fly and could go back and forth quickly. It wouldn't waste time, and there was no need to worry about getting into a fight. Chapter 98 The Ending 3. It didn't take long before the mermaids and Imperial Frost were brought to us. Ming Bewley sighed. It's much smoother than the last life. Fox 11 meowed, agreeing with this. And Sun, go in. This ladder to heaven seemed to be made of white clouds. Each level was very large, and the steps were very high. At a glance, you couldn't see the end. I stepped on the first floor of the real sense, and the scene in front of me changed immediately. I was standing on the beach by the sea, and when I looked back, everyone appeared one after another. The bird princess couldn't believe it. How did I become a human? What can I do if I can't fly? Not only her. All black birds and mermaids became human. At this time, there was a 60-second countdown in front of us. After 60 seconds, the horizon of the sea suddenly appeared huge waves. At the same time, a 4-hour countdown popped up in front of everyone. I picked up Xia Xia and turned to run. It's a tsunami. Run to the city. Behind us is a road. On the opposite side of the road there are tall buildings. The city has all the facilities, except for humans. The crowd was not a small humans at the beginning, and quickly arrived at the highest building far away. And Sun looked back at the huge waves that had already reached the beach and said in a deep voice, it's too late. Hurry up and go upstairs. If the tsunami arrives, the power system will be destroyed in an instant, and everyone does not choose to take the elevator, but run the stairs. 1 floor, 2 floors, 10 floors. The roar was just in front of it, and the strong water flowing into the glass instantly and rushed into the building. I was holding Xia Xia and was being carried away by the current, not knowing where I was going. I could only struggle wildly trying to grab something to stabilize my body, when I was held tightly by a hand. The water was flowing fast, and the pressure was very high. Fragments of garbage kept hitting my body. I felt like there was no part of my body that didn't hurt. Then another force touched me, and I didn't experience any impact after that. I came to my senses and immediately used my skill to form a bubble. Only then did I see clearly that it was Insun who was pulling me. Xia glanced at Insun, but this time she showed no hostility. I don't know if you can hear me, so I shouted. Swim upstream. Everyone swim upstream. Fortunately, the water level was not too high. After swimming a distance as high as a 4-story building, everyone finally got some fresh air. The building had been tilted by the impact of the water, and after landing, everyone ran to the rooftop without stopping. There were too many of us, and as we ran, we could feel the building creaking, and it looked like it might collapse at any moment. It really collapsed at the last point, but the lucky one collided with the opposite building. Only 60 degrees. Barely saved the balance. At a glance on the tilting rooftop, the city has become an ocean. The tangled high-rise buildings in the original cluster collapsed together, becoming a scattered land, and the end of the ocean was a mountain. As soon as the bird princess crisis was lifted, I immediately whispered, "Why did I become a person? Now I won't fly." But also drowned. Deep, I lost my ability to breathe in the sea. And soon, in the world of each level, all creatures will be tested as humans, and they will not bring anything in except their own fighting power. Only then did I take a closer look at these mermaids and flying birds that had turned into human forms. The mermaids are originally human-like, and their appearance is almost the same as before. The blackbirds have changed a lot, and their bird faces are not at all similar to humans. Therefore, they all have the same face, and their names are written on each face. It was so weird that I couldn't help but say, "Pfft." Everyone noticed this and started laughing, easing the tense atmosphere. The bird princess was very angry. "What are you laughing at? You might as well die of laughter." I held Xia's hand and said to everyone, "There are too many people. Should we split up? After all, there are half of the Blackbird tribe and the entire mermaid empire here, with a total number of over 10,000. The area of the building that is exposed above water is simply not wide enough for activities. It's not just a tsunami. A sea monster will attack soon. This will be a big target, and we will die easily." The bird princess was puzzled. "How do you know this?" Xiao pointed to the distance and said, "Hack. What a big shark." A huge shark fin approached us, and we immediately lost the will to talk and swam towards the nearby tall buildings. I passed 3 or 4 buildings and looked back. We had been divided into several groups, which made it much easier to move around. The huge shark dived underwater after approaching the outermost building, then opened its mouth and suddenly rose up. And several humans bite the entrance. "Go ashore quickly. Go ashore quickly," the bird princess shouted. A group of people. He landed quickly, but the shark slammed into the building with great force. The buildings are connected crookedly, and when one side is under force, the others will vibrate. Everyone worked together for a long time to kill it, but it was also killed and injured a lot of people. The bird princess looked at the Red Sea inside. "So this is how you feel when you see a monster and are forced to fight. It's so scary." I thought to myself, this depends on the monsters. For example, no one is panicking at all, considering that bloody water would attract predators. We decided to reach the mountain at the end of the city as quickly as possible. Everyone crossed the sea in fear. Why wasn't there even a boat in this place? It was completely up to luck whether they would be eaten or not. Right? We had only passed half of the city when we suddenly saw black shadows in the distance. Upon closer inspection, we saw that they were a group of rats of extremely unusual size. I was shocked. A 2-meter-tall rat? Be a human being. Imperial Frost, quick! 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 Cha-cha. Use your charm and take it. Xiao-cha, even if I die, will I never commit a mouse? Jingchen was in disbelief. You guys are still in the mood to joke? You'll get used to it. The group of mouse groups were fast, and they were neatly approaching us, and we had to speed up to escape. After crossing half of the city, we were finally caught up by them. However, they kept knocking us all over the place and showed no intention of stopping. After this swarm of rats passed by, many people unfortunately drowned and remained at the bottom of the sea forever. Su Huai frowned. This is unscientific. How can they not attack us? Xiao Yuyan stunned him. Why are you so odd? When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. As we were talking, we had crossed most of the city, and were now at the last group of tall buildings. The mountains were still a long way ahead of us, And there was nothing but water in between, with no place to stand. This won't work. If something unexpected happens, we won't have anywhere to run. In the place where the mermaid was deprived of underwater breathing ability, the Wonkwon Frost was cold. And she laughed. Hey, can't you go? She didn't name any names, but she might as well have. Shin stared at her coldly. At least now I haven't experienced drowning. Unlike someone who drowned in a building and needed life-saving help to survive. Imperial Frost. She stared at it in shock for a while, then trotted over to whisper. He's changed. He's become sarcastic. Me, although its ability to breathe underwater is restricted. Everything else is still there. Do you think it can hear your complaints? Wang Quan Shuang Han, I'm telling you. I already know its weakness. It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid. Well, if you really want to float, I can't stop you. Anyway, you, sister, will have to bear the consequences yourself. We are very embarrassed in the vast ocean. There are no boats. And there is no wood. We must not let Nshuinjia's skills be sent to the person. Hey, he really did that. It's no problem for him to lead 20 people at a time. Naturally, people from our tribe are given priority. There is still 1 hour left before the countdown ends. And at this moment half of our tribe has arrived at the mountain. And Sun immediately went back to pick up more people. On his way back, the city in the distance suddenly collapsed. There must be something big coming. At this time, no matter if there are ships or not, all the people, they all jumped into the water and swam towards the mountain. And Sun was floating in the air and noticed a huge yellow and white shadow underwater. The shadow quickly approached the crowd above and suddenly rushed out. As soon as its body emerged from the water, and Sun hit it right on the vital point. Even with Sun's help in the air, there were still many casualties when everyone reached land. The big snake chased us and followed us to the shore. We fought it while counting down the seconds. And the advantage of land. Kill it completely before the countdown ends. The space before our eyes changed. And we appeared on the first floor of the ladder to heaven. The steps that were previously empty suddenly became ladders. I turned and looked down, and saw that 2 creatures had reached the top of the mountain at the same time. It turned out that Squid and Bailey Mingyu came. They fought and ran at the same time. When they reached the top, they found that a large group of strange humans suddenly appeared on the originally empty first floor. Some of them looked familiar, but there were many more that I had never seen before, as well as people with the same face, except for the fonts on it. So hacking weird. I waved at them and said with a smile, "Hello? Bye. We should go to the second floor." Chapter 99 ending, and their conditioned reflex chasing over. And then when they boarded the first floor, everything disappeared, and the space in front of them changed, and they came to a strange world. We reached the second staircase, and just like the previous one, a 60-second countdown appeared in front of us. With the experience from last time, everyone remained calm when they were in this small town. Me, this world is an earthquake. Everyone prepares early. Bird Princess, so how do you know? Me, you will understand after becoming a god. It's not that I don't want to tell it, but its character is like a questioning machine. Once I answer one question, it will have countless questions. Besides, this matter itself is incredible. This is a small town with low houses and beautiful scenery. 60 seconds later, the town suddenly shook. The amplitude of the shaking quickly increased. Houses collapsed, and the ground cracked, even though the crowd had already dispersed. A large number of casualties still occurred when faced with these unpredictable cracks. This is the time for everyone to show their special abilities. People with wind skills are busy with rescue. People with ice skills are creating land. And everyone is trying their best to minimize casualties. The earthquake finally ended, and the town was left in ruins. However, this is not the end. Monsters living deep underground crawl out from those bottomless ravines. They are ugly and powerful in combat. I looked at the virtual screen, and a message popped up on it. 3-hour countdown to survival 2 minutes and 15.31 seconds. When we finally got through more than 2 hours of hard work, the number of people had dropped to less than 3,000. The bird princess screamed, "I don't want to become a god anymore. It's too scary. Too scary." The monsters in the last world could move freely in the water, but this time, they can move freely in the soil. The innate weapons completely crush us. If we continue like this, half of our race will be wiped out. And sooner or later we will be wiped out. I quit. I quit. However, Once you enter the ladder, you cannot stop. When we appeared on the stairs again, we saw that the top of the mountain was already filled with humans and monsters. At this stage, humans are no match for monsters. So monsters appear in the first echelon. Over there, the bird princess tried to go down the ladder, but was blocked by an invisible barrier, and it collapsed instantly. I said, as long as you become a god, you will not be exterminated. As long as I become a god, I will make all this turn around. The bird princess' mood improved, but it also made me worried, as it was very different from usual. The third world is a volcano. The fourth world is an insect plague. The fifth world is a meteorite. And there is even space exploration. Compared with these, the extreme cold and heat in the survival world are actually happiness. We were all exhausted physically and mentally. When we finally walked through the 17 steps, more than half of our tribe had died. And the people on the other side of the bird princess were also dead. There are not many left. There were so many people when they came, but now there are less than 100 people. Too many lives remain there forever. The bird princess put everything on becoming a god. It muttered neurotically, God. Become a god. As long as you become a god, everything will change. Everyone was in a heavy mood. And soon, the 18th step, asked her conscience. Let's go. After entering this level, the world was filled with endless darkness, and my body was floating. I reached out my hand to feel around me, but there was no place to hold on to. This state did not last long, and I heard a vicious voice. The daughter of that prostitute, Mr. Shen, abandoned his fiancée and was willing to break off relations with his family to marry her. And the result was that he gave birth to autism? She might as well just die. Sure enough, a mother like her can't give birth to anything good. Abandon them. Your family and fiancé are willing to accept you. Abandon. Abandon. The voice faded away, and I reappeared in the darkness. The calm voice saying, You are not expected when your loved ones abandon you. The sound flooded into my mind along with a flood of memories. That is my memory from my past life. I felt the painful memories of my previous life, and every bit of negative emotion was infinitely amplified by this repetitive sound. But I didn't give any response. Number 075. Everything is normal. Why normal? How can she be normal? I have spent most of my life researching genetic engineering. All my hopes are on her. Let her fight until her beast nature is aroused. Professor. 075 has evolved. She's tearing the bear apart. Keep going. Ha ha ha. My efforts paid off. Where's the cheetah gene? Has it awakened? No. Send it to the virgin forest and put a speed beast to her. Originally 075 was sent to the virgin forest. She was indeed sent there. But she entered the jungle world the next day. The environment here is no different from her previous, so she adapts very smoothly. I returned to the darkness again, and the voice said, Not expected. Abandoned. And the gods do not want to care for you. I think of everything in previous lives. Calmly. So what? I will become a god. For a long time silent. My surroundings finally had light. I seemed to have really become a god. Yunsen and I became two camps. We fought for our own persistence. My good friends died one by one. The heart of the god began to waver. My friends no longer supported me. My closest people hated me for breaking the peace and bringing death. They betrayed me and sent me to Yunsen. You are wrong, Yunsen said proudly. You killed your friends. All of this happened. I experienced a long war of life and death. And I looked up high. No. They are creating a new era. The world suddenly returned to the darkness. I woke up from that sad mood. It took a long time to understand that the long and painful 100 years was a false dream. But all that real seems to happen. It turned out that I didn't cross the 18th floor. It turned out that I was not God. And I didn't have the painfulness of the long life and death. I suddenly wanted to cry bitterly. The darkness around me faded, and I appeared on the 18th floor of the ladder. The 18-story cloud connected to the unfamiliar and familiar land. I stepped in and heard the voice saying, Function. Everything in the past and present life enters my body because of these two words. I understand a lot of things. The two generations have become gods. And the combat effectiveness is more powerful than the accumulation of hundreds of years in previous lives. I said, I come back as an appointment. And in the last agreement, I want to start a duel against Yudong. Can. Before the death of the previous life, I made a gambling contract with the rules. skills, and Xia Xia phone rant's re-encounter. Xia Xia was raised in one hand and died at the age of 6. Phone Ran taught me how to have flesh and blood. I want my new life to be as dazzling like Phone Ran. Nowadays, under the catalysis of death skills, I am blue than blue. This is one reason. As long as I become a god again, I will have one half of the bet. As a reward, the rules will return everything to me. After becoming a god twice, my combat power has nearly doubled compared to the old god. The second half of the bet is to defeat the god King Yunsan. In the past few years in the last life, his origin was weakened by me and degenerate into a child. During this period of god, he returned to the appearance of a teenager. He appear in a huge area at the same time. Yunsan is very blindly. When I saw me, I was gloomy. What did you do? It looks like water. I laughed. I just forgot me for hundreds of years. So I forgot me? Yunsan was suspicious. And then thought of what? Calming down. I only play with my mouth. This is not the fragile lower bound. You want to kill me? Yunsan, a small person. Also with me? He tried to leave here, but found that the area was blocked. Even if it was his, the original god could not leave. He suddenly realized what? Shocked. The power of rules? Me, I once made a bet with the rules. If I die and reborn and can become a god again, I will take back everything I once had and challenge you to a duel. You look shocked. What? Have you been at ease for too long and forgotten that gods can challenge you to a duel in the face of the rules? You are such a loser. This time I failed to harvest the dead value, and the skill was invalidated in the god of God. Because I was God, there was a magical knife in my hand, and said with a smile, "So, the knife will not be blunt." I suddenly rushed towards him. Yunsan, how long have you been grinding this knife? Yunsan feels the power contained in the attack. Dodge the eye disease. How is it possible? I smiled, how shocked. I look very strong. I'm very happy. Yunsan, I stimulated him while fighting. This battle was a war consumption. And I knew it. Yunsan is the head of the gods. Even if it is not upset, it is difficult to win him. But I have to win this battle. Now that you have been fighting and suffering from the combat effectiveness, I can't suffer on my mouth? So I have the following remarks. No. Wow. This kind of old monster who has lived for thousands of years can't play a new god. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Rules? He is too rubbish. Let him go offline. Change me as the king of God. Old monster. Don't be impulsive. You eat more salt than me. How can you be so calm? Oh. The flaws appear? Let me break it. I cut it out. Although he avoided the thrills, the airflow still broke through him. The blood was low in blood, and he screamed in the outbreak. When Ensign rushed over, he saw such a scene. He suddenly felt cold and closed his legs. Fox 11. That is, the cat, came over in the previous life. Sympathy you for 3 seconds. You dare to love secretly. Ensign, aren't you secretly in love with her too? Fox 11. I crush on the little pity of previous lives. What does it have to do with the current Devil King? He said with a smile, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Anno's conscience is unmoved, in this case. You can leave. Fox 11. Hey! You can't give me an individual? I give up with tears. You are no longer polite to me. I regret it. Meng Wuqi flew over. What do you regret? Fox 11. Don't tell you. My roommates came together with the mermaid and black bird. Xiao Cha asked. What happened? This is Meng Wuqi and Fox 11. Which is not fatal. And Sun, this should also be part of water like water in rules. We have no way to enter. We can only watch the battle between her and the King of God. This battle lasted for a whole year. And the combat effectiveness of Yunsan and I both increased sharply. At first, I was at a disadvantage, and could only rely on verbal stimulation to find his flaws and cause damage. Later, I tied with him and slowly began to gain the upper hand. On the last day of the battle, I finally hit him to dying. The magical 90-9 knives surrounded him without a dead corner. I smiled and said, It's really a rusty old knife. Adult Yunsan's eyes are gloomy. Who are you? A mask appeared in my hand, covering my face, and witnessing his shock. I don't care. In the past, I could no longer cause harm. He screamed. Impossible. But the nameless god has been imprisoned and escaped from prison a year ago. That? My eyes fell on my friend outside the field, and then locked onto Sun. It's him, the mechanical life god. And impossible. Sun was born in the lower bound. He is a survival. Is it not possible for people to reincarnate? If you are willing to give up everything, you can do it too. By the way, the me you were chasing a year ago was a machine made by a new mechanical life. You are so useless that you can't even catch a newly born mechanical life. I wiped Sun's neck cleanly and said with a smile, Rules? His era is over. Now is my era. Degrade your power. Chapter 100 ending. So? What have you and the rules talked about these days? What was your era like? As soon as I returned to the palace, Xiao couldn't wait to ask me. Others are also full of curiosity. Now everyone is a god. They don't need to eat or sleep. It's really too boring. They are just waiting to eat my melon. I calmly said, What is urgent? I'm too lazy to say the second pass. I gathered all the gods. Xiao's face changed drastically. No. At least don't let him come. I was confused. Shadow? Huang Quan Shuanghan laughed and said, Remember the ghost ship? Xiao chatted with a man, and was later imprisoned in the safe zone by him. He is a god. That is, Shadow. And he has been pestering her these days. I summoned all the gods with my divine thoughts, and walked towards the main hall with everyone else. Me, what about Mr. Squid? The one who answered me was Momo. I've been exploring everywhere recently. And I know about this. Bailey Mingyu killed it in the world inside the 15th step. By the way, Bailey Mingyu is also a god now. The speed of the gods is fast. When we arrived, the hall was crowded with the gods. These gods were bored and penetrated in a long period of time, and squeezed themselves with various strange images, which was simply dancing. My eyes hurt from watching this. Return to your original appearance. The style of painting in the hall suddenly turned normal. I glanced at them, and saw many familiar faces. I cleared my throat. After all, I am also a divine king. So I still have some baggage. Now that everyone is here, I will talk about the rules of the new era. First of all, except for this batch of new gods, all gods will be reincarnated as humans. If they behave well in their lives on Earth, they will return to their godly positions after death. If they behave poorly, their souls will be scattered. Don't be nervous. It's just a small inspection. The logic of your performance is good. You don't ask you to be a perfect good person with a perfect beauty. Secondly, the gods can be on the body, but the rules of the divine power can be restricted by the law. You can experience life without any matter. Don't panic and pervert. Of course, if you have a bond in the lower bound, you want to be an individual, then exchange the god position. Finally, let me talk about the new god-making plan. There are only 3 ways to go. The world of spiritual energy revival, the world of bringing virtual games into the real world, and the world of cultivation. We will focus on a gradual approach to reduce deaths as much as possible. Each of the 3,000 worlds needs an enforcer. This enforcer will be selected from the best in this survival world. It must be fair and just. If someone in the world is so vicious that he affects the positive development of the entire world, then this enforcer needs to wipe him out. After this conversation, everyone was busy for several years. Shen Mingkai finally established an upgrade system for the entire 3,000 worlds. The next step was to prepare for the moment of creating a god. It is actually a platform for God to make God. They play freely and become gods by their own efforts. I did not push forward the god plan immediately, but waited for another 100 years. During this time, I worked with the rules to investigate the gods and humans in the survival world, and reincarnated all the humans who had died because of the survival world. In the end, there was a list of law enforcement in my heart, and then everything entered the right track. Also now, I finally leisure. My roommates, those gods are all happy, and the world is coming to play around the world. Anyway, the rules have changed. If the gods do evil, the law will be felt, and then punish it. Oh yes, this does not include Huang Quan Frustan and Xiao Cha. These 2 pairs are playing with you every day. It has been 100 years. I have thought about dripping, and I want to come to their good things. From the beginning to the end, only Sun stayed with me. My body came to the rich villa area, and she was lazily basking in the sun and drinking red wine. And Sun was reading a book quietly beside me, glancing at me from time to time. Me and the red wine is dipped in the corner of my mouth. Help me wipe it. And Sun took a napkin paper very obediently. He leaned over me, and I stared at him with a smile. You look a little nervous. Why is your eyes rolling? I smiled. And Anshuan lost his speech. His fingers trembled slightly. But he still wiped me carefully and carefully. I held his wrist. It's idle anyway. I don't want to try it. And Sun's expression was blank for a moment. But he quickly understood what I meant. Sishui. I interrupt. Bully others? How can I bully my well-behaved little cute? I poured him directly to the floor. Anyway, the gods are not afraid of cold. I said straightforwardly, I don't need the set of earth. Anyway, the gods will not get pregnant. As soon as I finished speaking, my body suddenly spun around, and I was pinned to the ground. I am surprised. And Sun finally took the initiative. This idea flashed across the mind. And then, now that we have money and free time, we both have tasted meat and love it. So we spend 24 hours together. The world is big enough with many new things. And our goal is to experience them all. There are also Chinese New Year. This is the day when I deliberately set a day when everyone communicates with emotions. And Sun and I were tired of crooked in the world for a year, and went to 3 worlds in total. In these 3 worlds, we all have a marriage certificate. When we came back this time, the gods all looked at us with strange expressions. Come to think of it, you are in me and I am in you. And it's obvious that you often do improper things. Jingchen came over. It's not easy. It is only 100 years of cultivation. It is also a pair of vegetables. Chicken, chicken, and chicken. Me, better than a single dog like you. Jingchen. Chaoyan said, learn from me. You will have a lot of male favorites, and enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives every day. Me, don't teach Xia Xia a bad lesson. Xia Xia has grown into a beautiful girl. She just plays with Feng Ran every day, and has been influenced by her style. The girl said coolly. No, I'm not a child anymore. Sisters, when are you going to get married? With Sister Momo, Sister Cha Cha, and Sister Shuang Shuang? Let's hold a grand banquet in the god realm. I was confused. When did these 3 couples become one? Imo silently said, after I became a god. I separated from the 2 places with Feldus. He was very unhappy in the survival world. I went down to accompany him. Chaoyan, her boyfriend. It's boring. The vinegar is fine. And she refuses to leave silently for a moment. She is not safe and fearless. I cry. Imo silently smiled. Come back this time. Grievance is incredible. I can imagine how he had a temper after returning. Chaoyan, the little couple's fun is tired of death. In fact, it is not difficult to guess. When the survival world, Desi's was very sticky and silent. The connection between the summoning objects was derived after the party left and evolved into love, which was very logical. Huang Quan Shuang Han said embarrassedly, in fact, in the illusion of the 18th layer, Shen and I were each other's inner demons. So the illusions overlapped. We went through many bloody hardships and got together directly after becoming gods. We have had a marriage certificate in the 3,000 worlds for these years. The drama of him chasing her and her running away was performed for you to see. After all, we all wanted to wait until you and fell in love before making it public. Me, good guy. In the end you are the fastest pair. Huang Quan Shuanghan hid behind Shen. You are looking for trouble with him. He is so big and stronger than me. He was the one who did that to me first. Deep? Is it too indulgent for her over the years? Wait. I will clean up her back. And crying is useless. Xiao Cha, I really chased her and escaped. After experiencing a lot of rotten peach blossoms, I felt that he was okay, and was together. Okay. These 2. My feelings and Sun are the latest pair. I said. It's better to choose a day. And we don't pay attention to the set of the world. Just this New Year banquet. Just get married under the testimony of the law. It was everything from Jane. Because Bailey Mingyu, a guy who was afraid of the world, made a noise. Oh! And the bird princess. The bird princess squeezed a beautiful face for himself. And now he is also a noisy lord. Fortunately, the electric eel is not there. Otherwise 1 or 2 can turn the sky. Speaking of the electric eel, he ran away as soon as he heard the ladder. He just wanted to play, and didn't want to experience the danger of possible death. Therefore, I caught it to Zhuang Ding as a law enforcement. Besides, when she came back to Bailey Mingyu, she was unruly when she begged the world. After coming here, she hadn't worked in these years. When she ate at this banquet, she was full of tables. She had always been so. And I didn't take it seriously. As a result, she combined the gods to play with the gods. Of course, within the acceptable range. Because it was our wedding day, I persuaded the law to connect up the projection of Ferda. And we, the newlyweds, sat at the same table to eat, drink and chat. Over there, Bailey Mingyu completed the formation of the alliance, and led the gods to learn human activities, and made us play games like eating apples and squeezing balloons. All that should not be done. We are happy. We don't have to twist. Bailey Mingyu commanded everyone to make a whole night. And the new year got married. We, the newlyweds, arrived at the lower world the next day. This world is Earth. And a virtual game is being brought into reality. It is in the early stages. And only a very small number of people have brought their skills into reality. Overall, the world is still peaceful. I glanced at the only man brought into reality in Huagua. One man and one woman. And the male was a young country high level. The woman was a freelancer named Sheng Ming. Which was really coincidental. And my surname. I just didn't pay attention to it at a glance. We couldn't participate in the things of the world, but just bystanders. However, we have a purpose in this world, because this is one of the Earth. And the second, Theldus is arranged as a law enforcement person in this world. Our group of gods intend to be a honeymoon in this world, until Theldus completed the task and became a god.